Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fight or Flight, presented by Game Glass, the road to CitizenCon. My name is Crucian Gaming, and I'm very excited to be here today next to some incredible co-casters and co-hosts here with Meyer and Kranzi. Meyer, I'll start off with you. Meyer, welcome to Fight or Flight Group Stage. Group Stage, how you doing, man? How you feeling?
Thank you. I'm doing good. It's been a long time coming for this. Like we had a bunch of preparations and stuff for this going on before this, of course. And I'm just looking forward to seeing this happen, man. I think this is the biggest show to date.
It is. Kranzi, a pleasure to have you back, man. How are you feeling today? Welcome to the show. How you doing?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. It's a little bit of a different atmosphere from the last event I was casting with the Grey Cat challenge, but it's bound to be a good one. I had the fortunate position of casting the Creator Clash version of this event last year, and I'm excited to see what some of the community members can do, how good they are at dogfighting.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you back. We have the trio here, and I'm so excited today, guys, because this is Fight or Flight. Okay, this is the best of the best competing in a bracket tournament, 2v2 dogfighting, best of 3. And this is not the only part of it. It's the road to CitizenCon, and I don't think a lot of people understand what the road to CitizenCon means, right? So I'm gonna break that down a little bit. But before we talk about jumping into CitizenCon stuff, let's talk about us real quick. So the reason why we have 3 casters this time around is because, Meyer and Kranzi have accepted to be casting in person with me at CitizenCon 2953. So I'm so excited to have you guys there. And just tell me how you guys are feeling, like being able to go to CitizenCon, be in person and cast a tournament. Like, let's start with you, Kranzi. How does that feel to you internally?
Well, first off, if you don't like the look of our mugs today, unfortunately, you will have to see us at CitizenCon. We have no control over that. Crucian was telling me that we have to do it. But I'm really excited. It's really awesome. First off, it's going to be my first CitizenCon, and then getting the chance to do in-live person casting at CitizenCon, it's going to be insane. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I've been giddy ever since you told us about it.
Hey, man, it's been a lot of planning behind the scenes. How about you, Meyer? How you feeling, coming back after so many years, being at CitizenCon, but this time coming as a caster for a tournament and getting to experience that? How you feeling?
Well, man, it's definitely been a long time coming. I mean, I've gone to pretty much every single CitizenCon. We've seen it develop and grow. I've seen Atmo develop and grow as well. And I think this is going to be the first official StarCitizen competition. So to be a part of all that is really cool. I'm super excited, man.
Yeah, I know. It's funny, and I know a lot of people are saying that there's been other competitions, but I'm sorry. I'm gonna put it this way, man. Atmo Esports have been working hard the past 5+ years, to bring competitive StarCitizen to the biggest light possible. So to compare what we did in the past to today, I don't think you guys are ready for what's going to happen at CitizenCon 2953. So all I'm going to say is that grab your tickets, be there, because Atmo Esports is going to be there with Fight or Flight. All right, and you guys saw it in the video. We're going to have 8 content creators, and then the top 4 teams of Fight or Flight will get invited over to the CitizenCon Invitational, and we're going to get them out to CitizenCon, and they're going to compete in a 8-team tournament bracket, double elimination. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Now, let's talk about CitizenCon real quick. I want to give predictions out there. I want to start with you, Meyer. Meyer, what do you think is going to happen at CitizenCon? You don't have to go into too much detail, but how are you feeling about this year's CitizenCon, and what information do you think they're going to share?
Well, I mean, it's our first physical one back, so I'm expecting something big. The past couple years, because of everything happening around the world, we haven't had a physical event, and news-wise, I think that they've kind of been biding their time. They've shown us some pyro things, but nothing huge. I'm expecting, I don't know, more pyro stuff, maybe something more concrete, a new ship, obviously, maybe something pyro-related, and something, I want to see bounty hunting gameplay, because they show mission content a lot as well, right?
Oh,
I want to see some of that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it, because I'm also been wanting, I own a Cutlass Blue, so I've also been wanting some bounty level gameplay. What about you, Kranzi?
Yeah, well, with the upcoming Arena Commander update in 320, I'm hoping we see maybe some more stuff for that for the future. Some more evolutions on the experimental modes that are coming out, the spectator mode, and all that sort of stuff that we're supposed to be getting. Will be really nice to see, and of course, Squadron 42. That's the big thing. It's been a couple of years since we've heard anything about it, so hopefully we get to see some stuff this year. But it's mostly going to be about community, meeting some people that I've never met in person, meeting you guys. I mean, I've met Crucial before, but meeting Maya in person, that's going to be absolutely fantastic. So
Looking forward to it.
It's bound to be a good time regardless.
It is going to be a good time. As for myself, man, I just want to be back with the community. I don't care what they show at CitizenCon. To be honest, man, like I have been in this community since 2015. I've been a full-time streamer in this community. I've done so much already. I don't care what they show. I just want to be with you guys, a community out there. So I'm telling you, I understand that LA can be expensive, but I promise you, being around the community is going to be the best feeling. It's going to connect you to everybody that you play with online, whether it's your orgs, whether it's your family members. I'm telling you, man, it's always an incredible experience. So tickets are still available, okay? I'm not shilling for CIG right now just because we're the road to CitizenCon, but I'm just going to say that the experience is absolutely immaculate. You need to be there, experience it, be there with us, and cheer on your favorite team or content creator at CitizenCon because it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. So, but thank you guys so much, man. It's been, I'm so excited to have you guys there once again. And to kind of explain, right, the road to CitizenCon, I'm going to explain this one more time, okay? We picked 8 content creators what we'll announce on September 2nd. We'll announce those 8 content creators, and then we're going to put the top 4 teams of Fight or Flight. The top 4 teams are going to win a trip to CitizenCon, and we're going to put them together with the content creators. We're going to split those top 4 teams up, and then we're going to make an 8-team double elimination bracket tournament at CitizenCon, and then they're going to compete in person on a stage, and it's going to be freaking fabulous. It's going to be phenomenal, and I'm so excited for it. So anyways, before we jump into Fight or Flight, guys, I'm going to say a little bit of a arrivederci because we are going to be doing a quick interview with CLX. You guys will take a quick break, and then when we come back from the interview of CLX, we're going to break down everything about Fight or Flight with Croncy and Meyer. We're going to break down Fight or Flight rules in Arena. We're going to break down the teams and the group stage, which teams have came back to Fight or Flight and which teams are new and where they're from. We're going to break down all the ships. We're going to bring down loadouts, and we're going to break everything down for you guys so you guys can make sure that you are educated in what Fight or Flight is, what it means, and how the tournament is going to run today. So without further ado, guys, Meyer, Croncy, we'll be right back with you guys. But for right now, we're going to head on over and talk to CLX.
All right.
All right, here we got George from CLX. George, how you doing? How you feeling today?
How's it going, brother? Everything's good, man. How goes it?
Well, hey, nice. Hey, it's good. I'm excited for this tournament. I'm excited to see what teams are going to hit that top 8. So, Fight or Flight is definitely one of my most favorite tournaments. But, we're here to talk about you. We're here to talk about a little bit about CLX. So let's kick it off with, we know each other for a long time. So, but I want the community to know you the way I do because, you're a great friend. You love the StarCitizen community just as much as I do and bring that passion. But tell me a little bit about the experience and what kind of got you into StarCitizen overall.
Yeah, man. I definitely followed the project for a long time. I wasn't really super active in the game, but I loved what it stood for. Really got into it in 317. Just friends constantly bringing it up, you being one of them. So I said, maybe this is just the right time for me to go ahead and do it. And I jumped in and, the community has been definitely super welcoming, so definitely been enjoying it. And it's a great community to be a part of.
Yeah, I know. Just like every other MMO, like bringing your friends in and playing with them, no matter what the experience is in Star Citizen, man, it what makes those moments really count and make it really, really fun. So, which makes so much sense. So, I mean, let's talk a little bit about like the competitive experience. I know you've been really active, the past few years and seeing what we're doing here at Atmo Esports. So, what are your thoughts on like the competitive environment in Star Citizen? And will we see you at an Atmo event in the future, possibly?
Well, definitely the competition side is exciting, right? Having competed in esports before, seeing, I'm definitely not like that anymore. I don't think I have the skill or the age caught up to me, but seeing this happening in this game, seeing what you guys are doing to kind of spearhead it has been really really good to watch. I enjoyed the stuff that I saw in Daymar Rally. Shout out to the guys that really put in the time to compete in that, and definitely the support squad, right? Like the guys that are out there supporting them while they're doing that. And as far as me really being in any of these competitions, man, I really hope that I can sharpen up my dogfighting. I really like to be a part of Fight or Flight next year. Maybe give some of these guys a run for their money. So we'll see.
Hey, we love to hear it, George. Like Fight or Flight, man. Again, one of my favorite tournaments. I love racing overall, but just the action that Fight or Flight brings, man, is just to me, it's absolutely mind blowing. So but hey, thank you for the kind words. And again, I'm gonna say a shout out to the entire Atmo Esports team behind the scenes, man. You guys are really killing it, and you guys are make a lot of these tournaments happen. And George, it's funny because a lot of people don't even. You saw a little bit behind the scenes while we were getting ready for the broadcast, but there's just so much going on. But our team is resilient, and we always come out with the best results possible for the community. So
Yeah.
but George, next thing here, like, so you've been in the Star Citizen community. You're in an org, but tell me about like what's been like the most exciting story or anything that has happened to you within Star Citizen that really just like blew your mind, that made the Star Citizen experience so much better, regardless of whether it was in an alpha game or not.
This will give me away a little bit, but it's a series of stories, but in some sort of way, it is a version that involves a Carrack having its cargo strategically removed from it and a med bay. So yeah, so that's I think any story that involves that gets me pretty excited. So it's pretty fun to see.
Gotcha. Hey, it's funny because I know we talked about this and we talked about pirating and EMP, and we had such a great conversation about that. So I'm not gonna get into that because then we're gonna just be going in a circle the whole time. But hey, man,
Yeah.
to me, like I always say, whether it's a Daymar Rally, whether people are pirating the Daymar Rally, like once we're creating emergent experiences in the game, to me, like it doesn't matter, man. Whatever you want to be in the game, it's your choice. You be whatever you want to be, and just have fun. That's that's the whole thing. So, but very excited for that. So, all right, so we just recently launched a giveaway. Not many people may know about it, but let's take a look at it. Let's talk about it a little bit, man. So we did a giveaway back in, I believe it was in August. So note that we're already in August. We did a giveaway in June where we gave away a Fight or Flight piece of System 7 PC, and now we're doing a Fight or Flight bundle. Can you just tell us a little bit about just the PC in general, like the specs and all that good stuff, and how do you guys like design it, put the decals on the PC and all that good stuff?
Yeah, definitely. So it is a pretty custom unit. We worked with you guys on the design, used a lot of the Atmo design elements that were being used for Fight or Flight. As far as the unit, it's Ryzen 7 7800 X3D, has I believe is a 4070, 32 gigs of memory, 2 terabyte SSD, NVMe. Yeah, man, it's a little mini unit. It's the O11 mini. So
nice.
It's really nice. As far as the print, that's thermal printing that's done on the chassis. So HDUV printing. And it's basically, once it's done, it's part of it, right? You can't remove it. It's not gonna be like it's not sitting on top of it. It's pretty much on it. You can't remove it. So it looks really good.
Like
and it'll last.
Okay. Forever. So unless you like go and scratch it out, that's the only way you're pretty much gonna remove.
Yeah, it's the only way you're gonna.
Okay. That makes sense. And by the way, I want to also give another shout out to our other sponsors. You got Gamer Advantage, who, if you guys are playing with long session, you're protecting your eyes, and then Thrustmaster coming in with some dual sticks, some of the best budget sticks that in the entire planet, in my opinion. the T16000M's dual sticks, and then they're out throwing in some rudder pedals as well. And then obviously StarCitizen is throwing in some ships. So you'll be able to win some arrows, some Gladius, some Buccaneers. Even the grand prize is going to be, I think it's a Hornet and a Carrack. So make sure you guys ! giveaway, join the giveaway. And then you guys have a little code right there where you guys can get an extra 200 entries just by being here and watching the show here for Fight or Flight. So George, I just want to say thank you so much for, kind of giving back to the community. Like, not only you're a sponsor for, Ammo Esports, but you also giving back to the community with these systems, partnering with our partners to kind of give them some, some light as well. But this is great. I hope somebody from the community that is having difficulty or maybe has a 1080 win this system that they can be proud of and hopefully play on a 5800 X3D, which is, one of the best, gaming
Definitely.
CPUs to date. So, but yeah,
sure.
so thank you so much to you and the entire team, George.
Yep. No, thank you.
So-
It's a great opportunity to give back.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talked a little bit about StarCitizen. We talked a little bit about the giveaway. Let's jump into a little bit about what CLX is about, because I don't want to, kind of sway away from not knowing a little bit or having the community know about CLX right now. So can you tell us a little bit about what CLX is all about and what services that you provide over at CLX Gaming?
Yeah, definitely. So we're one of the top system integrators in North America. Definitely pride ourselves in our ability to have, just great customer service quality, our lifetime service and support. And we just really want to do right by our customers. We can't please everybody, right? But we try our best to make sure that, we have a solution for as many people out there, within different price brackets, styles, performance, whatever your need may be. We try to accommodate for as many price brackets and likes out there. We're definitely not it for everybody, right? But we try to be as welcoming and offer as much as we can for everybody out there.
No, I totally agree, and I respect the the incredible transparency here, because it's true, right? Like, even us as tournament organizers or developers, that we can't really always please everybody. So things that transparency right there is already incredible. So at CLX Gaming, can you tell us what are some more of like the popular builds that you guys usually like that people purchase, or some of the popular builds that you guys host? I know you guys have the Hawthorne, which is like a double streaming PC. Can you just tell us a little bit about the builds that you guys provide at CLX Gaming?
Yeah, definitely. So as far as components, I mean, you're always going to see the i7 and i9s. I think that's a big deal. But if you really want gaming, man, you're really looking at that X3D stuff coming out of AMD. I think it's a great time to be looking at hardware right now, because you're getting a lot of performance from both AMD side of the house and the NVIDIA side of the house, even at the entry level stuff. So I think that's great. There's a lot of raw performance kind of coming out of those Radeon cards. They don't get a lot of the attention that I think they deserve. It's a lot of performance there for a lot of bang for your buck. You still got Intel doing really good with their stuff, but the X3D stuff right now is just really, really doing well, and it performs really well in StarCitizen.
Hey, I love to hear it. I love to hear it. So I'm glad that at CLX you have ranges from anybody that wants to buy something for $1,500 or $2,000 all the way up to $6,000, or even somebody that maybe wants to buy something that has a streaming side of the PC or a gaming side of the PC, which is really cool. And I know you guys have like the most incredible PC builder on your site. Can you talk about that a little bit? Because man, it's so very detailed.
Yeah, so you can go into the configurator, and rather than just being a bunch of radio buttons, you kind of just work through the process of what you want. It's a little bit more immersive of an experience, rather than just going down a list and clicking on radio buttons. So I think if you're very knowledgeable, you don't necessarily need that kind of detail or walkthrough. But I think for a lot of people that might find it a little bit intimidating, this kind of teaches you while you're going through the process, and it helps you understand what every component does.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. And I'm gonna show a little bit for ammo, but if you guys are looking out there for a gaming PC, CLX Gaming have done a great job, and you can get 3% off if you click down in their panel down below. If you are watching on Twitch, you guys can click that, and automatically at checkout you'll get that 3% off. So it's better than having something at 0% off. So, but that I'm glad to hear that, George. Any shows that you guys are planning on being that people like say if people are going to PAX West, maybe a DreamHack in Atlanta, or is there any shows in the future that CLX is going to be at for people to come try out CLX gaming and the PCs that you guys build?
Definitely. We will be at PAX West. We'll be powering the free play area. So if you're at PAX West and you don't get into the BYOC, but you still want to go enjoy the show and play on some systems, we'll have over 200 computers there that are going to be available for free play. So you can go over there with your friends, and maybe you guys it's the first time you guys meet in person. So you guys actually have an opportunity to enjoy a game playing next to each other for the first time, even if you don't have a BYOC seat. We'll also be doing the stage, the main stage over there, PAX Arena. So we'll be also powering that as well. So you guys can definitely go over there and check it out. We'll be there. So stop by, say hi. We'd definitely like to meet the community. So.
Hey, that's awesome, guys. Hey, if you guys are at PAX West, man, make sure you guys say hello to the CLX team. Tell them, hey, I saw you at the Fight or Flight tournament stream or group stage stream, and that way he can be able to talk a little bit of StarCitizen and geek out, because I know me and George always geek out on StarCitizen, so it's always fun.
Definitely.
But George, you know what, man? I really appreciate you for coming on today and kind of giving us a little bit of intel about what CLX gaming is all about, and a little bit about yourself, about the entire your entire history within the community, because a lot of people that we bring on as sponsors at Atmo Esports really have a vibe with the community in general. So I kind of love to see that. So, but anything else you want to talk to the community about, that maybe we haven't talked about here, about why maybe choose CLX gaming, or anything different that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely community oriented. If you have an opportunity to check us out, feel free to. You can hit us up on all social media. It's at CLX Gaming pretty much across everything. If you see us, stop by, say hi. We love to meet the community. Check out our streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We're both on Twitch and on Kick. So you guys can check us out there. Ask any questions that you guys may have. We love to engage. Questions about builds. If you want to know, what your budget is and maybe how it'll perform in a certain game, we'll answer those as well. We're always available. But yeah, man, I don't believe that the best way is kind of to just tell you guys, hey, buy from us. It's definitely, you should build a little bit more of a stronger connection. We want to earn your money. We don't want to just sit here and tell you, hey, come over 100%. Here and buy from me, and I'm better than this guy for X reason. If we're the fit for you, it'll work out.
Hey, I love to hear that, man. Again, I love the transparency. So last question here before we head out, George. Any specific team that you are currently rooting for during the Fight or Flight group stage to make the top?
Definitely,
top
dude.
8?
Shout out to the Who's On First boys. Know that and React. Those are my boys right there. So shout out to them. Also the Pax Mortis guys, Ramming Department, Liberty Reapers. Those are the boys right there. I've learned a lot from these guys. They've been very welcoming. You can't have the community sometimes on the PvP side. Just because they attack or they get engaged, get a lot of crap, right? And these guys are the most welcoming guys ever. They understood that that's something that I wanted to do, and they've allowed me to jump in with them and really get to learn how that whole side of things work, man. So shout out to, again, Who's On First, Pax Mortis, Ramming Department, Liberty Reapers. Those are the boys.
Hey, man, love to hear it. Well, George, thank you so much. I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart for you coming on and kind of blessing us with your presence. Thank you so much for what you've done with the community, the giveaways, and just supporting Atmo Esports as a whole. So thank you so much for being here, and I hope to catch you, and the CLX team at a future event. And remember, guys, make sure that you guys check out CLX Gaming on Twitch, on Kick, while they're doing their builds, and get information, man. Be part of their community, because they're part of ours. And I think that's we don't have that many people that really bind with our community here in StarCitizen that have these type of connections. So anyways, George, a pleasure. Thank you so much again. And guys, let's get back to Meyer and Croncy. All right, guys. Hey, sorry about that, guys. I had to take that one really quick since I've known George for so long. But I mean, a quick brief here, though. Like, what do you guys think about George and just his what do you call it? Man, why am I losing my words today? His involvement within the StarCitizen community. There you go. I'm talking too much, but yeah.
I mean, I think it's pretty cool. I mean, it's really cool to just see people getting involved with StarCitizen, especially people who like weren't necessarily into it from like a just a business standpoint, but just like playing the game. I mean, like, calling out teams like Liberty's Reapers, etc. And then after that going, you know what, I want to involve myself further. But yeah, also thanks for showcasing my next PC. I look forward to seeing that eventually.
What about you, Croncy? I mean, his involvement, man, I've known him for a long time, and I just, like, the problem is, like, we had Brian here from Gamer Advantage before, and that guy is absolutely fantastic. And when I gave him a package, the first thing he did was dive into StarCitizen. But, like, to see the roots of George just, deep in the StarCitizen community, Croncy, like, how do you feel about that when you have a partner that just engages so much with the community like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic, right? Actually having someone who can sort of support the community that they are themselves a part of, right? So yep. It's absolutely fantastic. That's my first time sort of meeting George, and seems like an absolute champion. So hopefully get to see him more going forward. And I believe he's also coming to CitizenCon, so get to see him there too. It'll be pretty fun.
I mean, if they come out, that'll be fantastic. So love to have, him as a presence, especially you're rooting for some teams during the Fight or Flight CitizenCon Invitational. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get to the rules here. Meyer, Croncy, let's talk about the Fight or Flight group stage. Let's talk about the rules. We're going to break this all down for everybody. That way at home, you guys are up to date on every single thing. And don't go anywhere yet, because we have a pretty insane announcement that we're going to be showcasing to the community here pretty soon. So let's break it down first. Let's start with the Fight or Flight Arena here on ArcCorp, right? The Fight or Flight Arena on ArcCorp, the reason why we chose it is because we have 4 groups. We have Group A, B, C, and D. So in that arena, if we can get the arena up, that would be awesome. But yeah, so we have these 4 groups, and the reason why we're doing it in ArcCorp is because it doesn't matter if it's day or night, the competitors will be able to have visibility to fight each other. But how are you feeling? Like, have you been in ArcCorp before, Meyer? And how are you feeling about this arena, whether it's day or night?
I mean, like, so personally, atmospheric's always interesting in StarCitizen. It adds a whole new element to gameplay. You can't just keep like zipping in one direction without having to put any input into it. It definitely it slows down gameplay enough so that there's a bit more, thinking involved when it comes to maneuvering your ship and that kind of thing as well. The arena itself being this 15 kilometer like a sphere definitely makes it so that you can't go high enough, that there isn't enough like air resistance to make it more like a boom zoom sort of fight. So all in all, I think it's a cool location, because like in the daytime you can see people regularly. In the nighttime, everything is like backlit by ArcCorp's busy streets, but also you have like all the the lights and stuff going on there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it works, because I think of all the cities that you can fight in all the locations, it's definitely the most novel for me.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. How about you, Croncy? What's your experience, just being in ArcCorp, flying around in atmosphere, but, now it's going to be a dogfighting arena for these competitors?
Yeah, so ArcCorp, not usually a place where you get to experience a lot of complex atmospheric flights, except for when we got the racing track in 318. So we've actually had a little bit of a chance to, experience what the atmosphere in ArcCorp sort of feels like. One of the things that I really love about this arena, though, is you kind of have 2 options as you approach how you're going to sort of position yourselves in this fight. You can go the 15 kilometers and risk getting outside the boundaries. So it's not something I would recommend, but you are going to get a little bit more speed, which does mean you'll get a little bit more maneuverability. Other than that, you can actually use the buildings to your advantage here. There is a possibility, and I actually am really hoping that we see it today, where we get to the stage where we've got a 1v1 and 2 people just strafing, circling around a tower. That's the dream, if I'm being honest. So lots of opportunities for our competitors today to show us what they've got here. And yeah, a fantastic arena.
Well, something here that a lot of people, I want people to, I want to explain it for people to understand, right, is that our arena is going to be 15 kilometers north of the 890 jump and 15 kilometers south of the 890 jump. So that's going to create a 30-kilometer diameter around the 890 jump, but the ceiling, the height of the arena is going to be 15 kilometers. A lot of people don't know this, but when you're playing in Arena Commander, believe it or not, that arena is actually 20 by 15. So we're actually given an extra 10 diameters between, width of the fight, but the ceiling is going to be that 15 kilometers. So, like you mentioned, Croncy, we're if these competitors go out of bound, they're going to have 15 seconds to come back into the arena. And what happens there is if they don't come back within 15 seconds of the arena, that they're going to pretty much lose that fight. The best of three, they're going to lose that match. So, competitors are going to have to be very, very careful. And they only have one chance to come back into the arena, because if they go back out, they're going to get disqualified automatically if they go back out a second time. So what are your thoughts about, just the size of the arena? And we'll start with you, Croncy. Like just the size overall of the arena. Do you feel like if it's enough space for these competitors to fight?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It feels an appropriate size. We will still obviously encounter some positions where people are going to be very close to the boundary, because when you're in the middle of a fight, you're not necessarily thinking exactly where your position is. So there may be a couple of instances where people get some warnings to get back in, but for the most part, it's a very large area. If you have even a sort of cursory glance at where the 890J is during any of your fights, you should be okay.
Yep. What about you, Meyer? Anything that you want to add there about just the arena width in general or size?
Yeah, I mean, so size-wise, when people look at it just by the number, they might think it might be a bit small because of what they're used to with Arena Commander, with that being set in space for the most part, and with them actually with their Fire Sprite-based team, expanding it, making these new Arena Commander maps. But once you take into account the fact that it's atmospheric, I do think that it's plenty of room. I think that all in all, it might make for less chases, but even then, if you're going for too straight a line in atmospherics, you're gonna have a bad time anyway. So I think it's the perfect size for me, honestly.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Meyer and Croncy. And something that I want to mention, right? Atmospheric, like you said, Meyer, slows down the dynamic of the match in general. So last year, when you guys saw Fight or Flight, it was actually in space. So there was a lot of jousting. We see some matches went up to almost 20 to 25 minutes, but this time around, matches are a lot quicker, okay? A specific rule that we need to talk about is because when teams begin, they need to, whether it's around, it can be a little bit above, it can be just around the 890 jump, they need to be meet. And when they meet, once they lock in and target each other, or once they find each other, then the fight begins. We're calling this the handshake method, so that way we can have teams engage and not start from above, close to space, or below. So we are making teams have that handshake method. I'm going to start with you, Meyer. How are you feel like that handshake method is going to make these matches go a lot quicker than last year?
Well, I think definitely it'll make it so it's a more even playing field in general. It's not just gonna be a matter of who finds who first, who's kind of lucks out first, and all that. It's gonna make sure that everybody is starting from a very level playing field altogether. So it's gonna be interesting just calling it, right? Because it's 3, 2, 1, engage, and you're not firing straight away. It's 3, 2, 1. Now you have to fire your engines, and then you have to get into position and then do everything else. But all in all, I think it's pretty novel. I'm looking forward to seeing how it pans out.
Hey, that sounds awesome. Well, Croncy, same question to you. How are you feeling like this handshake method is gonna, compare to how quick the matches are for these competitors?
Yeah, we saw a couple of fights last year where we had a lot of competitors sort of just wait on the other person to actually sort of begin. There was a lot of almost like a game of chicken. The first one to be on the radar is the first one to get shot, right? So we have an instance where it's all right, well, you guys are going to see each other at the same time, and you're going to be within engagement distance. So it's going to be starting quickly, and it's a good way to do it for sure. I think it was a fantastic rules change.
Hey, and I'm happy with that. So, we talked about just the arena in general. We talked about the rules of engagement with the handshake method. Let's talk a little bit about just, the ships a little bit. We're not going to go into the ships yet because I want to discuss the teams in the group stage before that. But, we have 8 ships in loadouts that we'll go over here very, very soon. But just, the rule of having teams, they have to have different ships. So one team can have double arrows, another team can have double gladius. They actually have to diverse in these ships. They have to have one arrow, one gladius, one reliant Tana, one buccaneer. How do you guys feel like the diversity of these ships are going to, what kind of strategy you feel like these competitors are going to bring in today's tournament? I'll start with you, Croncy.
So when we do sort of look at all these ships, you'll notice that there's sort of two categories of these fighters. There's the much more maneuverable light fighters that don't have a crazy amount of firepower, don't have a crazy amount of health. And then there's the really tanky glass cannons, almost, kind of. Significantly more health, significantly more damage, but in atmosphere, they are slow. So you can kind of... You can see just with that, there's a lot of different ways that you can build around. You could just go Gladius Arrow, go for the most maneuverable, and just use, these vehicles that a lot of these players will have their most experience with in the live environment. Or you can sort of try to figure out if there's a bit of a meta game. One thing I'm hoping to see is a little bit of a light fighter plus tank situation where we've got people using something like the Hornet, which has quite a lot of health, mixed with an arrow, so you've got that maneuverability, and try to play off each other's strengths. But 2v2 is a very unusual format for regular StarCitizen play. So it's not exactly a meta that we're used to yet.
Hey, man, you hit the nail on the head with that. Same question to you, Meyer. How are you feeling that these diverse ships are going to make these, competitors bring out the best strategy than they can?
Well, I mean, to harp onto what Croncy said, yeah, 2v2 is kind of unconventional in the PU. It's not necessarily something that you'll see. Normally, it's like, a lone wolf doing their own thing, be it like a piracy or just like dueling around like Grimhex, that kind of thing, or like, somebody in a wingman or like a group of friends. It's rare that you'll actually come across like a composition that is uniquely like either the same or like the same amount of people. So just in general, from a meta comp wise, I don't necessarily know what to expect here. But as far as like fight or flight is concerned, it's really cool because you have to choose a pairing that aren't twin ships. And so when it comes down to like a meta, there is going to be we'll see a multitude of different selections and stuff, and it'll be cool to see how things turn out. From today with the group stage going on all the way to CitizenCon, how those selections change. But I think as Croncy said, with some ships being bigger and tankier, but also having a lot of meaty damage, and you have like just lighter fighters which are harder to hit, but have a lighter like damage output. A tank DPS situation does seem kind of viable here. And I'm looking forward to seeing if that's necessarily going to be the case. So will we see like arrows and hornets all the time? I think that's actually quite a viable like comp, just to put that out there right now. An arrow and a hornet, or an arrow and a saber. I think those two would likely be quite common here today, Crucian.
Yo, you hit such a great spot, because I was going to mention this, is that the Saber, in my opinion, man, has been my favorite ship. I'm not sure if a lot of you guys out at home has remembered the insane patch of 263 where we were, man, I'm not going to say that the flight model was perfect, but we were gunning out there, man. We were trying to do Vandal Swarm with Auroras. We were trying to do Vandal Swarm with like the smaller ships, and it was so fun to do. But I think the Saber in overall is underrated, and I hope to see a lot of the Saber out there today. It has 4 locked in size 3s, so I mean, once you're on point, I don't think there's that much that you will be able to do about it. So I think the Saber is going to be a little bit underrated here. So very good call on that, Meyer. But let's talk a little bit about a couple things. So before we jump into the bracket, we're going to talk about Blade. The Blade is going to be banned because of the fact that when it explodes, it has this big green flash that really kills FPS server overall. So I just want to let the community know that that the Blade is not going to be used today or during this tournament because of that. And also because of low FPS in the PU, we also decided to ban missiles because there was just a bit too unpredictable. Sometimes you're able to shaft the missiles and sometimes you're not able to. So missiles and the Blade are banned. I want to get your thoughts on just some of these, decisions from the team here at Atmo that decide to kind of get that. Do you feel like it was a good choice to ban these items, or do you feel like some of this stuff would have been kept on? I'll start with you, Meyer.
Well, I mean, so we'll see some sabers rattling today, but no rattlers, of course, because you can't use missiles, and that would have been the missile of choice, I think. But in general, I think it's for the best when it comes to this kind of competition. If we had a couple more ships in each team, maybe perhaps having missiles and this and that come out, but missiles themselves are still in their infancy, even now, like in development, like for where they want them to be, with a cross section and infrared, and we don't necessarily have cross section exactly where they want it to be. You know, like that's the emission of the bigger your ship, the easier you are to hit with specific missiles and that kind of thing. That's not quite where they want it to be. You know, paired with like server FPS, I think it's just, you know, the best thing to do. It's sad about the Blade, you know, because that's just another ship that people like to fly. But I'm sure we'll see it again in some competitions in the future, Crucian.
Oh, well, same question to you, Kronsky. How are you feeling about some of these changes that we had to make last minute to kind of accommodate, you know, server FPS?
Yeah, similar to Maya, I would have loved to see the Blade perform today in some of these compositions, but yeah, it's too much of a hindrance for it to be. We need to sort of add a little competitiveness to it, and removing that helps us. Similar with missiles, they're a bit too random at the moment. They impact the server a bit too much for it to be a nice tournament, if that makes sense. So yeah, some fantastic choices. There's nothing really else that I would have done. When we do look at the ships, I think we've got a great array of ships besides that that are really going to showcase the skill that our competitors can actually achieve.
Yeah.
Oh, well, awesome. So we're about to jump into the stage, the group stage bracket breakdown. But before we do that, I want to show, guys, we have an incredible giveaway by CLX and Thrustmaster, StarCitizen, and Gamer Advantage. Let's pop that up on screen. Make sure that you guys are putting in the secret code. Is going to give you an extra 200 entries. So make sure you guys are checking that out. Exhibition Mark giveaway. The link is there, guys. All right. You'll be able to win some ships. You'll be able to win an Ammo Esports Fighter Flight jersey. You got some Gamer Advantage glasses. All right. Trust me, I don't have my glasses on because my pocket got caught into the door and broke the temple. But Gamer Advantage glasses, man, I talk about these guys so much because of the fact that it helps me every single day. I'm at the computer all day long, and it just helps my eyes. It helps me relieve a lot of that pressure in my eyes when you're in the screens too much. So I promise you, Gamer Advantage is incredible. Also, Thrustmaster with the dual sticks and rudder pedals. And obviously, like we talked about with George earlier, guys, you had the Fighter Flight custom Atmo Esports CLX PC, which looks absolutely incredible. So, and then, of course, guys, I want to celebrate a little bit something with you, Meyer, and you, Crunchy, but we have the Toby anniversary celebration. It's the 22nd anniversary of Toby Gaming. Okay, so guys, exclamation mark Toby in chat. You guys can enjoy 20% off. All right, use the link. And I think there's an extra 5% off. I'm not 100% sure if it stacks or not. I forgot to ask. That's my bad. But I mean, you know, starting off with you, Crunchy, what has been, I know you use Toby Gaming. What has been your experience so far with Toby Gaming, whether it's for dogfighting or anything in the game overall? How are you feel that the Toby Eye Tracker 5 is changing the way you play StarCitizen?
It's an absolutely amazing tool for both dogfighting and racing, and can be used for a plethora of things. I think one of the best things about it that a lot of the competitors today will probably be using is the fact that it just gives you more vision. Being able to travel this way but look that way is really helpful when you're trying to get your angles right before turning around and offloading your lasers into the arrow, right? So it's a fantastic product. I've absolutely loved it forever. Another thing that it has, which we won't be seeing today though, that I do want to mention, is that it has like separate missile targeting. So you can target people with your missiles while you're looking a different way. So yeah, just a lot of sort of extra controls that you get from it.
Yeah. What about you, Meyer? Have you had an experience with the Toby Eye Tracker 5? Or if not, we got to send you one.
I mean, I already have one. I mean, like, I cannot play StarCitizen without one. Now it's my turn to not chill for a product, but I have a Toby Eye Tracker, and quite literally, there is no way I can play this game without one. I had a brief look at the roster here. Over 50% of our contestants today will be using a Toby Eye Tracker. It's just so useful. I mean, it might not necessarily confer, like, you know, an advantage if you are, you know, like, really good with being situationally aware, but like just being able to look at a target, and by just looking at them, like they're highlighted in game, you know, like, and then deciding to commit to targeting and then that kind of thing is just so monumentally good, especially in like a sci-fi game where you expect to kind of feel like more connected with your devices, more connected with your ship. It just, the immersion factor alone is just like you can't really beat it. And then of course you have head tracking and stuff with it too, which is cool, but the eye tracking is where it's at for me.
Hey man, well, I appreciate you guys giving your honest opinion there. And like I said, guys, I want to give a big shout out to Toby Gaming. Being 22 years in this industry, man, is to me, being in the industry myself is actually incredible. So congratulations to Toby Gaming for Toby in general for being being around for 22 years. And again, guys, take advantage of the discount because it's not only for Star Citizen. They have, they just released compatibility with War Thunder and a lot of other games. So it's not just that. And also, it actually works with Windows Hello. So if you want to log in, it's a camera as well. So it's actually pretty cool. So shout out to Toby Gaming. Lastly, we have our Fight or Flight merch here from .x, guys. So if you guys want to rock some incredible merch at CitizenCon and you want to help support what we're doing here at Atmo Esports, all the funds really just goes right back into the community, whether it's trophies, whether it's digital ships, whether it's anything at all, whether it's the trips that we're going to purchase for the competitors for CitizenCon. This merch helps make everything happen for us. So exclamation mark merch in chat, guys. Go check out the merch if you guys want to check it all out. And thank you guys so much for your support so far in these past 5.5 years or 5.5 plus years that you guys have given Atmo Esports. So, all right, guys, let's jump into the group stage. Let's start with Group A and B. Let's talk a little bit about the teams because, oh man, I'm very excited, guys. I'm very excited. Okay, we have some teams that are back, but I'm gonna start with you, Meyer. Tell me a little bit about Arena A or B. Tell me about which team in Arena A or B you have your eye on. And just tell me a little bit of some predictions that you feel that we're going to see some of these teams arrive in that top 8 on September 2nd.
All right. Well, I mean, first of all, we have a lot of teams here debuting for the first time for Fight or Flight. I had a little look of the 64 people. I believe that only 9 teams actually are returning to Fight or Flight. Everybody else is bright, new and bushy-tailed to this event. So it's really cool to see here. We have a lot of contestants from the US and Canada for Arena A. We have a team from Russia with Team Torbur who have competed so many times in things like the Daymar Rally and such, and they've placed consistently high in most of our racing games and most of our racing events. I have not seen them do anything dogfighting related. I'm not sure if here they are actually I think they are new to Fight or Flight as well, so it'll be interesting at least to see where Team Torbur goes with this. I think we actually will be seeing them very soon. For Arena B, however, we have, again, a bunch of cool teams out here. However, I'm going to have to show my absolute bias because I do see a team there, sort of Sharon. I know these 2 contestants here very well. They're going to be a team to be reckoned with as Hannah and Prighton. But also, we have a team from CIG being pitched out by CIG as well with Noble737 and Marsbat. They're devs, so you can be an artist or a barista and still say you're a CIG dev, but I think these guys actually work in like the vehicle experience and stuff, and they have the kill rap sheet to prove it. So I'm looking forward to them. Also, these are our 2 only UK-based teams, Crucian, which is basically where my bias comes from. I mean, like, sure, I know these people, but it's still UK represent UK team.
Hey, it's kind of crazy that all these teams were actually shuffled too, with the exception of the ones that have those buys. But hey, Croncy, I'm going to drop it on to you, man. Tell us a little bit about what you're excited about and what teams you're excited about overall in Arena A or Arena B.
Yeah, so first off, we have a couple of teams that have come back from last year and are going to get themselves a little bit of an extra win there. Remember, guys, 3 wins today, 3 match wins today means we're in the top 8, and we'll be seeing you in September. So we've got Liberty Reapers, who actually have a couple of teams that are attending today. They're going to start with a win ahead. We've got Avenger Squadron, which I know a lot of those at home will know. Team Avenger, they are back once again. Avenger 1 and Schwang. Schwang, an absolutely fantastic competitor. Lots of people will know that name. And then Aurora Borealis in Arena B, they're going to be ahead as well. So a nice little comfortable spot for them to be, but they're still going to have to work a little bit hard. They still need to win 2 of their rounds before they can actually guarantee that spot. Another team that I did want to mention excuse me, was Spartans with the streamer Yoselus. I love Yoselus, an absolute champion, and Mordor's in that team as well. So hopefully they can do some good things today as well. But yeah, the first two arenas, they're pretty stacked, and these are the arenas that we're going to be watching today.
Yeah, something that I want to add here too, right? A lot of the reasons why you see Liberty Reapers Red or Avenger Squadron having that buy is because they were in the competition last year. If you know a little bit about how tournaments and brackets work, usually the people that were higher seed last year kind of get to have that bump. We had Aurora Borealis being in the top 8 last year as well, so very excited for that. And I love that you, Meyer, kind of gave a little bit of shout out to the staff of Sharon with Hannah. I remember Hannah being into the first Toby Gaming Clash with you, with your community. So that's awesome to see Hannah come back and hopefully can move on to the top 8, man. I'm gonna say this, very, very with a lot of love, but I'm gonna say right now, there's a lot of other great teams out there that weren't able to return. We had like Black Fleet 1 with a Wreck Pigeon. We had a lot of other teams like Hybus partner Lycarstar is not around. All I'm gonna say, if you're not here in the Fight or Flight tournament, you are doing it wrong. I don't care about the Arena Commander leaderboard. This is a moment that gives you that highlight, okay? This is your moment to showcase your skills, and this is your moment to gain that ticket to CitizenCon 2953 in October. What are you doing if you didn't sign up for this tournament? That's all I'm saying, right? So, we have Avenger Squadron back. They are looking to come back with a vengeance. Last year, Meyer and Kranzi, they actually exploded with each other, and last year we only had a best of 1. So they didn't get a redemption to come back and do what they do. So they have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, I'm pretty sure. But I want to call them out because they are some of the best fighter pilots. Schwang has some incredible, aim with his pit, man. I would be kind of scared to play against them right now, but I love to see them back. And I know that they're going to be coming out gunning. And Meyer, you talked about Cloud Imperium Gamers. I love to see that CIG is involved. Whether they lose or not, they're going to come out here, have fun in the arena, and just have a fantastic time. And then Aurora Borealis, man, these are two guys that are really, they can definitely give people a run for their money. And I think that because we're in Atmosphere, and I'll throw it to you guys right after this, in Atmosphere is going to change the dynamic, all right? Because you can't joust, you can't do everything, you're slowed down completely. And it's going to be a lot tougher for these guys to fight, and that's why we're doing best out of 3 this year. We're doing a little bit different, but I mean, best out of 3, I think, is going to give every single team the option to showcase their skill as much as we can, so that way we can hopefully get that top 8 for September 2nd. So, Meyer, Kranzi, I kind of want to get a last opinion of you guys before we move on. Now, from Group A, I'll start with you, Kranzi. Who do you feel is going to come out on that top 8 on Group A, and then Group B as well?
Why would you give me this much power?
Come on.
Look, we always see some fantastic performances from Hawks and Turbor, but I think from Group A, I'm probably going to have to give it to Avenger Squadron. I know that may be a little bit of a controversial choice, but the combination of Avenger 1 and his teammate Schwang, I mean, we've seen them outperform a lot of our competitors in this style of PvP, right? It's a very unique style. So from Group A, I'm going to say Avenger Squadron.
Okay. What about you, Meyer? Any predictions from any arena here?
Well, I think I want to parrot what Kranzi said and really just say that, first of all, Avenger 1 and Schwang, they are returning. So they know how this works. They have the practice. And I think generally speaking, I guess there is more of a spotlight over these people because, they showcase themselves doing this all the time. That's not to say that anybody else within Arena A aren't the same. It's just that we don't necessarily know about them. So I'm looking forward to seeing who comes out on top and who gives them a run for their money. But, I think there's enough physical evidence to say that Avenger 1 and Shuang probably have the most, I guess, commentator pressure, at least now going forward, Crucian. As for Arena B, you know, CIG, Cloud Imperium Gamers, I mean, they definitely, Noble 737 is a force to be reckoned with in their own right. And, you know, of course, again, my bias goes out to Staff of Sharon as well. You know, like, I think when it comes down to notoriety and that kind of thing as well, like in the piracy scene, I think most people out here know who Hannah is. However, again, you know, we have a ton of returners and a ton of people who are part of the Atmos scene in general, who've come into things like Fight or Flight, and which is of course this, but also like things like the Hearst and Hurt Locker and such, you know, like Team Skyer with Salem Frost. I just right now, I don't know enough about how these guys play. So it's, for me, it's just going to be about names, and it's going to be about, oh, I know this guy. I know, I've seen this guy do this before. How are they going to dogfight? I mean, like, so it's, I've got this weird expectation thing going on with a lot of these names, but we'll see how they do when it comes to dogfighting, especially in such a novel thing as Fight or Flight.
Hey, I totally agree with you there, Meyer. And, you know, even though we're calling out teams like Liberty Reapers Red, Aurora Borealis, like, look, hey, this is anybody's game, okay? This is anybody's 100%. Tournament, no matter what. Just because we have a bye, that doesn't mean that any of these teams can make it to the top 8, okay? We're just doing a little bit of prediction, having a little bit of fun out here on the desk, because I'm telling you right now, once the tournament starts, it's going to be no holding back. So without further ado, let's get on to group bracket Arena C and D. And I want to talk about a little bit about these two, because we have a lot of great teams as well. We have, you know, hold on, I'm this Arena C is okay. Arena C is mirrored with Arena B. Make sure we can get that fixed here soon, but it's all good. So for Arena C, we do have a little bit of a different mix here. We have a turbo with 4 teams. We actually have Shadow Moses in the tournament. You know, we had what's it called? Who's on first? Where I believe George had called them out as well, which is made up of. Hold on one second. Who's on first? I need to figure out which teams are these real quick.
So yeah, who's on first is Nolat and React. They're participating for who's on first there. One team I want to point out is Delta right here. So we have Checked Leak back again. They cannot stop playing in Atmo Esports events.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to show him some love and give him some appreciation, man, because you know, it's pretty wild that, you know, that we have Arena C, that, you know, we have those guys, but some people that a lot of people didn't see is you got Turbo with a few teams in there. You got Shadow Moses. You got Sussy Snacks, which I think are from Viperia Veil. So nice to see some of these other orgs, you know, come out here and represent, whether it's their first time or second time or not. But I mean, looking at Arena C and D, and I'll start over with you, Kroncy. Who are some of the standout teams to you in both these arenas?
Well, first one, absolutely massive one, is one of our very own Atmo Esports mods, Papa Freedom with Black Fleet. They're looking to compete today. They are in Team D. And then, like I said, Delta Diatus with Check Leak and Extra Crispy. It's going to be very interesting watching them, especially because both of those players are actually on mouse and keyboard. And it's really cool to see people not use sticks and see how much they can actually perform in these events, right? So those are the two big standouts for me there. But I mean, all of these names. I mean, Ghost Corporation, once again, they've been crushing events over the last 2 years. Doc Frost and Captain Blackhole, they're participating there. Also mouse and keyboard. We got a lot of mouse and keyboards today. That's going to be very interesting.
Oh, here we go. We got the right Arena C. A much shout out to our team behind the scenes helping us out there. But man, you called out such a great point there. Mouse and keyboard, okay? Like, you don't have to have dual sticks to be here and compete. Once you're putting in that practice and coming out with a fight, that's all that matters. So anyways, shooting it over to you, Meyer. What teams in Arena C and Arena D stand out to you specifically?
Well, I mean, so first of all, like, you know, dual sticks or HOTAS, whatever you use, it adds so much granularity to flight. It makes flight feel so much better. However, when it comes down to being competitive, I don't think it matters. CIG does such a great job when it comes to controller parity, and that's why I think you see a lot of people using keyboard and mouse. You know, like the gimbal control and such. You know, I find it very hard to kind of like to do away with. Sometimes I use like a stick and a mouse just so I can use that mouse for like the gimbal. But yeah, when it comes down to it though, of all these competitors, again, it comes down to who have we seen before, who have we seen fly, and again, we see Black Fleet One over there, and Black Fleet One actually does have, as Croncy said, Papa Freedom, who is one of our resident cameras, one of the people responsible for some of the really beautiful establishing shots you guys are used to with all the Atmo Esports events and things such as like, the Daymar Rally. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see Freedom go from low flying and making the game look beautiful to making dogfighting look beautiful. So definitely all eyes, yet again, are on Papa Freedom, but this time around in a very different way, Crucian.
Hey, incredible points, man. And shout out to Papa Freedom. Like, he took it serious, man. That guy is like, I can't talk to Atmo Esports because, we try to make it, be as neutral as possible. All the same rules apply to him. So, but he's so very, he's such a very honorable guy that he just like, hey, I don't want to talk to any of my team during the tournament. I'm just going to practice. I'm going to practice with Black Fleet, and until the tournament, then I'll come back and talk to Atmo Esports. So he literally separated himself from the team overall, so he can make sure he can concentrate on the, on the tournament overall. So shout out to Papa Freedom and a lot of great teams that have came here from last year. We have Electric Blanket, who was actually BSI Eagle and got top 3 in last year's Fight or Flight. So I want to see Electric Blanket really come back and really spank some booty, because those are some guys that they really made top 3 with a very unorthodox matchup using the what do you call it, the Avenger Warlock in their matches and just going out with different ships and making top 3. So I'm going to go ahead and call them out there, because I think those guys have a great chance at continuing to move up, and they have that buy for themselves right there, Meyer and Croncy. So anyways, let's move out of the group bracket here. Let's talk a little bit about the ships, guys, okay? Because we're coming up.
All right.
Matches are about to start here soon. But hey, if you're at home watching, thank you so much for being here. First of all, we appreciate everybody at home. Hey, I cannot wait for these matches to start, so just hang on a little bit more. But let's talk about ships. We're going to start here with the Anvil Arrow, and I'll shoot it over to you, Meyer, first. Tell me a little bit about the Anvil Arrow and the loadout that was chosen, and break that down for us once we switch over.
All right. So, in general, CIG have provided with us the ships we're using for today, including their loadouts, to make sure that this is as even a game as possible. Even though that we have a variety of ships to use, those ships aren't going to have too much different with them. Like in the future with tuning and all that stuff, maybe perhaps things might change. But with this, it is as even as possible with all ships throughout our lineup. You're using FR66 shields, quadricells for the power, and of course the glaciers for the cooling. When it comes down to the Arrow, though, I do think this is going to be one of the most frequently used ships in this tournament. For the longest time, it's kind of been the single player or even like multiplayer fleet meta, just because currently it is quite fast. Like it's hard to hit and it hits hard. It doesn't have the highest damage output of all the ships, and it doesn't necessarily have the biggest shield or armor, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily need it in the right hands. So definitely for me, all eyes are going to be on this one here, for sure, Crucian.
Yeah, definitely going to be one of the most used ships to me in the tournament. It was during last year. The Arrow is just so nimble, so maneuverable, so fantastic. A lot of people use it for low flying, especially on Daymar. But, Croncy, let's get your thoughts on the Anvil Arrow before we move on.
Yeah, fantastic little ship. One of the ships that I expect that we're going to see a lot today, because it's really, really good in atmosphere. It has one of the highest maneuverabilities in the whole game in terms of with all of our loadouts. In raw numbers, its maneuverability is only outclassed by the Gladius and not by very much, meaning it can hold its own for sure. So I expect if we do see people running that sort of double, like really maneuverable light fighter, we're going to see the Anvil Arrow in 100% of those lists.
Hey, yeah, I totally agree with you there, man. It has his repeaters, so I think that, like Meyer mentioned earlier, like having an Anvil Arrow and a heavier ship to kind of use that Anvil Arrow to, to kind of have that maneuverability in order to be on target. So that way, hopefully you can save the person that, doesn't have that much maneuverability. Could be a good strategy here. But let's move on here to the Esperia Blade. And the reason why, even though the Blade is banned, we still want to show the Blade because of the fact that we want to still talk a little bit about it and just the loadout in general. A lot of people were like, oh, why the blade? I mean, a lot of competitors understand that why we chose to kind of kill the blade because of that bug, and we don't want to kill server FPS, but the blade was pretty dominant in the meta. So I'm going to start with you, Kransi. How are you feeling about the blade? What kind of, what would you think we would see if the blade was, in the tournament today?
Well, first off, we get a little bit of a much more unique weapon loadout for the blade than we do for a lot of the other vehicles. All of the other ships are mostly using Panthers and Bulldogs with a couple of sprinklings of some other weapons in there. But we get to see something a bit unique here with the blade, and so that is one of the reasons why it's a bit unfortunate that we don't get to see it. It does trade off a little bit of its HP with its maneuverability, which is also nice to see once again. Yep. But I would expect if we did have a chance to use this today, we'd see it a lot.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Meyer, your opinion about the blade not being in the tournament, and what do you think we would have seen if it was in the tournament overall?
Well, I mean, like, we'll see it. We would have seen a much redder sky, that's for sure, with those weapons. Design-wise, at least lore-wise, it's supposed to be kind of like on par in parity with things like the Gladius, right? Like, it's like the Vandal equivalent, like the UE made the Gladius to kind of combat this basic, ship of the Vandal, this blade. But when it comes down to fight or flight, it's a tough one to call because it does have a fairly decent HP, but its damage output compared to things that we've seen already, things like the arrow, I mean, like, it has just a tiny bit more damage, but less HP, less shields, and everything else. So I think that it would have been interesting to see for sure. It's a shame we haven't seen it. We will not see it today. But going forward, obviously, as things evolve, I'm looking forward to seeing more things like this, more variety within, the spice of fight or flight.
Hey, very, very good points. Well, let's move on to our next ship. We're going to talk about the only Drake ship in the tournament. And this is by far one of my favorite ships, too, that I like to fly a lot in game. We're talking about the Drake Buccaneer, the glass cannon, the master of disaster, because if it catches you, it's going to obliterate you to smithereens. I'm going to start off with you, Meyer. Tell us a little bit about this loadout here for the Drake Buccaneer, and do you think we're going to see it in this tournament today?
I think that you have to be either very brave or very bold to use the Buccaneer in atmosphere in this tournament. Yes, it does have a lot of torture with that size 4 Revenant cannon on the back of your ship there. However, and even though it has almost double the amount of HP as things like the arrow, it is not as fast. With the pitch rate and yaw rate, the speed at which you bank being much slower than those ships as well, it will favor people who use keyboard and mouse because it's not as granular as using a joystick. However, and I don't know if it's changed for this patch, but the maneuvering thruster placement on this ship is such that if one goes, the entire ship is just incapable of looking after itself anymore. When you then factor in things like gravity, you're gonna have a bad time. But who knows, right? Like, if a Buccaneer is able to deal enough damage before that critical blow, it's gonna turn tides. Also, if you have one team with a buck against another team with a buck, I mean, it's just gonna be a good time regardless, Crucian. So yeah, I mean, it's a cool one. It's a risky pick, but I'm looking forward to seeing it anyway.
I love that. I love that saying it's gonna turn tides if it's on target, Meyer. Couldn't say it any better myself. Kransi, tell us a little bit about your thoughts on the Drake Buccaneer during this tournament.
Yeah, look, this is not the only loadout that we're going to see with that big size 4 Revenant Gatling cannon there. It is a bit of a beast. However, I got to admit, I'm not very impressed by it, and I don't think the competitors will be either. It is obviously a big boon to have something like this large ballistic gun, but with this skill that we know a lot of the players have here, it's going to be really hard to get it on target, and it only has, I believe, 240 bullets. So you're going to run out of that ammo incredibly quickly, to the point where you're going to start wishing that it was a laser weapon. I personally love the Buccaneer in general. I do still hope that we get to see it here, but unfortunately, I think it's going to be a little bit too outclassed by some of the other ships.
Hey, totally agree. There are better options out there, but still one of my favorite Drake ships out there the Drake Buccaneer. Don't sleep on it, because if I see it out there, I might just lose my mind. So very excited to see that out there. Let's jump into the next ship. And everybody's favorite. This is the meta, the king of disaster, the Aegis Gladius is out here. And this is one of the ships that we're probably going to see quite often, hopefully. But let's talk a little bit about this. We'll start off with you, Croncy, this time. Tell me a little bit about the Aegis Gladius and this loadout that we have here.
Yeah, so obviously the Gladius and the Arrow are very similar in sort of their roles in this, but you get yourself an extra shield, which is always a little bit nice. You get yourself that little bit of extra maneuverability, though when you get into atmosphere, that gets removed a lot. The maneuverability changes completely, essentially. So I do think we're going to see some people running the Gladius. It is with that Mantis Gatling there, which once again, I do really like ballistic weapons in general, but you got to make sure you're on target. If you do have a ship that's going to be able to get on target, though, it's the Gladius. It's going to be the one that's going to be the easiest to actually maneuver around and get yourself there. So for the most part, pretty solid. Double Panthers as well. The Panthers are a sort of a recurring theme as we go through this. Just a nice, solid weapon. One thing that we haven't really mentioned with some of these other ships is having that one ballistic weapon does mean that you get that extra capacitor power to use towards your other laser weapons. And with the Gladius, I think that's going to be relevant. I think that is going to matter, because you likely will be able to put yourself in a position where you can offload the entirety of the Panthers but before getting yourself in a precarious position.
Very well said there, Croncy, about the Gladius. Meyer, your thoughts on the Gladius as well? During this tournament, we already know it's going to be used quite a bit, but let us know.
Well, I mean, it does have one shield more than the Arrow and a chunk of change more HP, which will make it a bit more favorable for people who get hit more. But in general, I think that the Gladius, this ship is kind of like CIG's flagship baby ship at the moment. It is the one that they use as a test bed for most things in Squadron 42. And so, like, when it comes down to flight changes and how things work, the Gladius is, at least for me, it's very much my test bed for what's happening and what's new in StarCitizen. And so, like, I think it's the most reliable ship. Pun unintended for the next ship on the lineup, by the way. But, it is, for me, it is the most reliable ship of the lot. It's in that sweet spot of not being too big and too heavy, yet at the same time also, being not too light either. It has some weight to it. It has some good damage output. It's not the lightest thing out there. I think it's just a good ship overall. Also, it'll favor our HOTAS users as well, because of all these ships that we have on this lineup, it has one of the highest pitch and roll and yaw speeds as well, which will make it so that you can go to you have
Point.
As much how would you say, like, granularity of movement as possible. Some of the other ships, they're a bit slow, and if you try and just shift your or twist or however you use your HOTAS to roll and yaw, I think that the response will be a bit too slow. This is one of those ships that really do favor that kind of playstyle.
Hey, very well said there, Meyer. Very educated response, my guy. I appreciate that. And I just think the Gladius, I think it's, I don't know, it's been a favorite to me around, the StarCitizen space for a long time. It is one of those ships you're going to see a lot in, hopefully, Squadron 42. Probably one of the first one that you're going to be flying to kind of defend yourself against the Vandul. In that story mode game, whenever it comes out. So, anyways, a quick change on that. We'll move on. I had to mention that quick, so I don't make people remember about it. But that's anyways. The next ship here, we got the Anvil, the F7C Hornet. Okay, this one is, to me, is going to be one of those ships that a lot of people are going to use, and if they're on target, you are screwed. There's no way that you're going to be able to come back from the amount of firepower that this thing is going to bang you with. So, Meyer, tell me a little bit about the Anvil F7C Hornet.
Well, I mean, so this is the ship that Croncy mentioned. Might be that kind of that cincher ship, if you know what I mean, like the centerpiece in your in your squadron of two. Because you cannot use two of the same ship, and you this thing with its damage output and its armor is going to be, you know, like basically within this 2v2 the quintessential tank, because it has a good damage output, but also it's strong. So you're going to want to take it down quickly. At the same time, you can also have somebody who's faster, lighter, who's going to pick them off as they try and pick them off. So I think we might see this. This is just like, again, a predictor. We haven't seen people pick these ships yet, but as Croncy has said, it's kind of like got my mind firing for what to expect. And I think that we will see this quite often, just because it does fulfill a very unique role within a 2v2 battle.
Well, hey, man, I like I said, I very great breakdown there, Meyer, and I think that we're going to see this quite a lot. Very quickly here, Croncy, give us your thoughts about the Anvil F7C Hornet in today's tournament.
Yeah, this is one that's kind of surprised me a little bit. At first, I was very sort of unimpressed with this loadout compared to the other ships. You know, as I've already said, the Revenant sort of doesn't live up to the expectations I have. But you've got to remember, it's got triple Panther repeaters with a pretty large capacitor, a very tanky ship. I believe they're our most tanky ship of the entire day. So it's one that I can already tell you, as they're setting up our first fight, we're going to be seeing this, and we're going to be seeing it a lot. I think it's going to be probably the breakout ship of the day. So get prepared to see a lot of size 4 ballistics up and in everyone's ships today.
Yeah, I think I want to mention quick that I think the the Anvil F7C has a little forward thrusters bug, but I don't think it's going to really make a difference in the matches. I think that if you're caught with your with the F7C Hornet on you, I mean, you're just going to be done because of the loadout that it has. So I don't think that forward thruster issue is going to really, be a dynamic decision of somebody's fight, because it's going to be, remember, like if other teams decide to use the F7C Hornet or have a different strategy, it's going to be a fair playing ground no matter what. So, but let's talk about this next ship here, because it's like a dream. This next ship is like, we put it in here because, if we wanted to use missiles, it made a lot of sense, but it still has a lot of firepower. The Reliant Tana, okay? If somebody uses the Reliant Tana, I was told by the competitors that they just think that you're not good at dogfighting. But I'm going to say right now, if we have a team that uses the Reliant Tana, you're going to get a lot of commentator bonus points from me, because this is a ship that could be dangerous if used well, but unfortunately, it does need a little bit of a balance, a buff, and some stuff. And I think it would probably have worked better with missiles. But starting with you, Croncy, what are your thoughts on the Reliant Tana overall?
I mean, it's the coolest ship for sure out of all of the ones that we've got today. So if we do see it,
don't laugh at it, bro. Don't laugh at it. Don't laugh at it. Come on, man.
Look, it's got 6 Badger repeaters, 6 guns. That is a lot of sustained fire, keeping your shields down if you can get into the right angle. Unfortunately, not the most maneuverable ship. It does have a little bit of health to compensate. So, in my opinion, if you do bring the Tana, that actually makes you the best dogfighter in the world, because the bravery to bring a ship like this is just fantastic.
No, well, I mean, hey, we'll see what happens. I highly doubt it's going to be used, but maybe this is a message to CIG. Hey, let's get a little bit of, let's give the Tana some love here. But your thoughts on the Reliant Tana, Meyer?
Well, I mean, it looks like a moth, but it's kind of in its pupa stage, especially here for the fight or flight, just because, this is supposed to be a 2v2 ship, or not a 2v2 ship, but a 2-person ship. It kind of has its benefits here with having your co-pilot use that secondary turret, so you can have like a better field of view and that kind of thing, as well as having just such a huge amount of missiles to boot as well. Sadly, 2 of our rules here may exclude this ship from being usable in that way. You can't have a co-pilot on your ship using that turret, and also you can't fire missiles. And so I think only the most bold and the most brazen, even more so than Buck and your pilots, will be using this ship today, just because they are so confident in, in their prospects for the day. But we'll see. A lot's on the line, Crucian, today. So, it'll be interesting to see if anybody picks one out.
Hey, very well said. And again, 20 missiles for a ship, man. That's all I'm gonna say. If missiles were allowed, that would be a lot of lighting up. But anyways, let's
True.
move on to our next ship here because the matches are about to begin here soon. So we got to kind of rush it a little bit, guys. The Aegis Saber is up next here in this loadout. This is one of my favorite ships, and I'll start off this time around because you have size 3s, 4-time Panther repeaters, and if this ship, again, these are non-gimbal guns, so they're pretty fixed weapons. So if you get caught with the Saber, in my opinion, you're pretty much done. I think it has a decent maneuverability, but a lot of people are saying that it's not a viable option in atmosphere, but I want to see it out there, man. I hope some people, mix it up a little bit with the Hornet, or maybe mix it up with the Gladius or the Arrow and bring it out there for hopefully some serious damage. Meyer, let's start off with you. Give us your thoughts on the Aegis Saber.
Well, I mean, with that slower turn rate there, it's going to favor keyboard users a lot more. I think that this is probably going to be that pairing ship with the Hornet. We've talked about the Arrow before, but if you value more damage output and a bit more tankiness, I think this might be it as well. I mean, way back in 2015, Chris Roberts said, if the Hornet is a samurai, then the Saber is a ninja. I'm looking forward to some samurai ninja combos here, the deep lore back here. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this combo as well, just because, that would be Chris's little vision there for these ships coming out in a 2v2 duel kind of scenario space here. So yeah, it's a tidy ship. Looking forward to seeing it in.
All right. How about your thoughts very, very quickly here, Kranzi, on the Aegis Saber?
Yeah, look, this is my fighter of choice still. A lot of people said that after the 314 nerf that it wasn't viable anymore, but I think it's absolutely fantastic. One of the most maneuverable ships in atmosphere in general. So obviously a huge choice here. And I expect that we'll see it probably as much, if not maybe just a little bit less than the Hornet today.
Yep. I totally agree. Well, last but not least, guys, our last ship. Again, thank you guys so much for standing by and enjoying our pre-show. I hope you guys are enjoying every single breakdown of the ships and the rules of today's Fighter Flight Group Stage competition presented by Game Glass. But our last ship, without further ado, is the Kaka. It's going to be the Xperia Talon. I love this ship, by the way. One of my favorite ships. It looks good. It has great maneuverability, but unfortunately, like you said, you take down one of those wings, is going to lose that momentum in atmosphere. Kranzi, let's start off with you. What are your thoughts on the Xperia Talon?
Yeah, so this ship, out of all of our loadouts, the largest laser weapons that we have here with 2 Rhino repeaters. These things hit absolutely hard. So it's going to be very interesting to see those. Just a quick comment on your sort of wing, the issue with wings here. Obviously, some of these weapons are on the wings. The wings get shot off, you're going to lose that weapon. In the vast majority of instances today, I think if you're going to lose a wing, you're probably going to lose the whole ship. I don't think there's going to be many instances where we have a ship only losing a couple of weapons. So because of that, I think ships like the Talon are a fantastic choice. It doesn't matter if we lose that maneuverability, because if we do, the ship's gone anyway. So you sort of just treat it as if it has that much health. Another ship I think we're going to see a lot of today, the best roll rate of any ship today, with 215 degrees for your rolls. So very easy to get yourself into position there. Only second to the Cartawal, I believe. So yeah, Xperia Talon, fantastic ship, fantastic choice.
Hey, very good points there. Meyer, your quick thoughts here on the Xperia Talon.
I mean, just to add, it's the quickest tumbler of them all in this competition, so you're going to see this, I think, in favor of the Arrow at times and even the Saber, especially if you're a HOTAS user. But yeah, again, this is just one of the quicker and more nimble ships in our lineup here. So definitely it's going to be a very common support ship, I think. And I shouldn't call it support because obviously, when it comes down to it, I don't think we're going to see 2 glass cannons. You're going to have one heavier ship with how this lineup seems to me. But I feel like we'll definitely see a lot of these. And if we don't, it's going to be either the Arrow or the Hornet paired with something chunkier.
Hey, very, very good thoughts. Well, guys, ladies and gentlemen, everybody at home, that is going to be our ship category for today. To kick this next part off, because matches are about to begin here very, very soon, we have a quick announcement. And I just want to say really, really quick before we show everybody that we're the community. I just want to say a big thank you to Cloud Imperium Games one more time, StarCitizen. A lot of people may think hey, they're not in the community enough, man. Look, the community team is absolutely phenomenal. They're mind-blowing. They're incredible people. All I'm going to tell you is that if you're coming to CitizenCon and you see anybody from the community, Galactica, Jake, any of our community members from the UK, the new community member from France. Make sure you guys show them some love, man. They do so much to go above and beyond, not only for Atmo Esports, but for the entire community. You guys have no idea. Maybe I have some extra insight, of course, on the inside, but just show them some love, man. They really deserve it. So without further ado, I would like to announce our official collaboration with Cloud Imperium Games, our Atmo X CitizenCon merch. Let's put it up on the screen. So to kind of give you guys a little bit of excitement here is that we are commemorating Port Olisar in some of our pieces. So because Port Olisar is going away, who knows when what kind of form is going to be back, we wanted to really commemorate that in our CitizenCon merch. So you guys can grab this right now. Exclamation mark merch. What we're going to do with the funds is that we're actually going to put it towards our impact at CitizenCon. It's going to go back to the community, making sure that the community has a photo booth option at the ammo booth, or make sure that our stage looks well. So if you guys want to support what we're doing at CitizenCon and want to support what Atmo Esports is doing, guys, this is a collection for you. It's only going to be available until October 16. Now, before I get out of here, I want to talk to you both. How are you guys? I mean, I know you guys saw it before, but I want your honest opinion. If it looks like crap, tell me. I don't care. But Groncy, I'm going to start with you. How are you feeling about the merch design that we came up with alongside, Cloud Imperium Games? How are you feeling?
I feel like it's a really good. I feel like it's a really good send off to Port Olisar. I don't have a lot of memories for it, so honestly, I just like the blue, black, and white color scheme. But I'm sure there's people out there who like that station and aren't mad every time they fall down those stairs. I swear I've fallen down those a billion times.
That's because you're jumping off every time. You're trying to jump off and hurry up.
Jump off, Christian.
Oh man. Well, no, sorry. Keep going, Crossy. I apologize.
Yeah. It's a fantastic color scheme. Hopefully, we'll get to see a bunch of people wearing these at CitizenCon when it comes up. But yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I know. Something that I want to mention real quick before I get to you, Meyer, is that right on the back you have that made by the community as well to kind of commemorate on the community. Also, you have the Port Olisar in two different forms. You have like some of the ships flying into Port Olisar on the T-shirt. But one thing I love about this collection is the jersey, right? And by the way, a lot of people get mad at us because all of our stuff was like polyester or because it's dye sublimation. But all of the pieces except for the jersey are all 100% cotton. So y'all can't come to me and tell me that we ain't got no cotton options because I'm gonna fight you, okay? But for the jersey, you get your custom gamer tag in the back, and you also get your custom flag. So if you're at CitizenCon, you can put your whatever flag you want for whatever country you're from on your shoulder, so that way people can know exactly where you're from at CitizenCon. But anyways, Myers, your thoughts on the jersey, or I'm sorry, the merch in general.
I mean, on the merch in general, it's a cool, nifty send-off for, like one of the longest served stations, even primary even still to things like Korea and Gundo Kovalek. So I mean, when Seraphim rolls in, it's not my station. Port Olisar, man, all the way, bugs included. A lot of memories, a lot of crashes, a lot of wipes, a lot of 30Ks were had around that station. So yeah, it's cool. I like it a lot. The silhouette, like instantly, I was like, PO? Like no other station looks like that. Some try, but they fail. PO is my station, so there we go.
Well, I mean, shout out to all the times I played when we had 2.63, man. Shout out to everybody, or even 3.0, man. It's always like strut A, strut B. Everybody's yelling like, yo, get to strut C. So shout outs to my strut family out there that that know exactly what I'm talking about. But if you came into into StarCitizen a little bit too late, you just know that Port Olisar was the first place that we spawned when we kind of got out of that hangar module, right? That was the first place we spawned every single time in 2.63 for such a long time. And that's why we're commemorating it, because it's going away for a more updated space station. So whatever they do with it in the game of the future, at least you got something to remember Port Olisar by with this exclusive, Atmo Esports CitizenCon collection. So, and also, again, one last time, it's going to help support the road to CitizenCon, help support, with all of our impact at CitizenCon. So if you guys, again, if you want to grab it, exclamation mark merch in chat, and we're actually, it's on social media as well. So thanks again to CIG for allowing us to do this. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Meyer, Croncy, I'm going to let you guys have the first round of battles, the first round of fights. So I'm going to be going away for a second, and we will see you guys both back at the desk. But for right now, guys, it's all up to you. Enjoy the matches, enjoy the casting, and our matches are about to start soon. So I'm going to let you guys take it away from here.
All right, thank you very much, Crucian. And now we are here down in the pit. Croncy, welcome, welcome. This is our first ever StarCitizen Fight or Flight, tournament streamed together. So I'm pretty excited, man. I think everything is just getting ready, getting started. How are you feeling, dude?
Yeah, feeling pretty good, especially as, we were talking about how the Hornet's going to be a popular choice today, and look at it right there in its glory. The first match we're going to see today is FFK Team 2 versus Turbor SBP. And FFK are running the Hornet and Talon, while Turbor are running the Hornet and Saber. So we said it was probably going to be a popular choice. It looks like that is exactly what's happened.
All right, yeah, 100%. I mean, there we go. The Hornet is serving that position there as being the quote-unquote tank of the group here, I imagine. And of course, you've got that Talon, that nimble ship coming in to basically be that support fighter, the one to take the flank. On the other hand, though, we do have kind of like the opposite deal here with Team Turbo using a Saber, which is a bit slower, but that damage output is definitely going to pair very well with the Hornet for sure, Croncy.
Yeah, it definitely will. And to keep in mind, some of these images that you're going to be seeing are some of our other teams getting ready to actually get into the tournament. As the way that we're going to be running this today is this is a best of 3 tournament, but we're going to be doing essentially the first game of the first match, and then the first game of the second match, and so on until we get to match number 2. Just to give people the opportunity to get their ships back and repaired and refueled, rearmed, whatever you need to do in order to get back into the arena. So we're going to be seeing some stuff some stuff here for now. But I mean, Hornet and Talon v Hornet and Saber, it's a bit of an interesting one, right? We're going to be seeing the Talon with the Rhinos versus the Saber with the Panthers. Which one do you just prefer in general?
I'm going to be honest here. I think I would prefer to have a Talon here in my team just because, I mean, the Talon's a bit faster when it comes to communicating with your team and being able to pick which target you want. You want somebody who's going to be able to pull off whatever they're doing to help you out and to fight on the fly like that as well. And so definitely, I think my money's on FFK and their Hornet and Talon. It seems like when it comes down to peripherals, the Talon user is using a Tobii eye tracker as well. However, we don't know what peripherals they're using. They're listed here as other. So it looks like they're flying under the radar here with some very interesting setup here, Croncy.
I assume they're using a wheel or some sort. Get that little bit of extra edge. Just using something a bit unorthodox, right? That's what I would.
That's right. We do have news, however, from I guess Arena C, Team Eerie Acres just took out Goon Squad in their first fight. We're all ready to get started though very soon. As you guys can see, this is in our ArcCorp matchup here. It is late at night. However, that's only going to be helpful, I feel, for our contestants here. The dimly lit ArcCorp with the lights and stuff, and the fact that you have all these HUD elements on your ship will definitely serve you well. How do you feel about that, Croncy?
I feel pretty good. You know, we do have a second arena that we're going to be using for the finals at Microtech, and it does change the game quite a lot. Just because of how bright Microtech is, it can make it very hard for you to actually see your pip half the time. So it can be very interesting. But here on ArcCorp, we do get a chance. Obviously, you know, the atmosphere is quite bright. The lights on the tower is always up. So hopefully shouldn't have any instances of people colliding with the ground or some towers. But anything can happen. It's a 2v2 tournament. No, you know, people get nervous.
That's right. I mean, not only is Microtech bright, but at the same time, it does have a bit of a persistent weather effect as well. Depending on where you are, you actually do have a bit of a headwind, and that can get in your way sometimes. You can fly, of course, with a tailwind and move faster. However, without having the right kind of elements on your ship HUD to tell you where the wind is blowing. I think I prefer ArcCorp for now. With have a few less dynamic elements to contend with as well.
Yeah, definitely. As these competitors get ready, they're just still setting up a little bit more to get ready for this first match. I also just want to talk about the match that we're going to see afterwards, which is Cloak and Dagger versus Baraptors. So Cloak and Dagger are going to be running the Arrow and the the Arrow and the Buccaneer, which is an extremely interesting choice. And they're going to be versing once again the Hornet Saber, which we're going to get to see in the first match. So already a little bit of a meta forming, but Arrow and Buccaneer, what is going on there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a metaphor for whatever they're doing here because, yeah, the Arrow and Buccaneer, they're both kind of like I mean, the Buccaneer will serve as the Hornet, I feel, in an Arrow Buccaneer lineup here. You know, like as the ship that the other team is going to be aiming at. The Arrow is going to be the one to try and pick up the slack and to try and take off the people going for the obvious target here. But whether or not the Arrow has enough DPS to help out the Buccaneer, who's going to be that primary target, is to be seen. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer. As you can see, guys, here we're establishing this current fight, but that's because for this group stage of StarCitizen Fight or Flight, everything that you see here is being done live in game right now in the live servers. So like everything is being arranged. The amount of work, the amount of people in the background here, the tournament organizers, the amount of people competing, I think it's 64. It's our biggest tournament yet, and there's so many variables at play. So thank you very much, guys, for basically being part of StarCitizen history here, from people watching to competing to participating and everything else in between. It's definitely an undertaking. When we get to CitizenCon, things might be a bit different, but this, however, this is StarCitizen in its purest form right now.
Very much so, yeah. Especially thank you to the competitors for participating in this. I know as a former competitor for these types of events, I know it can be a bit of a long day for you guys as well. So thank you for coming out and showing the world some world-class PvP.
That's right. And I mean, like, just I don't know who is flying this current camera ship here at the moment, but yeah, I think this is not going to be the distance in which they start. Is it, Croncy? I don't think so.
No, that would be funny for sure. I guarantee we'd see a lot of eliminations quite quickly. But no,
Right.
Each of our competitors will be starting on opposite sides of our 30-kilometer diameter sphere. When we do say go, they're going to be running towards the center. They're going to pip check each other, and then it's going to begin. So they'll pretty much start the actual round within only a few kilometers of each other. So we should see quick action pretty much as soon as we get in.
That's right. I mean, again, with the way the arena is set up, the arena itself is 30 kilometers wide, but only 15 kilometers high. There really isn't much space for these contestants to escape off to. So yeah, once they actually get into it, we've learned from our previous Fight or Flight tournaments, and so we have a target handshaking maneuver that they will have to do before they get into the combat itself. So all things considered, yeah, it's gonna be just straight up combat. It's gonna be who is the better dogfighter, and it'll go real quick once we get started, Croncy.
Yeah, very much so. And some of our non-broadcast tournaments have already begun, as well as we did unfortunately have some no-shows, which means we've got a couple of teams that have luckily gotten themselves a bye. So first off, White Lightning are not here, so Gooby Woobies, they're going to make their way to round 2. We have R4M Backstrafe boys. They're going to be moving forward as well because Spartans, unfortunately, not able to attend. They're going to be versing Avenger Squadron in round 2, which is going to be very, very interesting. And then also in Group A, Black Fleet, sorry, not Black Feet. Number 2 also were not able to attend. So Hawks have also themselves moved up to round 2.
That's right. And again, in Arena 2, I'm looking forward to seeing quite a few teams out there. I mean, again, that Arena 2 is the only, or Arena B, in fact, is the only one that has a UK team involved, so, or 2 UK teams indeed, and the CIG team, Cloud Imperium Gamers, as well. We won't be airing Arena B, I don't think. However, we will be watching keenly from the sidelines. Mark can speak English sometimes. From the sidelines to see how they do, and if they'll be making it through into the preliminaries before CitizenCon, Croncy.
Yeah, for sure. Some more updates here as well. Team Havoc were not able to attend, so Liberty's Reapers Black, they're going to move on to round number 2. And Ramming Department also not able to rock up today. So Dolus Signum, they're going to be moving on to round 2 as well. So already quite a few developments. These guys are going to have to, unfortunately, wait a little bit until they can get their rounds going. But you know, they can be a little bit happier that they don't have to work through that first round. It's always nice to get the first round by.
That's right. And we do have some more updates here from the pit. Apparently, Team Turbo did not have the correct ship components, so they've actually forfeited their first fight and have until the other 2 fights before to come back and come in. Until if they don't, they'll have to forfeit, and FFK will proceed automatically. So we might actually go into another fight while we wait for them to get their current loadout. But yeah, just giving you guys a heads up as what's happening. Again, with Fight or Flight, every single ship that is being used for this event, it needs to have a very specific loadout. And if they don't, and they will be being scanned by, again, our TOs, our tournament organizers, to make sure that they're flying, you know, like kosher. They're flying the ships they need to be flying to make this fair. You know, like, so we'll get into their fight in a bit, but until then, we're staging another one.
Yeah, very much so. Hopefully not too much longer. It looked like it shouldn't take too much longer because there was just a ship issue. So, you know, it doesn't necessarily take too long to grab the correct ship and bring it down. But, you know, once we do get rolling, you can already see all the other teams are ready. They're rearing to go. And as we were talking about, we're seeing lots of Hornets on the field. We are seeing a couple of arrows, and I do notice there's the Gladius.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very happy that we're seeing some more Gladiuses.
Yeah, we've seen a few Gladiuses, but again, we kind of have foresight chat here to see exactly who is using what ship. And sadly, at least from my perspective here, from Team Arena A and B, nobody is using that Reliant. You know, no one's trying to show off here in style, but maybe perhaps Arena C and D might show differently. Croncy.
Hopefully. Looking at a couple of the other variations that people are running, because we do have a lot of the lists of the actual ships that some people are using. We can say Talon and Hornet and Saber and Hornet do appear to be the most popular configuration today. There are some variations. I think the Hornet is definitely the most popular ship today, but not everyone's running it with the Talon or Saber. I'm seeing a couple of Hornets and Arrows. As I look further, I'm seeing some Gladiuses and Arrows, which was one of the sort of options that I did mention is a bit interesting because it's one of the most maneuverable fit outs, but you know, you don't have much firepower, you don't have much health or anything like that, and these ships do get worse in atmosphere compared to some of these larger ones, so the playing field gets a little bit more even. So very interesting there. Moving on to Server 2, I did notice one sort of weird setup, which I was very interested with, which I believe, or perhaps it was the first server. Someone's running a Tanner. I saw it. I'm sure I saw it that someone was running a Tanner.
I've seen
Indeed,
it. It's
yes,
Server 2,
Alpha.
and of course, it's an Australian team. Of course, it's an Australian team doing this. This is a Team Electric Blanket. That's going to be Gimmick, who's using, well, at the very least, their favorite ship here is listed as the Reliant Tanner. Whether or not they're actually using it for competition is to be seen. However, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting a message in from the pit right now. And yes, I think that... well, Ammo Esports would like to wish a very happy birthday to Jace, who is going to be 69 years old today. 69 years young. All right. Congratulations to Jace. Happy birthday.
Don't feed them, Maya. Don't feed them. What are you doing?
I must. It's what I exist for, man. I need to do it. Happy 69 years. But thank you everybody in chat for joining us and participating. We appreciate your patience in all of this as well. You know, like StarCitizen is still very much in its infancy for things like this. Ammo Esports has been coming in clutch from the ground up, you know, like trying their damnedest to get you guys things like this. And sometimes it takes time. And that's just how it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's just one of those things. Unfortunately, sometimes we get to see some desync damage like that, which I'm not going to lie, honestly makes the ships look better in my opinion. Gives them a little bit of charisma. You know what I mean? But one thing that I'm very happy about is it looks like we're going to see at least one of every ship today. From what I can see on all the matches that are going to be broadcast, we're going to be seeing at least one of every ship. So very happy that we're going to get to see every ship do its thing. Hopefully, some of these smaller ones, like the Tanner, actually get to do a little bit more. But I mean, they're paired up with decent ships, right? Like a Tanner plus a Saber, that feels pretty good. Is that going to be good enough to beat, you know, a Hornet and a Saber? Possibly not. But there's one important thing that we never mention, which we really should, which is player skill. That's really the most important thing here. Ship choice matters. But if you're really, really good at a Tanner, if you're the best Tanner pilot in PvP in the world, you can probably beat the majority of the other pilots. So we'll see what happens.
Well, I mean, I suppose so, but I would really love to see in the far-flung future of StarCitizen, or at least within Fight or Flight and Ammo Esports, when we finally do get the ability to have private servers and that kind of thing, and be able to stage these events from within a menu and then just go into the fight. I would love to see multi-crew ships, like, you know, things like the Tanner being used the way that they are intended to do so, you know, like having that co-pilot, having the missile lineup and stuff, and really seeing how that ship is supposed to fare. Because right now, if somebody uses the Tanner today in its state as a single player without using the thing it's for, the missiles, then they're not only making a statement, you know, like insofar as like, you know, like how good a pilot they are, but they're also really just pushing that ship, because like it's missing half of its potential today.
Yeah, exactly. One thing I'm really hoping, especially when we get with 320 and Arena Commander updates and whatnot, I really want to see Fight or Flight, but with 2-manned heavy fighters. So you get to see, you know, Scorpius versus Hurricane versus Vanguard, stuff like that. Just make it a little bit more of a way to boon players who aren't necessarily good at flight, but they know they can aim. I am neither of those players, but it'll be interesting to see those players for sure.
That's right. I mean, like, again, whenever we do have these events, I mean, this is our second ever PvP event, really, within Atmo Esports. So when it comes down to the players who are competing and, like, how good they are, whether they're known for what their play style is, there's only so much that we as commentators can kind of like extrapolate from their choices today with their ships and the ship lineup itself. But I would very much like to, as time goes on, and, you know, like, again, you and I were going to be at CitizenCon casting this live. It'll be very cool to have some of these contestants come, you know, to the box, you know, and explain to us exactly what it is that they're doing. Because this is such a dynamic game. This is a game where anybody can do, well, without going too crazy, right? Like, there's so many ways to do the same thing. You know, there's so many ways to fly from A to B. There's so many different tactics that people use. So I'd really love to kind of get into the heads of people like, you know, Avenger Squadron, Avenger 1 and Schwang. You know, like they're using hand-on stick and stick. You know, why are they using Hosas over, like, you know, Team Cloak and Dagger's mouse and keyboard loadout? You know, like, I'd really love to see more about that. And ladies and gentlemen, as this goes on, as we carry forward into Fight or Flight, you will be getting more of that for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, we'll be able to give you guys some of these awesome fights. It looks like our races have had a couple of issues, and we're just trying to get some awesome visuals for you guys. We've got a lot of people working in the background to make sure we can pull off an awesome stream so that you can watch some awesome PvP. But it is unfortunately going to take a little bit longer, I'm afraid.
That's right. So the next match will be starting soon, TM, but fear not, it'll be coming to you guys very soon. We do again apologize for the brief delay in today's programming. Yeah, I am seeing a few comments and a few suggestions for, like, you know, perhaps what, you know, we should probably do in at CitizenCon when it comes down to, like, you know, the talking to devs and asking them how they feel about this kind of stuff. But we do actually have one developer group. We do have a team in Arena B called Cloud Imperium Gamers, and two CIG employees, Noble737 and Marsbat, will be competing. And I think should they show us that they can put their money where their coding is, you know, like their dogfighting skills where their coding is, we might see them at CitizenCon. And then I would love to have them in the booth because, you know, like or any of these guys, right? But I would love to have some devs to talk to about, like, the current state of like PvP and where they see it. Because again, 2v2 Croncy is one of those things that is quite novel. It's not something that you organically see. You might have, like, you know, a wing of friends or whatever going in a pair, but going against another pair, not necessarily something you see every single day. So I would love to see or hear, you know, like their take on the current state of it. Because again, as you mentioned, Crossy, we have, like, master modes coming in. We have, like, you know, the flight controls and the ailerons and everything else, and that's going to change the entire nature of atmospheric PvP. And so, like, yeah, I just would love to have as much input as possible, Croncy.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be fantastic. We do actually have a little bit of an update. It looks like we're going to be watching Liberty's Reapers Orange versus Invisibility Check. So we're going to be seeing the Hornet and the Saber versus the Arrow and the Hornet. So this is going to be another great example of, you know, is there a little bit of a meta to the 2v2 rather than just picking the two best ships in atmosphere? So, I mean, what do you think? You're exchanging the Saber for an Arrow. How do you think this fight will actually go?
Well, I mean, so they're exchanging the Saber for an Arrow. So I mean, like, they're kind of sacrificing speed for a bit more DPS. So if anything, if they can land their shots, it'll be a much quicker fight. That's for sure.
I mean, yeah, 100%. The Saber and the Hornet are very tanky. They're very good in atmosphere, but the Arrow is certainly a ship that a lot of people have a lot of experience with. It's one of the ships that most people use in space in these sort of instances. Obviously, it's a completely different environment, though. So I feel like we might be seeing an instance of people just being like, look, I know how to fly the Arrow well. I'm going to take that over the Saber and see what we can pull off. Not to mention, there's going to be strategies that are going to involve these ship choices as well. Not everyone's going to be going, all right, 2v2, let's just, you know, fly ourselves in there and see what happens. They're going to be going in with a game plan. And because it's best of 3, that game plan is going to evolve over the course of the match.
That's right. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it, man. So guys, we'll be having this first fight coming up very soon. Again, that's Team Liberty Reapers Orange. That's contestants Snail B and Dimacula versus Scott. Why did I decide to read their names, Croncy? Skjotor and Journey John. So yeah, we'll be bringing that with you guys very soon. Again, that's going to be Snail B and Dimacula in the Hornet and Saber versus Invisibility Check with Skjotor in the Arrow and Journey John in the Hornet.
Yeah, not to mention, whoever does end up winning this match is going to be versing Hawks in round number 2. Once again, best of 3. But they are going to be versing Hawks. Here we go. We have some visuals, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some ships ready to go. This is fantastic. Now I'm giddy. Now I'm excited. We're getting into the first match. It's getting hot.
Oh, it's getting hot. Yeah, there you go, guys. We have a competition. We have visuals. This is an actual tournament with actual competition happening very soon. So yeah, it's all coming down real soon in just a few more seconds.
So, yeah, it looks like we've got the Hornet on the top left there for Liberty's Reapers, with the Saber on the bottom left. And then for Invisibility Check, we've got the... sorry, my brain is exploding. We've got the Arrow in the top right, and then the Hornet in the bottom right. So we're going to be seeing that one very, very often. One thing I was sort of thinking about a little bit, Maya, that may not end up coming up, it's sort of a little bit of a corner case, is in terms of weapon groups for some of these vehicles that have these 4 weapons that are all laser. Do you reckon that we're going to see, like, it matter? Do you know what I mean? Like, are people just going to completely offload all the time? Are people going to worry about weapon groups? It's a bit weird when you just go, full power to weapons to get the energy back after offloading fully. Like, is there something there? Am I losing my mind?
It'll depend. It'll depend on whether or not these guys are using ballistics. Again, I mean, like, we have Liberty Reapers on the top left with the Hornet, right? And that's got, a Revenant size 4 on the box. And we have, of course, the Saber. And that Saber isn't necessarily in that same boat. It's got 4 Panthers, right? So I think that when it comes to the Saber, they're kind of they're not going to bother with any of that. But with the Hornet, for sure, they're going to have to really call their shots and make every single one count, because otherwise damage output's going to be a bit of an issue for sure. But I think, Croncy, that for me, when it comes down to these 2 teams, obviously one thing that I do see and I do notice is the fact that Liberty Reapers, both contestants here, have a Toby eye tracker. You can see how they're moving their heads, and as they do, the characters move. You can see the selection on the bottom left there on that Saber. You can see some ships are being highlighted in white whenever they look at those ships as well. So when it comes down to situational and tactical awareness, I think the Reapers are a bit more I guess you would say, like, they have a bit more of it. They're a bit more prepared. But whether or not they need it is a whole different thing, and we'll see how invisibility check fare today, Croncy.
Yeah, speaking of invisibility check, that's actually something we're doing right now with these competitors, as it possibly may be an issue. So invisibility check are doing an invisibility check, which is quite funny. It's like they knew. They must have known.
Yeah, I mean, like, I do love the names of all the teams, and of course we have puns like invisibility check here, and it's important because, again, this is the live service, or this is the live servers even, and so we do have a few things that we do have to contend with, and one of them was in fact missiles, and the fact that that Saber doesn't necessarily work the way it should do this patch. But yeah, once everything is said and done, and once we have made for certain that both groups can target each other, we will go into that fight. Croncy.
It's going to be a good one for sure. Like I said, it's going to be very interesting to see how the Arrow compares with the Saber in this mix-up. The Hornet is by far the most selected vehicle today. And so obviously these players definitely know something, but there's a couple of weird loadouts in there. We're seeing Arrow and Gladius. We're seeing we're seeing the Buccaneer, a ship that I just did not expect to see at all, is going to pop up today. It's sort of things like this. You come into an event like this and you expect a specific type of meta, and for this, that was the Hornet. But once we actually see some of these matches go through, it could be the case that in a 2v2 situation with players of similar skill level, that it's actually not the correct choice. But these guys get a lot of practice in. They practice together. We're seeing a lot of teams that are extra, like multiple teams, right? Like they'll send multiple teams to this event. They're going to be testing together. They're going to be doing a lot of 2v2s, because in general, it's going to be hard to practice for an event like this. But when you are in a large org like that, it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, the more people in your team, the easier it is to, make scrims and stuff happen, so you can practice these events for sure. But yeah, so it seems like both teams can in fact see each other. They have done their quote unquote invisibility check, and so now they're returning to their checkpoints and getting ready to fight. And that they'll be getting in there very soon, ladies and gentlemen. So just give us a couple more ticks and we'll be right in for the fight.
Yeah, they're just going to move themselves back to that 15-kilometer radius. As a reminder, this is how it's going to work. We're going to be doing a countdown. They are then going to be heading towards the center of the arena and doing basically a pip check on each other so that everyone is in the center. Everyone is aware that, hey, it's weapons live. And the second that happens, we're going to see a lot of fighting. We're going to be seeing, obviously, a lot of target choices here. I would have to assume in this instance that you would target the Arrow if you were on the side of the Liberty Reapers. just because it's got significantly less health. If you can take that damage off the board really quickly, it's pretty much game over from that point, right? There's only so much that player skill can do when it turns into a 2v1. Do you agree? Do you reckon that's what we're going to see? Invisibility check, I assume, are probably going to spam the Saber, but I'm not sure.
I don't know for certain, because again, I do kind of put a lot of stake into player skill here. If that arrow is nimble enough, it's gonna kite as the Hornet does damage. For people who are watching yet again, so for Liberty Reapers, top left, that's a Hornet. Bottom left, that's a Saber. Top right, that's an arrow. Bottom right, that's a Hornet. So I'm expecting that arrow on the top right invisibility checks, Skirter is going to have some have their work cut out for them, that's for sure. But it looks like we are almost good to go, Croncy.
Yeah, we have gotten the green light to get it going. So thank you everyone for waiting. We have the first game of the first match going in Fight or Flight, the road to CitizenCon. Let's get this going. I'm going to go do the countdown. Get very hyped, Maya.
All right, I'll try. Let's go.
Alrighty. Arena A. On go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go!
All right, Croncy, and they're off. And again, yeah, so like if that arrow does get itself targeted first, I mean, like unless they're a decent pilot here in the dark, they're going to have their work cut out for them. If they could see the buildings underneath, it might be a different story, I think. They could use that to their advantage here to weave through and to avoid that DPS. But as you say, I mean, like if they are targeted first, it could go south pretty fast here, Croncy. You can already hear those pips. You can hear the ships here targeting each other. They're about to get going.
Yeah, we're already hearing some target pips, so only a matter of time now. It's going to be very interesting. You've got the 890J to contend with. You can use that to hide your signature a little bit once the encounter begins. We've got some building that these competitors can go around. Only 7 kilometers away from each other. Look at that Toby go to work, watching your teammate. Love to see that. Love to see that.
That's right. That was Liberty Reaper's Dimacula there in the Saber. And so far, they're flying towards each other. They're flying in a wing, flying close, flying tight. There we go. That's Scooter there. And it looks like we're off to a interesting start here.
Yeah, invisibility check going very hard on the Saber initially, absolutely unloading it. And it looks like we've already seen a soft death from invisibility check. Goodbye, Arrow. That's going to be all she wrote for them. Now they've just got the Hornet to contend with, but down goes one of Liberty Reapers. An absolutely fantastic comeback from that. This is one-on-one Hornets now. We're already on one-on-one Hornets, but someone still has some shots left.
That's right. Liberty Reapers here have their ballistic loadout still, and it looks like they're off to a good start. You can see their cockpit there is in the red with less than 25% hull integrity. It's going to be a slap fight here. All shields are down. All bets are off. And what an amazing start to this. I mean, it took a while to get going, but now that we're here, we can see these Hornets really pulling their weight here. And you can see why people are picking this ship as the main ship in their compositions, Croncy.
Yeah, look, those Revenant Gatlings are pretty brutal, and if you're able to just eliminate a ship ASAP with that, then you're in a pretty sweet spot. You can see those Panthers have a pretty decent amount of shots. Even when you aren't using the capacitor, you're still getting 31 shots with those Panthers. That is enough to allow you to get a full volley off and then reposition. Shields are already back for this Hornet.
Oh, there it is! Yes!
There's the elimination. Our first game win of the day. I'm actually not sure which Hornet we're watching.
Snail
here.
B of Liberty Reapers was the last Hornet standing. And yeah, I mean, like, Revenants were dry, but they made those shots count with their energy repeaters there. And that was, again, Snail B of Liberty Reapers there being the last one up. And what a fight. Yeah, interesting. So the lighter ships, the less armored ones, were the first ones to go. They were the first ones targeted. And, you know, like, as was predicted, I did see some predictions in chat there, you know, like, the more nimble ships here, not quite capable of doing what they usually do out in space. In Atmo, it's a bit of a different story. And even if you try and weave between the buildings, it doesn't quite work when somebody's directly above you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, exactly as I was sort of mentioning, what I was expecting to happen did happen. The arrow got targeted, down it went, but not too soon afterwards, down went the saber. They were able to put enough pressure on in this initial fight to bring it to that even playing field. And that ended up working out, obviously, for Liberty Reapers. So a fantastic job there. I just want to mention, look at how much damage they have sustained. They actually did not take a crazy amount. They've got some cockpit damage, barely any wing damage, if any, barely any hull damage. So they came out of that fight in an absolutely fantastic way. So well done, Liberty Reapers. You take game 1 of your match.
That's right. It was fairly focused damage, for sure. Let's take it now back to the desk, Croncy, to see how Crucian felt that fight went.
Man, that was good. Even though it was the first match of the day, we're having a lot of, issues behind the scenes. It's all good, man. We're calm. We're back here. But wow, Liberty Reapers coming in hot. I honestly thought because, the Hornet on the Liberty Reaper side was had a red hull, red wing. Like I thought they were about to go down. But man, we got some replays that we're about to throw down here right now, so you guys can see the entire action from all 4 sides. So whenever the replays are ready, let's get them up there. But what a match. That was absolutely exciting. I love hearing both of you just go absolutely ham on the broadcast, on the casting side of it. So, but wow, man, what a fight for match 1. This is why I love this tournament, right? The action is so jam-packed, and that fight was a good, 2-3 minutes of action. And, it felt so good. I think the arrow was the first one out. I when I see that the arrow being broken that quickly, and compared to last year when it was in Spaceman, I don't think the arrow's even close to even you using it during this tournament, man, because the Saber and the Hornet really came with some firepower. So, but yeah, I know, Karansi, you were saying some stuff, so I'll throw it to you first, man. Like this matchup overall, what comes to your thoughts and how does this really, plant your thoughts for the rest of the tournament for today?
Well, yeah, as expected, the Hornets absolutely crushed it versus the Saber and the Arrow. I do want to say, though, that Team Liberty Reapers, Team Invisibility Check choosing the Arrow actually, it did a lot better than I thought it would. Whether it was the point that it was distracting the opponents and forcing them to go all in on the Arrow so that the Hornet can just unload into one of those ships, which in this case was the Saber, or just the fact that it is a little bit of extra firepower there. It's going to be interesting going into game number 2, seeing how they evolve their strategies, because I don't think we've seen the last of the Arrow. It outperformed for me there. It did die, but it outperformed.
It'll evolve, that's for sure.
Maybe I'm not gonna say anything like it's a pilot issue or anything like that, but let's go to our replays and check out these last 30-second moments. But Meyer, kind of break this down for us right here, that what we saw. I think this is going to be starting with I believe Liberty Reapers orange. This is going to be Snallim.
This is in fact the Arrow. I think this is the Arrow that exploded. This is Invisibility Check's Scooter, who was the first one out. You can see after that initial exchange here, they were immediately taken upon. All they could do was turn behind them, and before they knew it, they were ports unlocked, soft death, and that's all she wrote. And honestly, I almost forgot about soft death when it comes to these fights. And as you can see, it's one of those things that once that ship's gone, you have to recognize it's soft death. I have to now move to my other target, because it wasn't soon after this that we actually did lose another one of the ships. We lost the Saber, which was being flown by Dimacula. Crucian.
No, very good point. And what about yourself, Kranzi? I know you talked about the Arrow and the invincibility check, but how you feel that how do you feel about the Hornet holding itself up, in this environment and being that tanky?
I mean, it's a thing. It's sort of just going to be the way that this tournament is going to work. You're going to have to make sure that you can beat these Hornets, and if you can't, you're going to have to make sure you're a significantly better pilot. I do want to mention, we did see there on the replay as the arrow was, it was pretty much first pass, the arrow got downed. The Saber was pretty much at 0 shields the second it came around, and they were able to, they were very much able to capitalize on that. You saw the Hornet turn around and just unload the Revenant into it. Now, whether that was going to happen anyway, whether there's other things that happened that caused that explosion, either way it happened. So a fantastic job from the team.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, man. I think a lot of people don't think how well these ballistics really, kind of work, man. I mean, when you're a pilot and you have your weapons 1 and your weapons 2, and all you got to do is unload those repeaters. Once that shield goes down, you rip that ballistic into that pilot until he goes down, because you want to use those ballistics to kind of bring the, to kind of use it to get those direct hits and not waste as much, ammo as you can. So very well played by Liberty Reapers. I mean, these guys are very, very well versed in the state in the fight of PvP. So, I love to see how, the invisibility check comes back in that round 2 and see if they can at least even it up against a Liberty Reapers Orange and go 1-1 going into that 3rd round. So, I mean, it's been, that was a great first fight overall, guys. Any other comments from either you, Croncy, or Meyer that you guys want to talk about this match that just passed?
I mean, I just like the duel at the end, seeing those Hornets go after each other at the very end, seeing the Revenants both drain out, and then the shields came back, and then they came back at each other, and it goes to show you don't need ballistics to destroy a Hornet, because those shields were almost back to max, 75%.
Yep.
And it was just a good fight. I'm looking forward to seeing how fights 2 and 3 between these guys come about here, Crucian.
Hey, that makes total sense. What about you, Croncy? Any last thoughts about this matchup that just passed?
Yeah, like I said, the Arrow, even though didn't do great overall, still did more than I thought it was going to do. And so I'm really hoping we actually get to a game 3 or a fight 3 with those teams, so we can really see the Arrow shine.
Yep. Well, I mean, very great job here by Liberty Reapers Orange, and getting that first matchup. And like I said, the reason why we're doing best of 3 and we're trying to expand it from last year is because there's so much at stake this year, ladies and gentlemen. There is that flight to CitizenCon and the chance to put yourself on the line, all right, and compete in person at the CitizenCon Invitational at CitizenCon 2943, which I'm super excited about. So, let's see if we can get this next matchup ready. I believe we are setting up Team FFK Team 2 versus Turbo SPB. If we have those views, let's kick it on over. If not, we can probably go over the current bracket, as the bracket is currently being updated right now, guys. There has been some very interesting matches so far, especially in bracket Group C. So if you guys want to keep up, with the bracket, guys, all right, exclamation mark brackets in chat, you guys will be able to see everything out there. So anyways, any other thoughts or comments of the tournament day so far, Croncy or Meyer?
Not really. At this juncture, I mean, I'm looking at the brackets. It does seem like Hornet Arrow is still pretty strong. I mean, we didn't see a Hornet Arrow comp win just now, but when it comes down to it, I'm seeing Talon Hornet, Hornet Arrow. So, we'll see. I mean, going forwards, obviously, we've just seen the Arrow be hyper-focused here. Is that going to happen as we go forwards? I guess we'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell.
All right, well, I'll kick it right back to you guys for the next matchup between FFK Team 2 and Turbo, and let's see how this turns out. So, Meyer and Croncy, I'll kick it back to you all.
All right, back in the pit we go, Croncy, and it looks like our contestants here are ready to go. We've got FFK Team 2 on the left here with Team Captain Turtle Bear in the Talon on the top left over there, or at least they should be. They're on the bottom left over there. And we've got Roshiu in the Hornet on the top left. On the right, we've got Turbor, and I believe that is going to be... one sec. That is.
I think you actually got this. So it should be Gold Onion on the top left in the
Gold
Hornet,
Onion
and
that's
Funksy
right.
in the Talon at the bottom left.
Funksy
so
in the
they're going to be
Talon.
running that one. which is going to be very
All right.
interesting. And they're going to be versing the Hornet and the Saber from Turbor. So we've got Hard G and Stealth Storm. Now, Turbor forfeited their first game. So if FFK Team 2 are actually able to win this one, that's round 1 done for them. They're only 2 more rounds away from the top 8. So lots on stake for these guys, as well as they've got to show off the Talon. We're seeing the Talon for the first time today and seeing what that can do versus the Saber in these Hornet matchups.
That's right. I mean, like, yeah. So the Talon's going to be the new element here that we haven't seen just yet. How is it going to fare compared to the Arrow? Is it going to be focused the same way? Only time will tell here. But it's about as, I would say, destructible as the Arrow. It's a bit more nimble, obviously, but we'll see if that's going to matter here today on ArtCorp.
Yeah, very much so. As a reminder, the Talon is going to be running those 2 Rhino repeaters. These are absolutely beastly size 4 laser repeaters that are, going to put up a bit of a fight against the 4 size 4 Panthers that we're going to see from the Saber. Now, I do wonder if, after seeing that last fight, is there merit to actually just trying to target the opponent's Hornet as quickly as possible? Instead of getting rid of, how many actions the opposing team has, eliminating their strongest ship, if you can, because that's the big part, is that if you can, will pretty much guarantee you the win in this case. We saw, in the last fight, that what looked like was going to be a 2v1 actually ended up being a 1v1, so it was a lot closer than we were expecting. If you can get rid of a Hornet, I think you're probably going to just claim the title.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. The Hornet basically has double the HP, but it is quite slow. So I suppose it just depends on what these teams want to do. And if they want to try that strat out, I'm sure we'll see at least one team out here do just that today, Croncy. But yeah, I mean, if you do take out that powerhouse of a Hornet, then I do think that the tides will change in a different way altogether. But we'll have to wait and see how they do it here today, that's for sure. This match does have to get started very soon, though, because that Talon's fuel is looking pretty low there.
That's all right. You don't need the fuel. You just need the ammo. That's all that really matters. Glide yourself into a victory.
That's right. But this fight will be getting ready right about now. In fact, I believe it is now, Croncy.
It is indeed. Let's get ready for round number 2. Sorry, no, round number 1. Match 2, game 2. Everything's on the line for FFK Team 2. Let's get going. Alrighty, Arena A on go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, now all eyes are going to be on Funksy, I think, here in that Talon, because they don't want that thing up and running too long. It's too fast, it's too maneuverable, and it's also much weaker. It has the lower HP of this duo here, and so I do think the Team Turbo are going to go and aim for it, but let's have a look here and see on these targeting MFDs here for Team Turbo, I think, as they move in to Handshake here, Croncy.
Yeah, not to mention the Revenant Gatling on that ship is going to be very, very relevant. On the Hornet is going to be very, very relevant on the Talon, because that wingspan is wide. It's flat. You get yourself into the right position, you're not missing a single one of those shots. So it's going to be just a couple of seconds before they see each other. We noticed it was about 7 kilometers away. Should be popping up any second now that these guys are going to start shooting. And there's a signature. I see it. They're heading towards it. 890J in the center there. Remember, 30-kilometer diameter that these guys have to stay in.
That's right. And there we go. Eyes on Hard G at the moment. So Hard G again is in the Hornet there for Team Turbo. The other ship, of course, is going to be Stealth Storm in Torbor's team there. And it looks like they're opening fire on Hard G's Hornet already, so it looks like maybe perhaps that's what they're doing. They're going straight for the Hornet this time around, Croncy.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an option. It also seemed like they may have been a bit too far away from the other ship, but we're seeing a lot of exchanged fire here. It looks like possibly we've got a little bit of a split here. If we look towards that Saber in the bottom right, that is very far away. And I think the Talon's actually possibly trying to look for it. It seems like maybe they're running away from the opponent's Hornet. But that Hornet, that Gatling gun is unloading.
Yeah, that Gatling gun on the box of the Hornet is doing some serious work here. Their opponent's shields here are down. However, it doesn't seem like they've done any significant hull damage here on Hard G's Hornet just yet. But yeah, they don't want to drain that Revenant just yet. They don't have that much ammo left. 55 rounds in that magazine. But it looks like Hard G is going to be
I think we're
hard
about to see
put.
an explosion.
Almost.
It's going to be soon. That is a very, very red Hornet. It's only a matter of time now. Golden Onion's Hornet practically untouched. There are no shields on that Hornet. Red everywhere. Going very close to the ground as well. That is a real problem here. And there it goes.
And there it is.
Archie's Hornet goes down.
That's the first casualty here. That's Hard G of Team Turbo is down. Stealth Storm in that Saber is now going to be the next target on their list here. And as you can see, they're doing short work of their shields. With Gold Onion, they're completely unfazed from that previous encounter. It was almost as if they were chasing the enemy ship the entire time.
There we go! Talon is down. The Saber takes down the Talon.
Oh, all right. And here we go. We're gonna have yet another duel here. Was not expecting that at all there, but there you go. That was the Saber there putting up a huge fight. That damage output is not to be sniffed at here, with the Talon taking it all and just going out of here.
So yeah, it shouldn't be too much longer now. I'm not exactly sure where we are. Looks like we're looking at Golden Onion's perspective again. Funksy, of course, exploded down there on the ground.
That's right. The contestants have to make sure that they are within range of that 890 jump. As you can see, they're 23 kilometers away from the center of that 890 jump there. You have to be careful. 30 kilometers is the limit there. If you fight on the extents, you might get in trouble here from our security team. So they can see they're flying back in here. They have eyes, however, on their enemy, I think.
Well, so from what we've seen, this should be, at the moment, Hornet v Saber, I believe.
Yes.
So they're just trying to look for each other. I'm not exactly sure what specifically has happened here. People are running around trying to stealth it a little bit, possibly. We did have a little bit of a laggy feed from one of our contestants earlier, but I am 99% sure it is still the Hornet versus the Saber right now.
That's right. There should be a Saber here somewhere in view, but it appears that Stealth Storm
I guess we have a win, possibly?
Right. I think we might just have a forfeit here as they crash to desktop, unfortunately.
Possibly. We'll see what happens. We'll get some information from our teams, but not 1,000% sure what has happened here. But the start of that fight was absolutely fantastic. That was
indeed
absolutely
the start.
Glorious.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Fight or Flight today, it does feel a lot like waiting in line for Disneyland, you know? Like, you wait for a while for a ride, and then all of a sudden you have all this adrenaline, and then you just go back to the next queue for the next ride. But yeah, like, I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens here and how this concludes and what fight we'll be moving into next. But until then, let's go back to the desk with Crucian Croncy.
Yo, that was absolutely insane, and unfortunately, with that crash of desktop, or I think because what's it called? That other competitor who was in the Saber was at the bottom right, so I believe he ended up dying. So I'm just a little bit confused there, but overall, I think that entire fight is gonna go to FFK Team 2, I believe, because I think that's gonna be Turbo's last life there for the best of 3. So I think FFK Team 2 maybe, is it Team 2 or Team? Yeah, Team 2 is going to be moving on up against Liberty Reapers Red, who got second place last year. But let's go ahead and break this match down quite a little bit. I know the beginning was super awesome, and that Hornet took a lot of damage, but I mean, it got taken out pretty quickly. Give us your thoughts there, and I'll start off with you, Meyer.
All right. I mean, like, it was a pretty fast fight. Like, once our contestants were able to find each other, of course, we have this handshake maneuver that they do to make sure that both teams are, you know, extant within the fight. It kind of came off to a great start with the Hornet being targeted for the first time this time around. And we're having a bit of a chat about, you know, will they do it that way? Will they go for the faster ship? Sadly, we weren't necessarily able to see the fruits of that labor because the other guy disconnected, or sorry, or they crashed, right? Like their game crashed. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing again this sort of strat happen again, and will it be fruitful in a fight that doesn't have a technical issue? But all in all, that first fight against those Hornets, great stuff.
Yep. Well, let's break down some of these replays here. And Kroncy, I'll leave it up to you. Casting this matchup here. Let's go to the replays and see some of this combat, because this combat was actually pretty well done. Now, I feel, Kroncy, and tell me if this is wrong. Like, I think that going 1v1 in this tournament is not to me not a great strategy. I think two people should go after one and try to take that person out as fast as you can. But tell me your thoughts about them trying to split up the damage in this tournament or in this fight.
I mean, yeah, of course, you never want to end up in a 1v1 situation, but if you do, you want to be on the side of the Hornet, and you want your opponent to not be on a Hornet, is sort of where we're sitting today, which is why it was so important that they took that Hornet down right off the bat, right? It gave them a much better chance of getting towards the end there. And it was impressive, too. The amount that they were able to deal to that Hornet, we can see it right now. Gold Onion, no damage. No damage on their Hornet, just not being harassed at all. That is a huge problem. It did look like they were going after the Talon, but if you're just soaking up all of this ballistic damage from that Revenant while you're trying to take down the worst ship in this situation, you're gonna get
ship,
punished,
quote unquote.
and that's exactly what happened in this situation. Worst ship in this situation.
Fair enough.
No, that's completely understandable, man. But it's a bummer because we are fighting and trying to be as fair as possible. We are fighting in EU servers because usually US to EU and Europe to EU is usually the best performing servers for us, and we've done this for 5+ years. So European servers, I mean, probably except for obviously. For the Australian folks, sorry, Kroncy, but the European servers may not be the best for you guys, but we are trying our best to kind of accommodate everybody. But that's why I'm very excited, because that way when Arena Commander comes out, like those 144 tick servers, like hopefully, I mean, you'll still have some type of delay, but it won't be as bad as when you're fighting in the PU. But for right now, we're trying to make this all work in the PU, and I think it's been going fantastic so far. But a big bummer, Turbo SBP. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I think they had they forfeited the first fight because of the fact that they weren't ready. And we expect we got to hold competitors accountable. And if they're not ready, then they forfeited that first fight because of that. But so shout out to FFK Team 2. Who's going to move on against Liberty Reapers Red. So, but I mean, some other updates in the entire bracket right here. We'll talk about Delta 2, who lost to Turbo Bro. Sussy Snacks is down a match against Shadow Moses. And Group C is really just chugging right now, Kroncy and Meyer. Any thoughts in the other brackets right now? Let's actually put up Let's put up bracket group C and D up on the screen, and if you guys can break down what you've seen so far in the group stage.
Yeah, so we've got a game up from Ghost Corp over Deso's Disciples. So we're going to see what they can pull up here. And then we've also got in Group D, Skunks Work Team 4 losing their game to Inved. An absolutely fantastic team there. So lots of stuff is happening in Group C and Group D. The Sussex Next is like their big fan favorite. See what they can do soon. And even though this Team Turbo that we just watched, they're not going to be going through, Team Turbo Bro, they're up 1. So they do have an opportunity to still get their org into the top 8.
Yeah, what about you, Meyer? What during the obviously we're only showing Group A today to make sure that all the other arenas can run at the exact same time. How are you feeling the other group bracket is going?
Well, it looks like the group brackets are running pretty swimmingly, honestly. I mean, like, at least with Arena C and D, things are going according to plan, I want to say. You know, sadly, I don't see any UK teams here, so I can't, like, extend my bias. But yeah, like, for the most part, things are going okay. I mean, like, again, we're seeing this meta arise of the Hornet and Saber, and just the Hornet, the Hornet being this corner piece ship within all these different brackets here and all these different matchups, Crucian. But all in all, it's going smoothly. I'm looking forward to seeing which one of these contestants are going to make it to our next foray. You know, like who is going to make the way to CitizenCon. You know, in that final four. It's coming to a head. You know,
something that I really want to specifically mention, and let's go like Arena D, Ghost Corp, right? They won their first match with a Hornet and Buccaneer combo. So you know, I'm very excited to see that because, you know, Dessel's Disciples, they're using, you know, Arrow Gladius combo, which is usually very dominant in that space combat scenario, and what we saw a lot of last year. But, man, to see that, you know, the Hornet Buccaneer showing up for Ghost Corp, where they're winning that one match, is actually pretty awesome to see. And then Skunkworks Team 4 and versus NFED, they had that Hornet Arrow combo, and then NFED just with the Hornet Arrow as well. So, but, you know, love to see that, you know, Team NFED, who supported System 7 for us and was a sponsor, are out here competing and are up that 1-0 against Team Skunkworks. So, great fight so far. It looks like from a lot of these other arenas. I wish we could show them all, but I think with 320 coming up, man, I think we're going to be able to see a lot more matches in the future because we're going to be able to run these tournaments a lot more smoothly overall. So I can't wait for that. I know CIG is working diligent to get 3.20 out, but for right now, we're going to be patient and see who becomes, stuck to that top 8 and move on to the finals of September 2nd, 2953. So let's get back to the desk here. But man, some of these matches, guys, when you look at them, it's like, like people are using, you know, to see a Buccaneer team move up 1-0 with Ghost Corp is actually pretty cool. So I'm very excited to see that. And we got some other teams, Hornet, Buccaneer, to see that stuff is very, very cool. I mean, we're not seeing a Reliant China like you said, Croncy, but hey, I'm sorry. That's all I can say.
Well, we will be. We will be, though. We've got Sire Alpha. They're going to be running the Tanner and the Saber. So that's going to be really interesting. I'm hoping they can grab something. I hope they can pull up something. Just a quick one on the Hornet and the Buccaneer from Ghost Corp. They were versing an Arrow and a Gladius. So there's a very interesting thing to be said there about can it compete with the Saber or the Hornet or even the Talon, like we just saw a fantastic performance from the Talon. And hopefully we'll get to see that in the next couple of rounds because eventually they're going to come up against these ships. They're everywhere.
Yep, get it going here. Well, before we get our next match ready, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a very, very quick break here. The rest of our arena is coming up. Again, if you guys want to follow up with the bracket, !bracket in the chat, you guys can follow up with that as the other arenas of Group B, C, and D. Those other arenas are actually going all simultaneously at the same time while you guys are watching all of Group A. So I think even though round 1 has been lacking a little bit of action because just teams are having some couple issues here and there, I think round 2 is going to be a lot better overall, Crunchy and Meyer. I think round 2 is going to bring a lot of just incredible vibes. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see Liberty Reapers Orange, queue up again, and then Cloak and Dagger versus B Raptors. We should see them coming up very, very soon. So we're going to take this quick break. We'll be right back, guys. Thank you so much.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Damo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
Every step you can count on me. Every step you can follow.
Whoa! Oh, baby, look at this race starting, guys. Let's go.
Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments. and we work with talented community gamers to supply supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event organisers, and so much more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their veins. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's gonna change the way we play the game.
Ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Your eyes are the gateway to your brain. It's time to start getting serious about protecting them. Reinforcements have arrived. Introducing Gamer Advantage, a gaming wellness company rooted in science. Patented, clinically proven, and trusted by thousands of people. Our glasses are designed to fit comfortably under a headset, look amazing, and offer protection indoors and out. Our lens will help you sleep better, which means feel better and perform better. There's no color distortion, and they are available in prescription. Internal protection starts with eye candy, an eye health, immune boost, and antioxidant formula. Fog Away, the #1 selling anti-fog spray for eyewear. Gamer Advantage. Gaming wellness reimagined.
Head tracking adds so much to immersion in supported first-person games. When you try it, you're going to see why it makes so much sense. It's been created to seamlessly let you look where you want to, and with Tobii Eye Tracker 5, everything just works. Tobii has been the go-to name for head and eye tracking, and over time, their product has evolved. Their newest implementation has the most simplified setup because they did all the work for you. Offering both head and eye tracking, Tobii is able to track precisely through glasses or contacts, and once calibrated, it will never lose its center. The head tracking solution that integrates at the bottom of a flat or curved monitor, look at what you want to target sooner, look at what you want to lock your missile to, look at where you want to bomb, look in the direction that your ship is traveling to get the edge, look around and get the advantage. Just look and let Tobii Eye Tracker 5 do the rest in StarCitizen and a host of other simulation titles. It's so natural that you forget it's there.
Mayday, this is Red Wind, FR 9183, requesting immediate support. I'm under fire from an unknown number of hostiles. Sending my location now.
HQ, strike team. Contract assigned.
HQ, strike team, roger. Proceeding to target. Red Wind, Foxtrot, Romeo, 90183, Walker strike team on site for assistance. HQ, Strike Team, contract fulfilled, ready for tasking.
All right, and we're back and straight away into some action here, but it's going to be action of a different kind here because today we have Cloak and Dagger coming in as a solo unit today versus the team here, Raptors. Croncy, I mean, like, how do you think this is going to fare? I've seen 1v2s, 1v3s, I've seen 1v5s before. I mean, anything is possible, but what do you think about this?
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of skill for this one to work out for them. So what has happened is their teammate unfortunately has been unable to get back into the game. So we're letting them do a 1v2 to see if they can pull it off, and it's definitely going to be interesting. For reference, what we're going to be looking at here, obviously you can see the arrow in the top left, Hornet in the top right, and Saber in the bottom right. I would not want to be Cloak and Dagger right now.
An Arrow versus Hornet and Saber. David versus two Goliaths, I think, this time around. We've got Dawn Phantom from Cloak and Dagger versus Adam Bomb and Swiss Chris from Raptors. We've got Switzerland versus the USA right here, and we're about to get things started very soon, Croncy.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they're able... I want them to, like, at least get one of the ships red. And I'd count that as a win, right? If you're able to do anything like that, that'll 100% be a win. But this is some true bravery, and it's the kind of thing that you only see in the PvP community as well. This is absolutely insane.
Right.
So thank you for giving us a bit of a show with this 1v2. It's going to be fun.
100%. I'm seeing some very good insight here in chat as well about hoping, about merges and this kind of thing as well. It's something that we didn't necessarily see very much of in the previous fight. We saw them split off. I think the first fight that we had with Invisibility Check versus Liberty's Reapers, both contestants, both teams were so tightly packed. There were basically one ship and one unit. I think that Cloak and Dagger, Dawn Phantom even, is going to have to hope that that Raptors here are not as close as one would hope. Otherwise, I think their hopes are going to be halved.
Yeah, definitely. But hey, it's going to be fun, right? It's going to be fun regardless. Like, think about what you're actually looking at. So you're looking at 2 Bulldogs and 2 Panthers that we've got on the arrow versus 7 Panthers and a Revenant.
Oh no.
That's, I mean, I don't know how good you are at math, but I believe that that's a higher number.
That's a few numbers different, that's for sure. And I think that, yeah, it's going to take a little bit of a prayer here to get Cloak and Dagger through. But regardless, I think it's going to be a pretty good spectator sport regardless here.
It's going to be another way, sure, for us to at least see how these vehicles sort of do perform. If we see Cloak and Dagger... I mean, it's going to be weird because Cloak and Dagger may just go on the offensive because... what else are you gonna do? But there's certain things that could happen. I don't know. I'm really struggling to figure out a way that this player wins, other than skill. Skill could get there. For reference, this teammate that we are going to be watching is Dawn Phantom. So Dawn Phantom is the one on Team Cloak and Dagger. I don't know. We'll see. It looks like we're already ready for countdown. So 1v2. Right. Here we go, Maya.
That's right. Okay. Best of luck.
Alrighty, Arena A. On go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right. Godspeed, Dawn Phantom. Show us what you got in your anvil arrow.
I think my voice is going to die by the end of today. I feel like I'm saying go too loud now, Maya.
I mean, like, that was the Stanton 7 all over again, to be fair. I mean, like, there's a certain level of hype you have to keep up, and these are long streams. So yeah, I don't envy your position, is all I'm saying.
All right, so for reference, whoever does win out of this match between Cloak and Dagger and Braptors will be versing Gooby Woobies in round number 2, who we did not get to see compete yet, as they ended up with a round 1 bye. So yet to see what their performance is like as the competitors make their way on in. And here comes the fire. What do we, 5-10 seconds? What do we reckon? What's going to happen?
Well, I mean, it's already been 5 seconds. That arrow zipped on through the pair. They have yet to actually fire upon them. Instead, they're trying to, I don't know, just to draw the fire. There it goes. There's that first pass. And will they even survive one pass? They do. Miraculously, we can't see their HP here on the top left, but so far, I mean, they're putting up a fight.
Yeah, the shields are going
down, though.
They are getting shot right now, but they've lasted longer than I expected. So already an absolutely amazing performance from Cloud and Dagger. Well done, Dawn Phantom. Let's see if you can pull out. Let's see if you can get an elimination. We believe in you.
Oh, we'll see. I mean, like, you can see Atom Bomb's shields there aren't really any worse for wear, and they're the main target here. I think they went almost up 75%, but they're still looking strong. You know, like, that arrow, on the other hand, is taking a bit of a beating. Those shields are down. They have been, but the hull integrity there is still above 75%, still in the green, but not for long.
Yeah, these are some big shots coming in here. Down go the shields. Already back at it, though. This is impressive. The amount of kiting that we're seeing here, splitting these two competitors up, and then just at the sign of danger, they're out. They're gone. It's very impressive that they're able to get this much maneuverability in the arrow, in atmosphere, versing these two ships. This is really impressive.
I am adoring their power management as well, being able to keep on top of all that while having two ships hammer at you right now. You can see the Hornet shields are down, Atom Bomb shields are down. This arrow is doing some work. It's taking some damage. Shields are back up, and they're just going back and forth here, dropping that chaff, dropping those targets, and yeah, they're actually... Guys, I think they're doing it. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing it. It is happening.
Look, it is still a massively uphill battle, but the fact that they've lasted this long, the fact that they've been able to take down the shields on the Hornet a few times, literally anything could happen. I fail to see how they actually would have lost the 2v2 at this stage. This would have been an absolutely amazing match to watch, because it already is, and it's a 1v2.
That's right. I mean, like, if Hater was here with their Buccaneer, I think this would have been over a long time ago. But I think, sadly, this time around, they had a bit too much Cloak there with Cloak and Dagger. That being said, here they are. They're making another push. Their shields are down. This is very risky, especially when going against Panther, with, or I guess, like, you know, a ship with someone with Panthers. Sorry, brain.
Well,
is that it?
There we go.
Ah, man.
It looks like that is a stuffed death arrow, but an unbelievably fantastic job there from Cloak and Dagger. You probably just got respect from the entire StarCitizen community for that. That was really, really impressive. Let's go back to the desk. Let's talk to Crucian about that. I'm sure he's got some words.
Bro.
All right.
Bro. I mean, I'm going to have to give... an ultimate shout out to Dawn Phantom. My lord, that guy tried to survive, and just in case, we're gonna see that again. They have another round there. So Dawn Phantom, the way he was maneuvering, he was pretty much trying to hit and run, because if he didn't do that, he's gonna get caught, he's gonna die. It took a longer time for the other team to kind of, you know, catch him and be able to do that. So imagine if you're trying to chase him the entire time and the Buccaneer is just smacking you in the face.
100%. It
you
was
know,
a war, but
yeah. All I'm gonna say is that Cloak and Dagger, if they had that kind of strategy coming in with two teams, it could have probably been a little bit different. But you never know, because they could have gone and just switched to the Buccaneer first because of the maneuverability. But anyways, sorry about that. It's just incredible to see Dawn Phantom kind of pull off that. You know, obviously we know the arrow's maneuverability is good, but that strategy to kind of hit and run was actually not too bad at all to see. But I'll throw it to you first, Croncy, and kind of let you break that down. If we get and if we have some replays, let's put them up.
Yeah, it was a fantastic fight for just showcasing player skill. The fact that they survived for that long, the fact they were able to take down the shields of the Hornet even once, it was a few times, but even once getting it down was incredibly impressive. When you've got to remember that you have, what did I say, like 9 guns going against you pretty much the entire time. So if you're able to, you know, split these two players up, and you're able to, you know, we saw them chaff after every time they did a little bit of a run. then you're able to inch out every little bit of value that you can get. So I think we saw an absolute peak skill player there, and it does look like possibly we will be seeing their other teammate back in it for game number 2 of this match. So we will actually end up seeing a 2v2, and I'm really curious to see that one.
Man, love to see it that, that his teammate was able to hopefully get back in for Cloak and Dagger. And I'm telling you, this could go all the way to game 3 if they, come in with a good strategy and hopefully be able to do what Cloak and Dagger did on their own. So hopefully with a teammate, it'll have some support and able to get to that, hopefully round 3. So anyways, Meyer, your thoughts on this fight overall, man? That was some very good just maneuverability from that arrow, man. I love to see it, and I hope, I kind of want to wish them, the best on this round, this next fight coming up for them.
I mean, I'll make it brief. It was, it was cat and mouse, right? Like of epic proportions, you know what I mean? Like, they did such a good job there, just maintaining the distance between their enemy and just making them chase them, making them, they controlled the fight as much as these other 2 guys were out here, 2v1. They controlled this fight, and it was just a matter of the fact they were in an arrow and they didn't have, the HP. I mean, they chipped down that Hornet's shields a couple times. I mean, had it been any other scenario, had they had Hater there in their team with the Buccaneer, I think it would have been a whole different match.
Yeah, very, very good. Man, I'm just to see these pilots is actually very, very cool to see these pilots just come out and do this in this type of game. Just imagine, I know I'm going to keep saying it because I want people to understand the difficulty of putting this together with the staff that we have. We have so many people behind the scenes to put this all together. And the PU guys, like a lot of people may think like, oh, when's the fights? Look, you have no idea what's going on back here, and we are freaking killing it. So shout out to the staff one more time. Shout out to our security team. Shout out to our cameras. Shout out to everybody who is behind the scenes really making all the arenas purr as good as they are today. So, some updates here. We have actually for Group D, we have FFK Team 1 FFK Team 1 down a game to Afilo, which is, I believe, some of the content creators in the what do you call it? I think it's Herb, Herberidia. I forgot Herb's name. Herb, don't kill me, please. Yes, Herbadiza actually going up game 1 versus FFK Team 1. So shouts to the all the Hispanic teams from, whether you're from South America or Spain. Shouts to you all for representing, especially Skyer Alpha as well. So and then we have AVS Hazardous Automata going up 1-0 versus Hawks Racing, which actually has Ludox, who, really, really brought it during the System 7. So a little bit of some updates for you guys. And by the way, guys, I just noticed that Avenger Squadron has a community members team name. I just noticed that. It literally clicked in my head. And if you didn't know what happened there, Meyer and Croncy, Croncy knows. I kept calling, who was it? It was Schwang. He was community. I kept calling him community member Schwang because I didn't know what to name their teammates, and now it's just a meme, and they have a team called a community member. So I think that's pretty funny. So, but I think we're getting ready for our next matchup. Meyer and Croncy, I'll shoot it back to you guys. You guys are killing it. Keep the energy up, guys, and we have this next matchup, I believe, coming up soon with Liberty Reapers Orange and Invisibility Check. This is going to be their fight number 2. So good luck to them. But yeah, take it away, Meyer and Croncy.
All right, we're here for round 2, or I guess fight 2 in this best of 3 here between Liberty Reapers Orange and, of course, Invisibility Check here. And, man, I mean, last time we saw these guys fight, it was so close. It was, I think, the tightest fight we've seen so far. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they do today here, Croncy.
Yeah, it was very impressive. The arrow, like I said, did a lot better than I thought it would in their first fight. Right. But the Saber Hornet combo ended up being a little bit too much for them, and now it's for game 2. Time for these guys to return it back. Now it looks like we're already ready to go with this one. We're starting to speed through some of these games, so let's hear it. Liberty Reapers Orange, they're up a game. Can they take it home to get into round 2?
All right, yeah. I mean, like, we're getting to the flow of it for sure this time around.
All right, let me get ready for a countdown.
All right.
Alrighty, Arena A. One moment, I've been told to wait.
Arena A,
So
please hold.
We were almost ready. We were almost ready.
So one thing I want to just make a mention of before we get started here is the fact that, like, so you can see Liberty Reapers here. When they moved into fight the first time, they had such close grouping. It was like, you know, like you have Tarada and folk, they do low flying and they're like basically 10 meters apart. They were one unit. They were one ship. And, you know, like it's one of these things that I think in a 2v2 is very important, you know, at least when you're going in. I think hopefully we'll see more of that. They did clutch that W the last time. We'll see if they do it again here with a Hornet and Saber matchup.
Yeah, definitely. All right, looks like we are ready to go. Looks like we had a false wait. It's like a false start, but it's a false wait. So let's get ready. Liberty Reapers Orange up at game. We're going to start the countdown. Alrighty, Arena A on go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, and we have a Hornet and Saber versus an Arrow and a Hornet here. Man, I think, well, it's going to be a good one regardless, man. Last time we had this, both Hornets were the last one standing. We'll see if we see a replay of last time here, Croncy.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, we saw some other strategies from some other competitors of just taking down the Hornet as quickly as possible. We may see that again. We've been seeing a lot of, you know, just trying to split the competitors as much as we can. Things are going to change. Things are likely going to change. I do really want to see a game 3 from these guys, but it could be the end for them. Liberty Reapers Orange had an absolutely amazing performance last round. The Hornet from Snalib barely took any damage during the course of the last one. So it looks like we're getting some targets. It's only a matter of time before we see the fire.
All right, yes, Snalib. My apologies. I think I said Snail B like 1,000 times. Thank you for that. But it looks like they're about to get started. I would love to see it from Snalib's like perspective here, simply because they were the last man standing before. I want to see who it is they're gonna go for. Again, Scooter in that Arrow was so quickly set upon last time. This time around, they're a bit higher up. They're trying something a little bit differently this time.
Yeah, for sure. Still trying to find each other a little bit right now. You know, no one wants to be the first one on the radar, obviously. You want to be the one to react. So it'll take a little bit for these guys to find each other. There's a lot of wreckage around at the moment as well. One thing that I'm finding a little bit interesting, I would have expected all of our competitors to just turn off clouds, but we're actually seeing a couple of the nice clouds on Area 18, which if we get into a fight in the clouds, I'll be very happy. That'll be a sight.
There are a few competition options here that weren't entirely, like, you know, blocked, you know, things like turning off clouds, using reshade, but we haven't really seen much of that today. But that being said, it looks like we're about to get started very soon here in this fight, but as you said, like, nobody wants to be detected first. You do have to get detected, right? You have to have that handshake. Here we go!
Yeah,
Here's that!
So. And all in on the Hornet. All in on the Hornet. That's exactly what I was hoping was going to happen. Shields are down. Damage being applied. This Hornet, no damage on it whatsoever. It's going down. Already a 2v1. Take down the Arrow now. And that should be all she wrote. This is going to be a huge advantage to these guys. We saw the Arrow pop off last time, but it's going to require a lot of effort to get out of it now.
Snalib is lethal. Every shot on target here. Is that Arrow dead yet?
There it is. You
there
said it
go.
at the perfect time.
And there we go, man. I mean, like, again, these guys are tight. And with that second W, I think they're moving on into round 2. That, again, ladies and gentlemen, is Liberty's Reapers Orange. And, yeah, Snalib in that Hornet is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, very much so. Let's go back to the desk and see what Crucian thinks of that fight.
Man, another great one there. To see Snalib just position himself in that position where his pips are just on that Hornet and just rip him to shreds, man. I feel so bad, but man, it's such a good. That's why everybody needs to look for each other. But remember that handshake needs to be down in the middle. That once they target each other, they broke off and try to get a higher position, than the other team. But dude, that is tough. That is a tough one right there. Unfortunately, putting invisibility check out of the tournament, and then Liberty Reapers Orange moving on to fight Hawks. But again, let's move it on over to you guys. Meyer, your thoughts on this overall fight, and to see Liberty Reapers Orange, man, just with that Hornet is scary.
Well, I mean, we're definitely seeing the atmosphere take its toll here on our competitors, especially in the slower ships here. Snaleeb was able to make the most of it with their Hornet and just be the one on top of the opposition in time. And man, it was short and sweet, and obviously just their accuracy was helped a lot. I mean, like, I don't think they missed too many shots. Whenever they opened fire, you heard that sweet percussive, like a high-pitched synth just go off like you're like a song or something, man. But yeah, it was, again, just short and sweet. Look at that. Oh, just immediate cause and effect.
Man, these replays are insane. And look at the other Liberty Reapers Orange there. I think this is gonna be Diamukula just using that Toby Ghost to his advantage, which is awesome. Shout out to Toby and the Toby Eye Tracker 5. But Kroncy, what are your thoughts here on this matchup and Liberty Reapers Orange? And man, they're looking pretty damn good. I can't lie to you.
Yeah, they absolutely crushed this one. Watching Invisibility Check try to make a bit more better use of the space than we've seen some of the other competitors use so far. Going to about 8 to 9 kilometers above the 890J, where you get a little bit less atmosphere, you can get a little bit more speed. Didn't end up working out for them in the end. We just saw the absolute punishment from Liberty Reapers as they came through. The initial onslaught on that Hornet, it was so quick. It was gone within probably about 10 seconds if we timed it. Honestly, it was game over pretty much at that point. So an absolutely fantastic job from them.
Yo, I'm going to say something. I'm not trying to throw shade or anything, but I want to give a big shout out to all the teams that came in, whether you're going down 2-0, whether you're not moving on to 4-2 round 2. I just want to say thank you for being here, because overall, man, look, it's so look, Saber's just on point, on target. But shout out to Invisibility Checks. Shout out to some of these teams that are coming on here and showing what they can do. Whether you're in group B, C, or D, it doesn't matter, man. I want to give you guys your props for being here, because there's a lot of other orgs out there that maybe they didn't want to be in this situation where they didn't want to fight in PU. But guess what? The teams are here. They're showing up. So shout out to these teams. Shout out to Invisibility Check. Shout out to Journey John. Shout out to Store. I don't know how to say that, but regardless whether you're an Arrow, Hornet, whatever it is, yeah, I don't know how to say that word, but hey, shout out to you guys for being here, showing off, and putting on a great performance overall. Because hey, if you in here, this is the biggest 2v2 tournament in Star Citizen. Come showcase your matches, regardless if you're in PU or AC. There is no excuse, because they're here showcasing. So shout out to those teams that, regardless of whether they're going 0-2, you're here and you're representing. So I appreciate you for being here and doing that. So, but yeah, great matches overall so far. And the community members, Avenger Squadron, up 1-0. Good to know. They're in Group B, and we got our other matches going on right now, guys. If we can go and jump over to the bracket in Group A, so we can kind of break down a little bit of what's happening in round 2 before we jump into Cloak and Dagger and B Raptors, who has their teammate back, thank God. But yeah, let's go ahead and get a little bit of a refresh there. But look at this round 2. Kroncy, I'm going to start with you, man. How are you feeling? Look at this round 2, and we're going to have all these competitions going very quickly back to back. How are you feeling round 2 is going to look like here for Arena A or Group A?
Yeah, look, it's been feeling good. It's been nice to get a couple of rounds back to back now and see a bit more of the field. And I mean, look at what we're about to see in this next round, right? We've got Liberty's Reapers Orange versus Hawks. We've got Avenger Squadron coming in from their bye to verse R4M. We haven't seen Gooby Woobies on the field yet, and they're going to be versing the winner of Cloak and Dagger and Raptors. So there's still so many unknowns on the field. that it's kind of hard to guess where it's going to go. But Liberty Reapers Orange, an amazing performance from them. I'm sure we're going to see them in round 3.
What are your thoughts on this round 2 coming up? We only have one more. We can either see a game 3 with Cloak and Dagger and B Raptors now that they have their other teammate here. But how are you feeling about round 2 so far, Meyer?
Well, I mean, look at that. Liberty Reapers, both red and orange, are representing themselves right here. I mean, if anything, this seems like a really good ad for their org when it comes down to dogfighting, but we'll see how it goes as we move on in through rounds 2 and 3, Crucian. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Avenger Squadron go up against Backstrafe Boys for sure. I think that's going to be a really fun match. But all in all, I mean, I've just been really enjoying these things. They're really, really short, really sweet, really fast. But yeah, I think they're worth it.
Hey, 100%. And let's go over and see what's going on in Arena C and D right now as well. Let's jump over to the other bracket there and look at that. Unfortunately, I want to give him a shout out, but yeah, we see a little bit of, I believe, Cloud Imperium Gamers are down a game to Staff of Sharon, and then we see Cloud C and D. In Arena C and D. We see a lot of these teams finally moving on up. They are currently in their second fights overall. So I think some of these teams are going to be very happy to move on to round 2. But I think we're going to see a lot more action in round 2. We can get back to the desk here, but I think we're going to see a lot more action in round 2 than we've ever seen before. Because I know in the beginning, the team is finding that flow, and now that flow is really going really well. So again, I got to say it over and over, guys, and you guys are going to agree with me, but shout out to the team behind the scenes, man. Everybody is completely killing it. But let's see if we got views. Our next matchup that's coming up right now is going to be, I believe, Cloak and Dagger and B Raptors once again. B Raptors is up 1-0. So now, will Cloak and Dagger take it out to, and tie it now that they have their teammate? Let's get your thoughts on that first, Meyer. How do you feel with Cloak and Dagger? They only had one person. Do you feel like they flew pretty well? You think it's going to make an impact now that their teammate is there? Obviously it will, but will you think they would take the win overall?
Well, I mean, Cloak and Dagger, I think right now has the heart of chat. To be fair, Dawn Phantom did such tight work there with their arrow. So we'll see now that they have their full complement going in. I mean, will they do it? I have a strong feeling that the odds kind of lean in their favor, but we'll have to wait and see. This is StarCitizen after all. Anything can happen at any moment. But yeah, I strongly agree. I strongly feel that Cloak and Dagger will likely show us some dogfighting, if you know what I mean, coming soon, in a second.
How about you, Kroncy? What are your thoughts on Cloak and Dagger hopefully having their teammate? Do you think it's going to make a difference, or you think that do you think it's going to make a difference? They're going to go up 1-1 and tie up the the fights, or you think that that's going to be it for them for today?
Look, it's certainly an uphill battle, especially when your teammate is also running a Buccaneer. It's some interesting choices of vehicles to verse these other two, but I mean, if we see the same performance from Dawn Phantom with the arrow as we saw last game, and we see the Buccaneer with a similar performance, then they may just be able to take it out. But I'm very excited to see what Dawn Phantom can do in round 2.
Well, I'll leave it up to you guys to give us the results there, Meyer and Kroncy. Take it away one more time.
All right. Okay, we're back here in the pit, and it looks like our contestants are good to go, Kroncy. I'll let you have it.
It feels so good. We're getting through some of these rounds really quick. I like it. All right. Let's see what they can do. Game number 2. Who's going to take it away? Let's get a countdown going. Alrighty, Arena A. On go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, and they're off. Now, what's going to happen this time around? Because before, the only target that Braptors had was the arrow. This time around, I mean, there's a Buccaneer in play as well, and in fact, the arrow has not moved. The arrow is just sitting there. Are they doing another another 1v2 by proxy, or what's going on here?
It could be just a bit of lag from the video feeds, possibly, but
Okay.
we'll see what happens. Hopefully, everything will be okay here. Once again, this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle. They are playing against what is essentially the meta build of this tournament so far, from what we've found, right? In some very unusual vehicles, the Arrow and the Buccaneer. The Buccaneer does have a Revenant on it, but so does the Hornet. So, you know, there's not a lot of room to make up there.
That's right. The Buccaneer, when it comes to structure, I mean, like, it's not as forgiving. You know, like, the second that Buccaneer loses, like, a single maneuvering thruster, the entire day is over, especially for atmosphere. But here we go. There's Swiss Chris laying down fire here.
Yes, they're definitely seeming to target the Arrow from what we can tell. Once again, the top left screen seems to be a little bit lagged, guys, so try to focus on everyone else at the moment. It looks like we've actually gotten a restricted area message there. Maybe don't fly that close to the ground. You don't want to end your tournament with a restricted area impounding.
Yeah, let's not end this tournament in tears, not after this coming along this far. Still, it looks like all 4 contestants are still up and running. We can see that Braptors there in their Hornets taking some damage. Shields are down. That left wing isn't looking so hot. But otherwise, I mean, like, it looks like they're just dancing around each other at the moment here. Arrow is getting some serious fire on it too. But again, it looks like for the most part, everybody's doing a good job just staying alive here.
Yeah, very much so. Hornet's shields are down. The Buccaneer and the Arrow, they're keeping out of the way. That's all you really need to do, essentially. If you can just sort of pick at the Hornet and get that down as you're doing these strafing runs, that's going to put you ahead, obviously. The Buccaneer does have some damage in the center. I'm not sure, but I feel like we may have just seen an explosion. The Saber taking a lot of damage, but that Buccaneer is not long for this world. They're going to have to unload on it to get it out.
We haven't heard it pop off yet, but they have changed targets, so I think maybe perhaps the Buccaneer did in fact soft death. Swiss Chris here in the Saber is now moving on into... Oh, in fact, that's the Buccaneer again. I think that with the chaffs popping up every now and then, it's doing a great job to help drop the targets here and keep these guys in their less survivable ships up and running. And there we go, there's the Saber down!
Well...
And now it's 2v1.
That changes things. That certainly changes things. We now have Buccaneer and Arrow versus Hornet. What just... Is that the Buccaneer? The Buccaneer's down. Buccaneer is down. We are at Hornet v Arrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god. There's that Buccaneer crashing down. Thank you so much there, Hater, for that cinematic shot of that soft death. Buccaneer going straight down to Atmo. But here it is, and it's back in the hands again of Cloak and Dagger's Dawn Phantom in their Arrow, going toe-to-toe here against Braptors in Adam Bomb's Hornet.
Yeah, watch from Braptors' perspective. Every single time Braptors is able to actually get the pip onto the arrow's gone. It is way out of there, and we've been watching these shields on this Hornet are coming back very slowly. So lots of the maneuverability of this player in this Arrow has been just astounding.
Dawn Phantom is literally dancing around this Hornet with their Arrow right now. The Hornet's having the hardest time just keeping target here. You know, like they're using great usage of both the boost but also the brakes. The second the Hornet turns around, they've already started braking hard and moving into the other direction and just staying in their 6 the entire time. Their shield is still up though. Survivability isn't looking too bad for the Hornet here. It does seem as if maybe the Arrow is going to have to play it a bit more risky if they want to get any damage in here that's going to matter.
Well, yeah, it's certainly a case of the Arrow has just been able to consistently stop their shields from regenerating, whereas the Hornets had a lot of problems, you know, getting back into the groove of things, getting back onto target. The Arrow's just all over the place. So this is showing a little bit, you know, with enough player skill, these Arrows can take down these Hornets. But the second those shields go down on that Arrow, if they're able to get any amount of damage on there, it's going to be a significantly better situation for them.
That's right. I mean, again, these arrows can and will do damage. Both shields are down. The arrow does have the, of course, their shields coming up faster. You do have to make sure that once those shields are down, you do land a hit every now and then. Otherwise, those shields will regenerate after a set amount of time. They had them for a second, but the arrow has to make sure that they're not like in front of that Hornet. If the Hornet has a good vector for long enough, that's it. The Hornet has such high damage output. But again, they also have those Revenants, and once those drain, which I think they are just about to, then they only have 57 more shots of the ballistics. Once that's over, then the damage output there of the Hornet is going to significantly reduce.
Yeah, exactly. If they can get the Hornet pilot to well, there it goes. Ballistics are gone. No more Revenant Gatling. We are now at the triple Panthers. That's all they've got to take this home. And I don't know if that's going to be enough. I mean, the arrow hasn't applied much damage to the actual hull of the Hornet yet, but if it keeps going this way, we're probably just going to see a slow death of this Hornet player.
That's right. Maybe we could see the perspective here of the arrow pilot and how they're flying and how they're outmaneuvering this Hornet so far. But yeah, so far, I mean, like, the arrow's done a phenomenal job here, just being able to stay away from the pointy end, as it were, and they're doing okay. I mean, again, those shields are back down again in the Hornet, and with the Revenants gone now, they can be a bit more risky here. They can now start, putting more damage through that past the shield stage here of the Hornet. A bit of a longer fight, but if Cloak and Dagger do, keep it up, they'll have this fight.
Yeah, we're seeing a perfect example of why it's going to be really fun to actually see master modes come in eventually, as we're seeing a lot of jousting coming from the arrow, and that just is their strategy right now. It's the only way that they can sort of survive while applying enough pressure to this Hornet, who their shields have been down for like 80% of this fight.
Right. It is a very interesting testament, though, between, like, the light fighter that is the arrow versus, like, this I guess, well, you could just class a fighter, right? This medium fighter, this Hornet. It's not quite an F7C, but as you can see, I mean, like, even here, it's evident when it comes down to, like, just how Cloak and Dagger are handling this ship, that, like, they know how this arrow works. The Hornet just... It's a scary ship to fight against, regardless of how good you are, because all it takes is one mistake, and you're out of the game.
Yeah, definitely. Look, someone is going to have to make a move soon. They are doing a very good job of staying very far away from each other in a lot of these bouts. Someone has to become the aggressor at some point, and I think it has to be the arrow, but I don't know. This is a rough fight. The arrow can't afford to be within the line of fire for any longer than a few seconds.
That's right. I mean, try as they might, the Hornet is trying as hard as they can to be that aggressive that we all need here in this fight. But yeah, Arrow right now still playing very smart. Now,
big damage there on the Hornet, actually. It looks like the back underneath the rocket, like underneath the engine, we're actually seeing a lot of red damage there. So they were able to get some sustained damage on the Hornet. The Arrow, as far as I believe, still pretty much untouched other than shields.
That's right. I mean, when it comes down to damage in StarCitizen, eventually, once we get, like, physicalized damage, things will change even more significantly. But, if you target the subsystems there, get those engines, take it out, then you've won. All you have to do is just focus on that one component. But, yeah, it's looking real good right now. We're just seeing some textbook fighting here from this Arrow.
Yeah, definitely. This is by far the longest fight we've had today. And it has come down to this 1v1. It just it takes us back. Imagine if the Buccaneer was able to survive that little bit longer and apply that extra pressure while the Hornet is trying to mess around with this Arrow. This is really the reason why this is a team's game, is because
100%.
Even with an Arrow and Buccaneer, there are strategies that you can bring. And if you have the skills, you can take down these larger ships.
I agree 100%, and we have people in chat here going for Cloak and Dagger, going for this Arrow, going for Dawn Phantom, who's doing some tight work. But yeah, I think it's almost a foregone conclusion here for the Arrow at this point. It's just going to take a little bit longer. They have to be safe. It's not like the Hornet isn't getting hits in. Whenever the Hornet does have a good bearing on this Arrow, they are shooting this thing, they are hitting it. So they can't just, like, come in there for the kill, as it were. Both contestants do have to worry for two things, though.
I don't know if I necessarily agree. The Arrow does not have as much liberties as the Hornet does to make mistakes here. If the Arrow player makes any mistakes here and the Hornet is able to capitalize, the Arrow's down almost immediately. We can see we're actually getting some movement back in towards the center of the arena, as because this fight's been going on so long, going to out of bounds has become a real possible risk, right? So they need to make sure they reorient themselves. You don't want to get eliminated here for going out of bounds, especially
not now. Exactly at this critical juncture of the fight. We've gone on for so long here. You can see that the Hornet there has sustained a little bit more damage. The canopy is now in the red as well. The engines are in the red. I believe red means that you're below 25% hull integrity. It doesn't take much more, and within the current state of the game, all it takes is for one of those components alone to go to 0 for you to just pop with the soft death. So we'll see. So far, so good. There's the 890. We're now bang in the center of the map here. There's no chance of going out of bounds right now. But
I just can't believe how little damage the Arrow has taken during all of these bouts. That seems incredibly insane. It's almost like the second that they've dropped shields, they're on the other side of the arena. It's very impressive.
It is great emission control. It's great power control by the Arrow as well. Whenever they do turn around, they drop that shaft. They drop the pip that the Hornet is so desperately trying to hold on to here. Makes you wonder how things will happen in the future once cross-section comes into play a little bit more. When you can hide behind things properly and use those smoke screens as a screen without being inside them. But so far, I mean, this Arrow, Dawn Phantom is making the most of all the tools that are available to them right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at the Hornet. We are more progressively seeing those red highlights pop up on that health screen over and over and over again. It's only a matter of time before one of those goes kablooey. And at this stage, I think this Hornet player is the one to do it. I am really excited for Cloak and Dagger.
Right. They've been danger close to the ground. Sadly, with ArcCorp at the moment, with this current build of Planet V4, I believe it is, you can't get too close. Otherwise, in certain areas, you can, unfortunately, come to a grisly end here. But yeah, sadly, it looks like Atom Bomb is kind of in the receiving end of this encounter, and what is happening there on their screen. With anyway, on the receiving end of this dogfight here, but we'll see how it goes, guys.
Damn, this is I'm kind of at a loss for words because there's just it really is just a game of attrition now. It's just keep repeating this over and over. Eventually, you're going to get the Hornet player, unless the Hornet player is able to come up with some sort of strategy to punish these jousts.
You would be surprised, though, the second this Arrow were to just stay put, I believe that the Arrow will be gone in about 5 seconds flat of just repeated fire without the Revenants as well.
I mean, that's exactly what we've seen in a lot of other fights, just not
100%.
With Cloak and Dagger. That's the thing, right? This Arrow pilot knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily even Atom Bomb's fault, because in atmosphere, in a ship like the Hornet, I mean, I feel like the Hornet's kind of designed for space. It's a bit blocky, a bit bricky. Yeah, just not able to get the sustained fire on the Arrow that they need. They just can't. They're getting maybe 2 to 3 shots in. It's doing a fair amount, right? It's getting close to taking the shields down every time, but then the Arrow's gone. The Arrow's gone, it's out, right. And it was able to get your shields down, and it was able to hit your hull a couple of times. That's all it needs to do. That's right. Someone in the chat says this is a tickle fight. It really is. However, how many tickles is it going to take till you break a rib? You know what I mean? It's going to... This is a war of attrition, after all. But yeah, I mean, we've seen those shields drop a couple times here from Raptors and Atom Bomb. I mean, that hull integrity just keeps dropping. Those wings, surprisingly, are still fresh, though. I mean, we haven't really seen much damage there. The damage has been pretty centralized here by Dawn Phantom's Arrow, but it'll be over soon.
It is very likely that they're trying to aim for specific parts of the ship, but regardless, they're hitting important parts. So it's definitely not in a great way for Atom Bomb here. Looks like there is now some damage on the Arrow, though, right in the center there.
That's right.
I mean,
making that Arrow
this attrition fight might be not going their way anymore.
No, I mean, again, all it takes is one poor pass, and then all of a sudden, you're just as red as the Hornet you've been working on. And that's just, I guess, the way it goes at the moment when it comes to these builds, and that's why this is a team fight, and that's why you don't pair up the same ship. You're not allowed to. It's so you can have this asymmetrical gameplay, and right now, you know, like, the Hornet does have the upper hand. But still, I mean, like, damage-wise, they have made that arrow blush, but at the same time, hey, like, the arrow has been doing tight work. I feel like right now, though, it is anybody's game.
I really hope, I don't know if it'll be possible, but I really hope at the end of this fight, we can get a like, percentage health reading on whichever the surviving combatant is, because it's gotta be close, right? It already feels very close.
Oh, it's incredibly close here. Yeah, I feel like Shuang from Avenger Squadron here is feeling a bit threatened by the way this arrow is playing. He's saying, "Blow up the arrow, please," in chat. I kid, but like, but yeah, man, this is you know, it's been going. I'm invested now. You know, this has become a feature-length fight.
Yeah, it definitely has. But like, one of these guys has to win eventually, right? Right? Surely. Like, they've been doing damage at least. We know it'll have to end eventually. But, like, there was a very real possibility when this start of this 1v1 happened that we were just going to see each competitor take down shields, run away, take down shields, run away. I'm glad that hasn't happened.
So when it comes down to it, like with StarCitizen, with the way you play, it can actually be a very physical game as well, because of the fact that when you choose to use peripherals, you know, things like sticks and that kind of thing, you know, like, it does take a lot out of you to, like, you know, stay on target using sticks, especially like, you know, the more expensive ones with force feedback and everything else like that. That being said, Dawn Phantom is using a mouse and keyboard, which means that I think that they should be able to go on a bit longer, theoretically. You know, like, whereas Raptors, you know, like, they're gonna be fighting, you know, like, using that armor theirs for quite a while here. That Hornet has taken a lot of damage here. But again, man, the arrow is not looking good.
Yeah, 100%. There's always something to be said about, you know, the physicality of these kinds of fights, because they also don't tend to go on for this long. A lot of these fights
not
are
at all.
sprint, not an this one's turning out to be, right? And what did we say? We said that it like, this is the arrows. If the arrow makes any mistakes, they're going to be the one going down first, right?
Right. And if the arrow does go down, then Raptors is moving on into round 2. So it's basically the ball is in Raptors' court here, and they're going to want to try their damnedest here to move forwards. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Some people are calling it a fuel fight. We'll see. It might just get there.
I don't even know what else to say about this. We kind of just watch.
Yeah, I mean, like, should I go get some popcorn? I think this might be a popcorn fight, guys, you know?
Look, this is a 3-part movie.
An episodic thriller.
Also worth noting, guys, keep in mind the left perspective is delayed by a fair amount. So if you watch Raptor's perspective, that is pretty much where we're actually at. So look at those shields, look at the health. That's where we want to be looking.
That's right. This fight really, truly is the embodiment of Soon TM. And the thing is, I mean, like, it's not like nothing has happened, you know? Like, if anything, the tension just keeps building. The ships just get redder. That arrow shields are down. The hull integrity is almost nil. Arrow just needs one more bad pass, I think, and they're down. Like, you know, like, that's all it's going to take.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know if Cloak and Dagger is going to let that happen. Right? Like, the majority of the damage that we saw, or at least the majority of the red pips that we saw come up, happened maybe 5 minutes ago. And I don't think there's been any more added after that, right? So I think they're playing even safer now.
I mean, just as you said that, they received a bit of a splash there, man. They soaked a couple shots. I'm surprised it's still up, honestly. But here we go. They're still on it.
Oh, just the sustained damage from the arrow. Able to keep these shields down for such a long period of time.
Any
More damage
now.
coming
and again,
in on the hull.
I would love to be a fly on the wall for like just how much damage these ships have taken. Obviously, when physicalized damage comes in, all everything we know about dogfighting and PvP and like how ships sustain damage is going to change because it's going to go into like a more like a simulated model. But for now, everything has a health pool, and once one specific health pool like a cockpit goes to 0, that's GG. That's soft death. But yeah, I would love to know those figures, those numbers, because right now it's getting up there, man.
This is just absolutely wild.
There's a saying in the oh, are we there?
There we go.
You don't get my saying. The Hornet is down. Oh, wait,
No,
is the Hornet
not the
down?
Hornet.
It says major torque imbalance.
The Hornet is not down. The Arrow is gone, skis. It looks like they were able to take it here. We're actually going to get a little bit of a replay here. Watch on Cloak and Dagger's perspective. There we go. There goes the Arrow. I almost missed that. That was crazy.
Oh my god.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. Let's take it back to the desk. Crucian.
Okay.
My friend.
Yo, all I'm gonna say here is that I thought that because we put this fight, or I'm sorry, the battles in atmosphere, we wouldn't see something go this long. That was a good 15 minutes, but overall, I mean, you have to give props to Cloak and Dagger, right? You have to give props to Don Phantom. The only thing he could do versus a Hornet with that much firepower is just try to outmaneuver. But overall, you saw that B-Raptors was able to get good shots head on. Obviously, the Arrow taking that many shots in front of its ship wasn't able to withstand that firepower of the 3 repeaters, putting it out of that fight. It was a long fight, guys, but B-Raptors is moving on to fight Gobby Wobbies, and we're going to start here round number 2 here in Group A. But before we got to let you guys break it down. I know it was a long fight, but my lord, that maneuverability of Don Phantom, I want to see that again. I'm going to say this again for one more time. Cloak and Dagger, please. Incredible fighting. Please don't, keep your head up, and we'll love to see you back in the future. But we're going to start with you, Meyer. Let's break down this long battle. Let's start from the beginning, because the beginning was very quickly, and then all of a sudden, because it was Arrow Hornet now, it took a longer fight because Don Phantom had to come up with a strategy. What were your thoughts on that strategy overall?
So yeah, I'd like to start, in chapter 3 of this novel that we just that we just saw. But yeah, I mean, like it came off to a very interesting start. Obviously, they had the Buccaneer there with them in tow, and so like it was a very different start. However, they weren't able to capitalize on any of that. In the end, they just didn't have enough damage output there to to sustain that fight and to get out there before, of course, we got to the inevitable cat and mouse that happened in the previous thing. I would have really loved to have seen them have another go at it with their full team comp, because now they have data. Now they'd be able to go into it with more information about how they should best encounter these guys with that full complement, how best to protect that Buccaneer. But yeah, I mean, just all in all, it was a good dogfight. I mean, sure, we're memeing in chat, it's all fun and games, but it was good. It was good. It was a good display of survivability. I mean, it was tense all out. It was just, I enjoyed it. What else can I say?
You can tell there too that the Hornet, just didn't have obviously the maneuverability of the Arrow. So the Arrow could have done that over and over, or maybe made the Arrow probably run out of fuel or something, some type of strategy out there. That Arrow could have came out on top, but obviously it doesn't have, the firepower of the Hornet. But overall, man, I think I'm gonna keep giving Don Phantom a shout out there overall. But anyways, Croncy, your thoughts on this long battle here? But, something I want to mention, Croncy, is that the Buccaneer, if it would have survived the Hornet, they would have still been alive, and it would have turned around the whole fight.
I mean, yeah, 100% right. But I don't think that the Buccaneer would have survived much longer in many situations. I think it was pretty much destined to go down right after that initial fight against the Saber. And really, Dawn Phantom, the Arrow pilot, is going in my list for one of the best highlights of this event for sure. And a name that I'm going to remember, because we sort of understand now why Don Phantom said, look, I'll do the 1v2. I'm willing to do it. Because, I mean, what did we just see? They probably could have done it. It was very impressive.
Yep. Well, I mean, very, very great overall. I think we have the next match coming up, which, by the way, this time is going to be me and Croncy breaking down the action this time around. We're going to be starting here round 2, match number 1, fight number 1 here with Liberty Reapers Red and FFK Team 2. Meyer, you have been killing it, man. We're going to get you back on here soon, but thank you so much for breaking down those round 1 matches for us today. But, hey, Croncy, you ready to take this away?
Yeah, let's get into it.
All right, let's get it over. Thank you, Maya. I appreciate it. Let's get it over to Liberty Reapers Red and FFK Team 2. And I'm going to talk about these guys a little bit before we do that and get the countdown going, Croncy. But Liberty Reapers Red, you have Haiba Bogdoggle. Haiba is, he did your top 2 in last year's tournament. So a very, very high-skill fighter here. And then you have FFK Team 2, who is currently... it's going to be Golden Onion and Fungzi. So they're back in action. And we're going to see what kind of ships they're going to be using. Right now, we see Liberty Reapers Red in a Saber and Hornet. And then FFK Team 2, I believe they're going to be in that Hornet and Talon. How do you feel with the skill of Liberty Reapers Red, Croncy? Do you think that Talon is going to do well?
I mean, the Talon from FFK did pretty well last time, right? So they're looking for a pretty nice performance here. Now, Liberty Reapers Red, we haven't seen them this year yet. But what we have seen is all of the other Liberty's Reapers teams, which, Christian, I need to tell you, all 4 teams that Liberty's Reapers brought this year have made it into round 2. All 4 of them. There is a very real possibility of a top 8, possibly top 4, featuring all of Liberty's Reapers.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, Liberty Reapers are some of those people where you want to, seek out and learn PvP from. Avenger Squadron, same thing. Shadow Moses, I think, are pretty good teachers as well. But I think overall, even though they're moved to round 2 is going to be that next step, that challenge, that brick wall that everybody's going to need to hurry up and get to in order to surpass and hopefully get to that top 8, because it's not going to get easier from round 2 moving forward, Croncy.
Yeah, exactly. You're 100% right. But it looks like we can more or less see what we've got. So, yeah, we do have Hornet and Saber for Liberty's Reapers Red, which has been a very popular choice today of what we've seen around. So this is another one that I just really want to see. A lot of players have been doing Hornet plus something, and it's been mostly Saber and Talon. We've seen a couple of arrows. What is the best choice here? This is the best way to find out.
Yeah, I'm excited actually to see a Talon in the mix here with FFK Team 2. So shout out to them for, using, kind of breaking away from that meta and using a Talon. Again, if we were in space, I don't think the Hornet would even be, would be chosen at that point, because it would just be a lot of jousting in space. But, with the atmospheric battles, I'm actually loving it so far. I know we got a longer fight in that last fight with Cloak and Dagger, but overall, man, I would say pat yourself on the back, Cloak and Dagger. You guys absolutely brought on a show, and we really, really appreciate that from the bottom of our hearts. But, yeah, excited to see the Talon come in atmosphere, see those rolls, and see what it can do, because if it's on point, those size 4s will hurt. And Liberty Reapers Red could be in that position where they could be down 1-0.
Yeah, definitely. Also, just as a sort of quick thing that we can sort of notice here, the changing of just like small settings. Now, once again, Liberty Reapers Red haven't participated today, but you will see so many different Toby settings, different stick settings between a lot of these competitors. And it does come down to just learning what you're most comfortable with. But I would recommend, if you do need yourself, you're looking at doing some PvP, try to ask these guys, hey, what sort of settings do I need? What kind of peripherals do I need? How do I do it as good as you guys do?
Yep, and then we got our top left is going to be Haiva in the Saber, and then we're going to see Bogdoggle on the bottom left in the Hornet, and then we're going to see FFK Team 2, Golden Onion, top right in the Hornet, and then we're going to see Fungzi in the Talon on the bottom right. So that way you guys can know who's going to be in what corner So as we're getting, I think they're still checking their equipment or checking visibility overall, and then we should hopefully get this started. But in case we do see what's going on here, to see if we can get another team going. But the entirety of Group 2, Croncy, we're going to see B-Raptors versus Gobby Wobbies, Avenger Squadron versus Ram Backstrafe Boys, Hawks versus Liberty Reapers Orange. And Croncy, if you can, if there are any updates in the bracket right now, please let us know.
Yeah, you got it. So in Group B, we have a pretty big development. We see AVS The Detectives are going to be versing Blackhawks in round number 2. So both of those teams have moved on to round number 2. Still a couple of round 1 competitors finishing their last couple of games there. Moving along, as we know, Turbo Bro have made it to round 2. Shadow Moses and Who's On First are going to be competing in round number 2 for Group C. We're getting well into getting our round 2s now. We also have in Group D another AVS team, AVS Hazardous Automat, are going to be versing Pax Mortis in round number 2. And remember, guys, 3 round wins get you into the top 8. So we're more or less about halfway through here.
Yep, very good call out there, and like you said, a lot of the Liberty Reapers teams are moving on up. So we got Liberty Reapers Yellow, which is 7, and G-Lock, who's moved up to round number 2. So shout out to them. We got and then we have Las Divinas, who was there last year, who ended up with a bias default, and Zufir, who is going to be fighting Turbo Bro, who defeated Delta 2, and Turbo Bro is Jetmaster and Borman. So we got a lot of these great teams. I just want to make sure that all these teams get their props, their shout-outs for being here. And then we have Shadow Moses, who moved on and beat Sussy Snakes and took him down, which is Cobra and Comet, taking them down. So Sussy Snakes had CG and Amogus, which we're fighting Hornet Arrow right now. So, I mean, we got, I think round 2 is going to be really, really that high-level breakdown of like which teams. I think we're going to see a lot more game 3s in round 2 than we've ever seen before because of the competition just kind of leveling up a little bit more there, Croncy.
Yeah, definitely. We've also seen a couple of strategies evolve over the course of the tournament already that are pretty much almost counterintuitive to each other. You know, we've had instances of people targeting the Hornets just to get the biggest threat out of the way, people targeting arrows just to get, you know, the action economy out of the way, that sort of thing. And it definitely seems like it is a case of, well, what is your preference with your team? And as we can see now, the competitors that we have up on the screen are heading down to their markers. It'll only be a few more minutes, guys, as these guys get in position. Almost beginning of round 2.
Yep. Well, here we go. Let's bring Meyer back real quick here, and get some comments. Let's get back to the desk here, and chat with Meyer real quick before we get this match underway. So Meyer, I want to talk to you about a little bit about like, how the bracket's going so far and round 2s. How are you feeling about round 2s going into the rest of the bracket? And who do you like? Do you feel like this leveled up a little bit? What's the challenge of some of these matches where, from round 2 to get to round 3 and hopefully the top 8?
Well, I mean, like, definitely it's going to be an uphill battle when it comes to just, skill. You know what I mean? Like, the better team is going to win end of the day, regardless of the ship output or the DPS and that kind of thing here. I guess when it comes down to it, I only know the names out here that I think most people here know, like in chat, people like Shadow Moses, also I gotta give props to a Metal Gear reference there, but also, people like Avenger Squadron and such, I do feel like when it comes down to it, we've seen basically Hornet teams go through in, like let's say with Arena A. Everybody in Arena A's second round bracket here is running a Hornet. We got a Saber Hornet, Hornet Saber, Hornet
Yep.
Saber, and then I believe Grande and Spartano. I think they also have a Hornet in their team as well. It's definitely the ship of choice. I mean, like again, it's a good reason for why Fight or Flight does not allow contestants to use 2 of the same ship, because at least that way there is some semblance of variety within there, and there is options to choose, how best to complement a Hornet, because then I think the discussion changes a little bit. But as far as things go, I mean, I really do think that it's anybody's game. I mean, I've got my eye on the CIG game here at the moment. I want to see what happens here. Right now, they're down 1 game against Sword of Sharon. But yeah, like so far, I mean, like we've got a little ways to go, Crucian, but I'm stoked for it.
Yeah, I know. Just to kind of also for round ones throughout all the arenas right now, we had N7 Online and Skunworks Team 1 go to a round 3, and then we had FFK Team 1 and Alfilo, I think is what it's called. There are 1-1 right now. So there are 2 games out of all the games in round 1 actually going to a round 3. So that's pretty wild. But I like I mentioned, Croncy, like I think that we're going to get a lot more round 3s in round 2 because of how the high level competition is just going to kind of skyrocket a little bit more. So anyways, before we jump into our next matches, let's kind of talk a little bit about some of our sponsors. Let's put up on the CLX X Atmo giveaway so that way everybody can get their secret code and hopefully get those extra 200 entries. So exclamation mark giveaway, guys. We're giving away an awesome, how do we want to say it? A fighter flight package where you can get a fighter flight team PC with a 5800 X3D and an RTX 4070. You're going to get some Gamer Advantage glasses for first and second place winners, a fighter flight jersey, and some dual sticks and rudder pedals from Thrustmaster. So shout out to all our partners, StarCitizen, Gamer Advantage, and Thrustmaster for helping us in sponsoring this incredible giveaway that is a global giveaway, by the way. Just to make that clear, Meyer and Croncy, if y'all haven't entered, y'all make sure to get in on that, okay?
I made sure to enter like 2 days ago. I was way ahead.
Hey, I like that flight ready giveaway. Hey, you're ready to roll as soon as you get them. I know a lot of PvPers do like the Thrustmaster rudders as well. That thing is about $500 to $600. So I mean, hey, you're gonna get some good stuff. And if you're not even in PvP, man, and you get this bundle, hey, jump in one of the Liberty Reapers, Avenger Squad, or Shadow. Jump on some of their, Skunkworks, Mongol Squad, whoever org you want to jump into, and make sure you get some PvP practice in. So, and then of course we have our Atmo Esports X CitizenCon merch collaboration that has just launched. Hey, all I'm gonna say, Meyer, Croncy, we're gonna be at CitizenCon. We're gonna be casting the next matchups coming up, but I want to make sure that everything runs smooth. So if you guys want to support the cause at Atmo Esports, because we always give back to the community, like even if you don't buy nothing, man, I'll fly all the competitors out of my own pocket if I can. I'll go bankrupt, but hey, I'll make it happen. So can we get the Atmo X CitizenCon merch up, please? Let's get that up and look at that, beautiful. And one more time, I'm going to mention it to you, Meyer and Croncy. You can customize your gamer tag, that jersey. You can customize your gamer tag and customize your flag. All right. I'm from the Virgin Islands, so I got the Virgin Islands flag, which means so much to me. So I'm gonna actually, when I bought my jersey, I put the Virgin Island flags on that shoulder. So very excited for that, guys.
I have seen in the roster, one of our contestants here are representing the Vatican City. So I would be very curious to see somebody repping that, like at CitizenCon with the yellow and white.
hey, man. Hey, wherever they want to be from, hey, we gotta respect their wishes there. So, and by the way, I know some people are probably gonna be asking, hey, you don't have any team profiles? The profiles are gonna come for the top 8 because we don't it's very hard to kind of get 64 team profiles up. So once you get that 8, we're gonna definitely have some of those profiles for you guys. When it comes to that top 8. But let's get back to it here and back to the desk. But make sure you guys exclamation mark merch in chat. Make sure you guys grab some of that collection. Help us out. We'll love to, And I think there's been a lot of gift and subs and stuff in chat. I don't really read chat. I don't really, I want to make sure I concentrate on the broadcast. But yeah, so thank you all if you're following, if you're watching from home, if you're supporting us in any way or form, whether it's putting it on a Discord or shutting us out somewhere, really, really appreciate it. But yeah, Meyer and Croncy, we have FFK Reapers. Red versus FFK Team 2, I believe, coming up. You've seen the ships they're flying. Can I get some predictions from starting with you, Meyer? Who do you feel is going to take this matchup coming up with Liberty Reapers Red and FFK Team 2?
Well, I mean, we've got a Saber on a Hornet versus a Hornet and a Talon. I think that Talon is going to definitely be the odd one out there when it just comes down to survivability.
Oh, come on, man. Why you got to do that?
I'm only saying what I'm seeing. So
I know,
we'll
I'm just
see,
kidding.
man. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, when it comes down to it, they did do well, against like a Hornet and a Saber in the previous matchup. So, all in all, I feel like, like we've seen FFK play. They play good. They play okay. But a Hornet and a Saber does seem to be that that meta piece for sure. But again, a lot of this kind of boils down to player skill. We're not in space. It's not as fast paced, but at the same time, I do feel like there's a lot of room for like player skill to overcome certain builds. So we'll see.
Yep. Cruncia, I got a double-parted question for you. First of all, I want your opinion on who you think is going to take this next matchup. But I think that I want to kind of compare a little bit to space to atmosphere. Do you think that people, because I'm when I say that the Hornet is now viable in space, it's not what I mean. I'm just saying that there are better options than the Hornet in space. Do you feel that we would see these current matchups with the Hornet Saber in space if we were battling up there?
So first off, in what's going to happen in this next fight, Maya's wrong. So what's going to happen?
Whoa! Shots fired.
I disagree with Maya. I think the Talon has overperformed in what we've seen of it so far. And while people are while there are a lot of Hornet Sabers on the list, that doesn't mean that it's the right loadout for this format, right? The Talon may be able to utilize a lot of the weaknesses that the Saber has and win out in that matchup. So we'll see what happens here, but I am on Team Talon for this one at the moment. In terms of atmosphere versus space, it's always going to be a completely different beast. I am sure that the competitors would have very different, not loadouts, but choose different ships based on those facts, because certain ships like the Hornet, like the Arrow, while still fantastic ships, are a little bit worse in space than they are in atmosphere, if that makes sense. They're sort of how much they get nerfed by changing those environments differs a lot. But it would be interesting to see, because this is a very unique format.
All right. Well, we're going to get right back to it, where our next match is almost starting. Meyer, thank you again for joining us for a bit here. Let's get back to our views and hopefully get this Liberty Reapers Red versus FFK Team 2 almost started here. So, you know what, Croncy, man, you've been doing a great job with the countdown, so I'm going to let you go ahead and continue with that flow, man. So whenever we're ready to go, I think hopefully soon, I'll let you take on that countdown. But, again, shout out to the entire staff at Ammo Esports for putting this all together. I don't think people have an idea of how excited I am for 3.20, okay? 3.20 is going to be absolutely amazing. It's going to be so good because, even though the way we're getting everybody's views is not really affecting performance that much, like, we are still going to be able to control it all on our own. Our teams just have to come in, get in a private match, and start that stuff, and get it all on the way. So very excited for 3.20. I know it's not going to be probably perfect as soon as we get it, but I know we have to give it time. But I'm just excited to have private lobbies and matches in the future.
Yeah, definitely. I can't believe you would throw me under the bus with my voice going, Crucian. Jeez, I'll do the countdown. What are you saying?
I know I can do it. I can do it.
No,
I didn't know your voice.
I'm doing it.
Okay,
I just want you to feel bad about it. That's all.
Oh, I'll take the next one. I didn't know it. I didn't know, man. Drink some water. Do something, bro. I got you.
Just before we begin this one, which is just about ready to go, I do want to quickly update everyone. Turbo Kappa and AVS have advanced into round 2, and Cloud Imperium Gamers are out of the tournament. Staff of Sharon have beaten them 2-0, so some big developments in Group B. But with that said and done, I think it's ready to get this one going, guys. Let's get excited. Another round 2 match. Let's go. Alrighty, Arena A, on go, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Liberty Reapers Red. We got Haiba and Bogdoggle versus FFK Team number 2, Golden Onion and Fungzi. You're going to see Haiba on that top left in the Saber, Bogdoggle on the bottom left with the Hornet. And then you're going to see Golden Onion top right, and then you're going to see Fungzi bottom right into that Talon. Let's see the first pass here, Kronzy. You ready for some action, baby?
Yeah, very much so. If we're going to see a similar sort of strategy that we've seen recently, we're going to be seeing a target on the Hornet. And you know, the Talon and the other Hornet definitely have a lot of ability to take down the Hornet and the Saber Hornet a lot faster, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens. But I mean, yeah, it's hard to tell until we get there. We're still a couple seconds away for the meeting.
Yep, here we go. We're gonna have this handshake soon. They're looking for their competitors right now. I believe they almost had a target lock. Here, there we go. FFK Team 2 seeing their opponents right now. They're going to have to start moving in. And let's see some engagements here in the first pass, Kronzy.
Yeah, for sure. Gold Onion absolutely crushed it in round number 1. If you remember, that Hornet pilot, practically no damage on them in the entirety of the first round and able to sort of clutch it out there. So I don't know how this is going to go.
No, I kind of love right here, Liberty Reapers Red, very sticking very close to each other. You know, having that Hornet in front, which is a little bit more tankier, and you see that Saber kind of pulling back that Haiba a little bit, trying to get that first initiation. And here goes the first fight. It looks like they're targeting each other right now. You see Haiba locked into that Hornet. I think that's going to be their first target for today. Let's see what happens here, Kronzy.
Yeah, large volleys going in. Shield down on a Hornet already, seeing damage at the front. But that Talon right back on them, get them out of the engagement range, start to kite them. That's how we saw the Talon win it last round.
Wow, I saw the Talon just putting in some shots and kind of putting, you know, that Hornet in danger. So now they're disengaged. And right there, Haiba, when you saw him switch, that was to hopefully get, you know, that Talon off of the Hornet. So right now, they'll hopefully disengage. And boom, there goes the Talon. Very good job by Haiba, all locked in on the Hornet now. Kronzy, Liberty Reapers Red is not here to mess around.
Yeah, no, not at all. Once again, we haven't seen these guys today yet. They had a bye in the first round, so we get to see them in their fantastic performance here. And also doing a little bit of a light show going around some of these explosions. It's only going to be a matter of time before one of these Hornets goes down. They're taking a lot of damage. Oh, no, there we go. Looks like we have a little bit of delay possibly on one of the screens, but FFK Team 2, Game 1, they're down. Liberty Reapers take it.
Wow, Liberty Reapers, man, such patience. But let's bring back Meyer here to the desk. But, dude, that patience from Liberty Reapers Red, just seeing them, like, like, if they didn't have the angle, they didn't shoot. Like, you know, they're not wasting time. They're putting the pip on the spot, taking that, you know, as much damage as is planned to their opponent team. And that's it. But Meyer, let's get some thoughts from you since, you know, you weren't on, you weren't casting that one. But what are your thoughts on this fight with Liberty Reapers Red just really mopping the floor with FFK Team 2?
I mean, it was short but sweet. However, I only have one word for Kronzy, maybe two, but wrong, huh?
Hey,
which shit blew up first?
All right.
Which shit blew up first is all I'm asking, man.
Damn.
But it was a great fight.
You know,
I mean, like,
No, I was gonna say, man, that I think the switch there by Haiba was very, you know, very well thought out, because all I saw was a Talon just engaging hard, you know, versus the Hornet that Bogdoggle was flying. And man, I'm just telling you that I think that switch overall, when they saw that they could both go on the Talon and take him out, I think that was a great opportunity for Team Liberty Reapers Red. So I think they're communicating very well. You can see it there, and they came out with that win.
That's right. I would love to be a fly on the wall, really, for comms for these kind of things, because like you could tell that you know, like behind the scenes, like they were on the ball with it. You know, like the way that they were able to, like, as you say, like, you know, target swap to that Talon and then just like, you know, wipe it up was pretty cool. Really good to watch. Really just tidy dogfighting all around.
Not just that,
yeah,
being able to exploit the position of the Talon when they came around to it. They were just able to sustain pretty much 2 volleys of fire into the Talon, and there wasn't really much they could do. So they just, got themselves into a good position and abused it pretty much.
Bro, that was I mean, I don't know. What do you guys want to call it when you do something so perfect? Textbook. That's what we're going to call it right now cuz that was
That's right.
clean as shit, man. Wow.
I mean, it's 2965 or 63, sorry. So it's not textbook, it's datapad, but you get the idea.
No, I just think that, like the perfect timing and why I keep saying communication, that talent swap is just like he's literally right above him. The Saber's right above him. So all he has to do, he just turn that left, pip on target, man, and just, four fixed size threes on you, man. I'm sorry. You're going to, take a vacation, and I'll see you on the next matchup. So very good, again, very good fight by Liberty Reapers Red. I can't complain. But hey, we do have some updates here throughout the bracket. Croncy, you mentioned AVS, the community members. Haha, that was no, I'm kidding. That was actually I like the name, but they move on. And then we have also, I believe, Las Divinas versus Turbo Bro coming up. Dude, everything's moving so much better. And Alfilo, which is Herbadiza, is moving on and actually beat FFK team number 1 in Group D. So I mean, a lot of stuff moving on a lot quicker now, and we're about to get here into this next matchup here very soon. But anything that stand out to both of you guys in the bracket so far?
I want to say that, I mean, again, as you're saying, things are kind of like winding down now. You know what I mean? Like, it took a while for us to get to this speed, to get things going, but now that we have, it's a well-oiled machine, I want to say. We've seen Liberty Reapers now make their way up to round 3. But yeah,
not quite. There is an issue there. There is still the best of 3, so they've still got possibly 2 more games to go, but they're obviously in a good spot.
That's what I get trusting my eyes. But yeah, I think I still want to see Avenger Squadron play against Backstrafe Boys, because I think that that's one of the feature matches of the day that people want to see.
Yeah, no, and how about you, Croncy? Anything that stand out to you? Because unfortunately, Scryer Alpha with the Reliant Antenna unfortunately did not be able to move on, and Blackhawks with Sonic 89 and Falcon kind of swept the floor with them, from what I was told. It was pretty much an Italy versus Spain fight there, but still shout out to Scryer Alpha, because Croncy, like you said, man, they always come to these events and they always just are here to have a good time, because, I mean, what better is there to do? A lot of people are complaining about, StarCitizen has no content. Look, man, we're actually giving you something to play towards. We're actually giving you something to achieve towards with these events. And I love to see that the spirit of Scryer Alpha is in all of our tournaments. So shout out to them. Vamos, baby. So yeah, Croncy, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, what was the question? No, I remember the question. Sorry. No, yeah.
Come
sorry.
on.
It is disappointing to see that we're not going to see a Tanner in our top 16 more or less today. That's very unfortunate, but it would have been very cool.
Would have been a meme.
It would have been such a meme, and I would have been so happy about it. But Staff of Charon, Hannah B888 or Xperia as they're known as well, making it into round number 2 is very exciting. A team that we mentioned at the start of the broadcast as one of the teams to look out for and that we're really excited about. So hopefully they can get through to round number 2. We don't know who their opponent is just yet, but it shouldn't be too much longer until we find that out.
Hey, team that we haven't talked about yet is STK Scientific and Non-Conventional Operator Pilot. They're both 1-1 right now, so those two are in their match 3, but we got Thunder Lake and Doldol in the Hornet Arrow combination, and then we got STK Scientific, which is Zeus X, and Codeman, who is doing the Saber Hornet, meta combo, as we'll call it here. But, shout out to those two teams. They're currently in 1-1 going to a game 3 while we have this started. So I believe we have our next matchup, which we can stay here and talk about real quick. We got B-Raptors coming back in for the action versus Gabi Wobbies. So we haven't talked about Gabi Wobbies, so I'll let you take that down, Croncy, and let us know who's in Gabi Wobbies and where they're from.
Yeah, so looking at Gooby Wibbies, we have Sin and GI. They're going to be competing today. Not sure. I'll double check. It looks like we've got a Hornet and Arrow for this team again. Another one of these common ones that we've been seeing today, it's either been Hornet and Arrow or Hornet Saber, Hornet Talon, right? Those are the big three we've been seeing. So we get to see the Arrow, see what that can do again. Obviously, we got to see in round number 1, we got to see the amazing performance from Cloak and Dagger with the Arrow. If any of our other competitors are even remotely as good as that, this is bound to be a pretty solid one. They, like we said, they're going to be versing Raptors once again on the Hornet and Saber. So, I mean, the Hornet and Saber just won that last game. I still think they're going to lose, Maya, but it's definitely showing its paces today.
All right. I mean, we'll see. I mean, like, you guys are going back down to the pit in a second, but yeah, I mean, I got my eyes on that Talon. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, man, that's awesome. But anyways, if you guys are watching at home, thank you guys so much for your support. Let me know in chat. I'll probably take I always rewatch the entire broadcast. So let me know in chat, if you were dogfighting in atmosphere, what 2 ships would you use with your teammate? And if you were in space, what 2 ships would you use with your teammate? I want to see that the differentiation of like what ships you use in atmosphere to what ships you use in space. And I'll take a look at that next time. Once we're done with the broadcast, I'll take a look at it offline. But let us know in chat what differentiation of ships would you use, whether it's space or atmosphere. But yeah, let's get down here. Still no views right now. If we can get some views here soon, I will let you guys know. But for right now, I think we're going to take a quick short break, guys, and we will be right back with some more action here in Fight or Flight Group Stage presented by Game Glass. This is the road to CitizenCon 2953. We'll be right back.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Damo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
Every step you can count on me. Every step you can follow.
Whoa! Oh, baby, look at this race starting, guys.
Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments, and we work with talented community gamers to supply supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event organizers, and so much more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their veins. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's gonna change the way we play the game.
Ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Your eyes are the gateway to your brain. It's time to start getting serious about protecting them. Reinforcements have arrived. Introducing Gamer Advantage, a gaming wellness company rooted in science. Patented, clinically proven, and trusted by thousands of people. Our glasses are designed to fit comfortably under a headset, look amazing, and offer protection indoors and out. Our lens will help you sleep better, which means feel better and perform better. There's no color distortion, and they are available in prescription. Internal protection starts with eye candy, an eye health, immune boost, and antioxidant formula. Fog Away, the #1 selling anti-fog spray for eyewear. Gamer Advantage. Gaming wellness reimagined.
Head tracking adds so much to immersion in supported first-person games. When you try it, you're going to see why it makes so much sense. It's been created to seamlessly let you look where you want to, and with Tobii Eye Tracker 5, everything just works. Tobii has been the go-to name for head and eye tracking, and over time, their product has evolved. Their newest implementation has the most simplified setup because they did all the work for you. Offering both head and eye tracking, Tobii is able to track precisely through glasses or contacts, and once calibrated, it will never lose its center. The head tracking solution that integrates at the bottom of a flat or curved monitor, look at what you want to target sooner, look at what you want to lock your missile to, look at where you want to bomb, look in the direction that your ship is traveling to get the edge, look around and get the advantage. Just look and let Tobii Eye Tracker 5 do the rest in StarCitizen and a host of other simulation titles. It's so natural that you forget it's there.
Mayday, Mayday, this is Red Wind, FR 9183, requesting immediate support. I'm under fire from an unknown number of hostiles. Sending my location now.
HQ, strike team. Contract assigned.
HQ, strike team, roger. Proceeding to target. Red Wind, Foxtrot, Romeo, 9er 183, Walker strike team on site for assistance. HQ, strike team, contract fulfilled, ready for tasking.
All right, well, we are back here. We are getting some views, Croncy. We have our next matches coming up with our B Raptors and Gabi Wabis. Avenger Squadron, where we'll see them in the light for the first time, versus Ram, Backstrafe Boys, and then Hawks versus Liberty Reapers Orange. So we're just getting ready here, guys. Just having a little bit of some tech issues, but we should be all right. We should be good starting a match here very, very soon. But I hope everybody at home is having a good time. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Hope you guys are enjoying the action that dogfighting is bringing. And Croncy, one thing that I have noticed is that as much as I talked about, well, because this was last year, right? Last year we saw a lot of Gladiator Arrow, and I haven't seen a Gladiator yet. Or not a Gladiator,
that's
sorry.
That's because you're not allowed to
Gladius.
use the Gladiator.
I'm sorry. I keep getting missed. Yes, the Gladius, not the Gladiator, not the bomber. Okay, I know my ships. Not the bomber, not the bomber that's completely messed up and broken and doesn't work, and nobody likes to fly it, and nobody probably owns it, so it's okay. But yeah, we haven't seen a Gladius. What are your thoughts about that one?
I don't think it's super surprising. So once again, we're in atmosphere now, right? And I think the Arrow just outperforms the Gladius in like 99% of cases in atmosphere. And so if you're going to pair up something like the Hornet that we've been seeing with a fast maneuverable ship in atmosphere, then you're just going to choose the Arrow. And I think a lot of the competitors understand that. So we did see a couple of Gladiuses in the first round. I don't know. I'd have to double check. We got a lot of people to go through. I don't think a single one of them made it through, as far as I can tell. So yeah, obviously, unfortunately, the Gladius just being outperformed this year.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and it's sad to see it. Even though the maneuverability in Atmo, as you mentioned, is not that great. It's kind of sad not to see it in here, man. It's a bit tough to see that ship that performs so well in space, not being used. But hey, can't complain. I'm glad to see a different dynamic here in these atmospheric battles. But one thing that I want to talk about, Croncy, is when 320 is out, right? There's going to be multiple arenas, right? There's not going to be just space. No. We can go to space, and then we can go to Atmos, and then we can come back to space. So, and that's where times where, we can have, map bans and different things in 320. It's going to bring a whole different dynamic to the game. So I'm very excited to see, us change it up a bit. Instead of just doing Atmo and space, we're doing both and making, round one, match one can be, in space, and then match two, round two can be in atmosphere, which is going to make people change those ships constantly and make sure that they have a dynamic of ships that they can use in a tournament like this. So very excited to kind of see that happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think obviously the biggest thing about the Arena Commander update for us is going to be the introduction of spectator mode. The ability to very smoothly get views to everyone will be very nice, because I don't think a lot of people know just how much work goes into just getting the cameras for each of the participants, especially when you've got so many people competing today. But we somehow get it done. Somehow. It's a little rough around the edges, but it happens.
Yep, and a quick update here from Arena C or Group C. We have Electric Blanket taking game one over Irie Aces right now. So I mentioned Electric Blanket. They were BSI Eagle from last year, taking, I think, that third place spot. So they take game one. The Floor Mat and Gimmick, I believe they are from Australia, taking that game one versus Irie Aces versus Gank Frankenstein. Oh, that's actually a good name. I like that name. And then Rent a Kill on the Talon Hornet combo. And then the Floor Mat and Gimmick are flying the Hornet Arrow combo. So they're taking game one. And then round two is on the way, Croncy. We're a little bit over halfway, somewhat halfway over these rounds right now. So once we get these game three going and move into round three, things are going to start moving a lot faster. So very excited to see who gets that top 8 on the finals. But remember, Croncy, is that only the top 4 teams are going to get that flight, are going to get that room to CitizenCon come October. So, which I'm very excited to see which of those teams are going to be up there. And we haven't talked about pricing, Croncy, but the top 3 will be getting a trophy. The top 3 will be getting a pair of fighter flight jerseys. They're going to be getting some digital ships as well. So there's obviously we're in an alpha game, so we don't want to put any monetary stuff on the line yet. We're not giving anybody cash, but I think once their competitive integrity comes in the game, then we should be able to hopefully start doing that for the community. So very excited so far, Croncy.
Yeah, definitely. I still can't believe that it's about 2 months away from CitizenCon right now. That's kind of wild to me. Like I'll be in the States 2 months from today.
I mean, I already met you, Croncy. You're a lovely guy. By the way, everybody, remember, if you go meet Croncy at CitizenCon, he's going to give you some stickers, man. So, I mean, if you like stickers, man, go find Croncy and just, jump on his back. He's a very, 6'9", about 6'9", so, I mean, you might need a ladder to jump on his back, but no, man, Croncy, it's always a pleasure, man. We had so much fun in Australia when we did the Bar Citizen during that Dream Hack, man. It was absolutely an absolutely great time. So I hope to have more of those memories with you and the rest of the community at CitizenCon. So, Croncy, now something I'm going to ask you. I wanted to ask you real quick. I apologize. Do you think that 320 is going to change the dynamic of the ships, and are we going to see a different meta coming to 3.20?
That entirely depends on bug fixes. I don't think there's going to be any like balance changes or anything necessarily. But if there's some certain bug fixes that hit in, then that'll be the case. And we did just get an update, guys. We're going to be changing who we're watching for round number 2, it seems. So we are actually going to be watching Avenger Squadron versus R4M.
Oh, baby, that's going to be a match that I have been wanting to see. Hopefully, while some of the teams were raiding in round 2, Croncy, they were able to practice until round 2 was ready. So as round 2 is ready now, whenever the team is ready, let's see if we can get all 4 teams on camera. And Croncy, I'll take the countdown this time so you don't have to lose your voice.
Yeah, look, thank you. I just need a little bit of a rest, So we're going to be watching the Hornet and Saber versus the Hornet and Arrow, which we're starting to become a little bit familiar with how this matchup works out now, which is quite interesting, which is if they can get one of the 2 ships down, likely the Saber, then they can probably get there. We've seen the Arrow outperform today so far. And this is also our first time watching Avenger Squadron on the field as they had a bye on the first round.
Yep, you're going to see Avenger 1 top left and the Hornet guys, and then Schwang on the bottom left. Community member Schwang, actually. I'm going to keep calling him that. Everybody show him some love in chat. Schwang is going to be on that bottom left Saber, and then you have a Ram. Backstrafe Boys is going to be Immobus, or Immobius, I'm sorry. All right, before somebody tells me something about pronunciation. Look, man, I'm from the islands, bro. I just wave it. So, and the Hornet on the top right, and then we got Sonic Cow and the Arrow on the bottom right. It seems like we're ready to go. Croncy, are you ready?
I'm very ready. Let's get going.
All righty, Arena A on go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! All right, Croncy, here we go. Let's see what action. Here comes the handshake in the middle. I'm excited for this one.
Be careful with...
Yeah, it can be good fun. It looks like we do actually also have some voice comms coming through too. So we get to hear a little bit of how they're actually communicating in these fights as they approach the center. Once again, we have not seen Avenger Squadron today yet. We know that they're fantastic flyers. We know what they can do in a room full of content creators. But what can they do against some of the other best pilots in the verse?
I mean, we will see that right now. Here we go. The scans are out. Let's see if they can target each other. They're getting 2,000 meters away from 7,000 meters away from the 890 jump right now. They're getting a lot closer. They should be able to see each other very, very soon. So let's see what kind of tactics. Oh, already starting. Schwang on target already on the Arrow. That's going to be their first target so far, Croncy. Will they take it down?
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to just isolate the Arrow as much as they can. This is one of the strategies we were talking about get rid of the action economy rather than getting rid of the big target. Then you don't have to worry as much about your positioning. So some absolutely huge hits here from that big old size 4 Revenant Gatling cannon right into the Arrow. Shields are down, damage applied.
Right there, man. Wow, you see that Avenger 1 just on target. There it goes. Unfortunately, Backstrafe Boys, that Arrow is down and the Hornet is up left. So let's see what they can do. Here it comes around on target here. Avenger 1 doing some great shots.
The Saber's also down, Crucian.
Oh no, that is Hornet versus Hornet 1v1 right now. It's going to be Avenger 1 versus Immobius, unless he was going to bring this home, man. Captain versus Captain here. Croncy, I'm very surprised to see that Saber went down. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's something that we've already seen today. We seem to get into these situations where we've got almost 2 aggressive duels happening at the beginning, and they're able to take one ship down, but they're able to capitalize on the fact that they're targeting this one ship. So that's fantastic. Now we're in the Hornet 1v1 duel. We've got a little bit of lag on the right side there, so we're probably going to focus a lot more on Avenger Squadron's perspective. Shields are down on the backstrafe, boys. It's only a matter of time.
This is what I like, because if we were in space, right, as soon as that arrow went down, the Saber could have just gone away and moved away as fast as it could and kind of like, got away with there. But there we go. Down goes Avenger 1. Down goes Avenger 1. So Mobius.
No, Avenger 1 is up. Avenger 1 was the one to eliminate.
No, Avenger 1's on the left.
Yes, no, Avenger 1 got it.
Oh, no. Okay, you're right. Okay. Dude, I ain't gonna lie. I saw that his ship was still on, or the power was still on, so I was like a bit confused. And then Avenger 1 ship kind of went a little bit dark, so that's why I got a bit confused. But there we go, Avenger 1 taking that first game. That was tough. That's, man, I think if you're soft, that man, obviously your power plant is not exploding or whatever, but it should at least take down all those lights in your cockpit, because that was honestly like very hard to see which one went down there.
Well, that is what happened there, but unfortunately there was a little bit of delay in the video.
Delay?
Feed from
Yeah.
Unfortunately, so that's what happened there. But yeah, Avenger 1, Team Avenger Squadron, able to take game 1 for round 2. A fantastic performance.
Man, that was pretty good to see them just go straight after the arrow and then see Schwang engaging right head on there. But let's get your thoughts here, Meyer, on this matchup versus Avenger 1 and Ram Backstrafe boys.
Well, I mean, it was a very clean fight. I didn't actually see when Schwang got taken out, but Avenger 1 was just on the target there. And we saw the arrow try and do something similar to what Dawn did before. Dawn Phantom in their arrow going up, coming down, dropping their chaff, but Avenger was right on them. I think that even when the pip dropped, that wasn't enough to stop the Hornet there from just doing all of that damage and then some. They didn't go down in this encounter, but it was soon after, right here in this chase, as he pulls up, that he just gets taken out completely. And it was just a good fight. After that, we had that little duel there, and I think with commentary and with watching these dogfights, I think soft death is not very apparent sometimes.
It's not, yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was
a good fight.
I mean, you have that soft death, and then you have that little delay from getting some of these competitors' cameras, man. So it's kind of very hard to tell which one had that soft death. But I mean, overall, I think great battle from Avenger 1. And like I mentioned, I think that if we were in space and the Saber could have just shot down the arrow, I mean, the arrow would have had better maneuverability in space too. But I mean, we've seen this time and time with Avenger 1 doing a great job. Schwang, who can really get on the money versus any target. Very great maneuverability overall. I just kind of, very impressed with Ram Backstrafe boys to see them take down Avenger 1, because it's not as, Schwang, because it's not as easy as it is. But anyways, thoughts from you here, Kroncy?
A fantastic performance from them. Once again, even though the arrow was the first ship to be removed from the field, the Saber died very, very close to that, almost immediately after that. So I'm, once again, getting really impressed with these arrow loadouts actually, performing on par with some of these Hornet Sabers. This one did go to a Hornet Saber once again, but, the teammate of the two that everyone expected to get into the long haul was not Avenger 1. If we look back to at the very least the Creator Clash tournament, Avenger 1 did an absolutely fantastic job, but we saw an insane performance from Schwang.
Man,
they got out. They were done. They were gone. Eliminate the better player, and then try to bring this 1v1 into more of a fair fight.
Man, Krause, you looking at that replay and just seeing how accurate Avenger 1 is, man. You don't see anything just being missed. Every single shot is on point. That pip, regardless if it's lagging or not, is just hitting and just destroying Mobius, taking him down after you saw that replay, man. Incredible. I ain't gonna lie. When you rewatch it like that, you're like, damn. This is what you're up against in this tournament. And it ain't easy. So we have coming up next, I believe, is going to be Hawks versus Liberty Reapers Orange. which we saw Liberty Reapers Orange, Snalaby in the Hornet, and Diamakula in the Saber. So we're going to see them come back here once again versus Hawks, who is going to be, I believe, this is going to be the first time we see Hawks because of Black Fleet 2 dropping out. So we see Hawks, Grande 18, and Spartano 97, which are going to be obviously in that meta Saber Hornet, not Saber Orange, but Saber Hornet. But guys, let's get some predictions coming up for this Hawks and Liberty Reapers Orange fight. What are your thoughts here? It's going to be a mirror match, unfortunately. So, who are we going for?
If you're asking me, I mean, like, I think that we've seen Liberty Reapers like play before. I mean, like, I think that that's basically where my money is, honestly. You know, like, they do tight work, so that's who has my money.
Okay. I like that. Well, what about your thoughts here, Croncy? I know it's kind of hard after, you know, we saw Liberty Reapers Orange versus Invisibility Check. They did really, really well. We haven't seen Hawks yet, but what are your thoughts here? Do you feel like Liberty Reaper Orange is going to continue moving forward?
I mean, Liberty Reapers, as a whole, all four teams have shown that they haven't come to play around today. All of them have advanced to round 2, and so far from what we're seeing, they're performing well in round 2. This is the first time today that we're at least going to get to watch the mirror match of the Hornet and Saber, the bane of this tournament, this composition. But it's going to be interesting because it once again brings into focus, are we going to see an elimination of the Saber? Are we going to see a focus on the Hornet? You don't have the option that we've seen with these Hornet arrow builds of, kiting them as much, that sort of thing. So there's a lot to learn from this upcoming match.
No, I totally agree, man. And the fights are going to just keep getting better every single moment. So right now, let's head on over to the group bracket and check out what's going on in the group bracket C and D right now, because I really want to get an update. There's some updates here. If we can get that refreshed, but look at this. Right now, NFED is moving forward here on a 1-0 versus Ghost Corp. And again, NFED, man, they're just coming in strong. It seems like they're. It seems like, hey, they're. I'm not too familiar with some of the NBET squad. I'm not sure if you guys are, but Captain Jericho and Druid in that Hornet Arrow, putting in work and up 1-0 versus Ghost Corp, and they just one game away from round 3. So any standouts to you, Croncy, at this time in Arena C or D?
Once again, sort of what I was alluding to just then, both Liberty's Reapers Yellow and Liberty's Reapers Black are ahead of game in their round 2s, meaning that we're likely going to see at least one of them in round 3, and then they're one more win into the top 8, right? So some fantastic performances from them, obviously. Still really excited to see what Turbor Bro can pick up here in Group C, as we've already seen one Turbor team eliminated. Maybe they can catch it up for their org. So those are the main ones I'm looking at in these two groups.
By the way, guys, if you guys want to follow along, !bracket in the chat, make sure you guys stick along with the bracket as we update it live. Meyer, give me your thoughts on anybody that stands out to you in Arena C or D.
Well, I mean, we've seen Papa Freedom's team there, Black Fleet now in round 2. They are, however, on the back foot there off against a bad start, I guess, against Liberty Reapers Black. But at the same time, looking at this rollout here, I think that I've seen one of Skunkworks' teams move on into round 2. They're currently on the back foot here against Liberty Reapers Yellow at the moment as well. But we've seen some good representation across the board here from LR throughout today's match, through today's competition. But yeah, so far it's looking pretty good for Arena C and D, with no clear winners at the moment, with only just one round through round 2 at the moment, one match through round 2 even.
Yep, and I just want to give an update here to Afilo and Dola Signum. We haven't really talked about Dola Signum throughout the entire tournament day, so shout outs to Itetsu and Royal Phoenix, who are in that Talon and Hornet, and they're up 1-0 versus Herbidiza and their team. I think there's some competitors right now that are also, probably streaming their point of view, so make sure you go say hi to them, make sure you check them out as well, and support them throughout their tournament life. So Black Fleet number 1 as well, going down 1-0 to Liberty Reapers Black. I know that's not an easy matchup, but that's Papa Freedom and team, Papa Freedom and Zapioid. So hopefully they can, tie this up, because I really want to see Papa Freedom get to that round 3 and hopefully to the top 8, man. I think he does a great job at practicing and doing all that good stuff. So, and then Liberty Reapers Yellow up 1-0 to Skunkworks team number 1. Let's go over to Arena A and B right now, because I don't think we've seen a little bit of movement there, guys. But nope, yeah, there's not much movement. But Aurora Borealis, who made it to the top 8 last year, is up 1-0 versus FFK Team 3. Any standouts here from any of you guys in Arena B, obviously, because we're covering Arena A?
Well, I mean, CIG is out. So it, like Soda Sharon with Hannah and Brighton has for better or for worse, taken out CIG's offering to the competition here. Noble 737 and Marsbat have been eliminated. Looking at this, I want to say that generally speaking, I mean, let's have a look and see who's gone into round 2. We've got Aurora Borealis, we've got FFK, we got Blackhawk. I mean, I don't know any of these people. Sadly, we haven't seen any of the gameplay at the moment, but so far it's looking pretty tight. Sorry, Croncy, you're gonna add something.
Yep. No.
Sorry, 1 sec. I'm getting echo from Crucian. My brain, it's not working.
What happened? An echo from me?
Yeah, you gotta mute yourself. There we go. Okay.
Oh, okay.
No,
and the
yeah,
other man, we're using like 10 different speaking platforms. My bad, bro. Anyways, guys, we have our next matchup, round 2, match number 4, Hawks versus Liberty Reapers Orange. Let's go over there right now, and then myself and Croncy are gonna be taking it on the desk one more time. So, Meyer, thank you so much again, and we'll see you back in just a little bit. My bad, Croncy. I was trying. My bad, man.
Look,
Anyways,
okay.
they're ready. I know, man. I don't you want me double in your ear? Isn't that okay?
That's the only thing I want, Crucian. I just want to hear your voice over and over again. In my ears.
Stop. Okay, I get it. Okay, we're there now. Hey, have you been too long on broadcast, Croncy? You okay, man? All right. Anyways, all right. Grande top left in the Saber, and then we got Spartano in the bottom left with the Hornet, and then we got Liberty Reapers Orange, Snalaby in the Hornet top right, and then you're gonna see Diamukula Saber on the bottom right. Croncy, are you ready to roll?
I'm very ready. Let's get to it. Let's see some Sabers and Hornets explode.
Awesome. Great to hear. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on my go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! All right, Croncy, here we go. Take it away. Hawks versus Liberty Reapers Orange.
The first back-to-back, well, not back-to-back, the first mirror match that we get to see all day. This is really going to show why these competitors chose these ships. But are they going to focus on the Saber? Are they going to focus on the Hornet? Are we going to see a lot of kiting? Probably not as much, because these ships aren't quite as fast as some of the smaller ones that we've been seeing doing some kite work recently. It's going to be very interesting. Liberty's Reapers Orange have been doing a fantastic job today, as have all of the Liberty's Reapers. But Hawks, they're coming in for it. They're a fantastic round. So I'm not sure. Where do you think this is going to go, Crucian?
I mean, you have 2 very loaded ships with a lot of damage right now. So I mean, I would want to, with as much firepower, I would try to probably take down a Hornet as quickly as I can. So that would be my guess, is communicating well with my teammate. And going after that other Hornet. But I mean, if that team wants to, they can obviously go towards the Saber, which has less HP at that point, get him out of the game if they can do that, and then concentrate on the Hornet overall. But I mean, we've seen this day after day or match after match, is that people just go straight after the Saber, knock him out, and then it's always ends up in a 1v1 currency.
Yeah, pretty much. That's essentially what we've been saying, and we're at our first few volleys now. Hornets v Sabers. Big thing here. It looks like we are focusing on the Sabers going forward. It made a lot of sense last time, just get rid of the action economy. Probably a lot easier to kill the Sabers than it is the Hornet. A ton of damage coming in, but also being dished out. Looks like we may have lost a wing there on the bottom right Saber. We're missing a Panther and a wing. That Saber's not long for this world.
Man, right now, Diamukula taking some heavy damage there from Hawks. The Hawks are bringing every single component they can, but there goes the Hornet. Spartano is down, along with Liberty Reaper taking down Spartano. Is this a 1v1 again, Kronzy?
I believe it is, yeah. So it looks like we've got a bit of delay on the top left camera, but we can see here on Liberty Reaper's orange top right camera that we've still got a little bit of action on the board. Possibly. Actually, it might be up. We may have missed it.
Man, that went by super well to see that, you know, them explode at the same time, but it's crazy to see that much damage go out to, you know, Diamukula and just getting that wing out. That entire Saber just took some sleep, but to see Spartano also go down first, it seems like they went after him and then kind of took care of the Saber after. But from here, I think the winner is Liberty Reapers. No, they're still up right now, Kronzy.
No, so
okay,
so
cool.
We have found our missing player, and it is the Saber still up, but very red, very red. And this Hornet, I mean, while the Revenant's out, you know, it is still triple Panthers. The Saber has 4 Panthers, but I don't really think it could compete here. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough here to see, you know, this happening right now, but I think the Hornet, unfortunately, is going to be the favorite here, especially look at that body for the Saber. Really red, and there goes the boom, and there they go. Snalaby taking that round number 1 win for Liberty Reapers Orange versus Hawks. But, man, I mean, Kronzy, you talked about going after the Saber and taking out that DPS economy, but, I mean, I kind of called it out there a little bit. They took out the Hornet with Spartano, and even though Grande, you know, was able to take out Diamukula, the Hornet being up at the end, I think it's going to win every single time.
Oh, I 100% agree. We saw an instance there as well of both a Hornet and a Saber from different teams exploding pretty much at the exact same time. So let's go back to the desk. Let's get Maya's opinion on what just happened and see how it went.
Man, a crazy good fight there by, I think it was a good, I honestly, I think that could have gone either way, Kronzy, to be honest. I think it could have gone seriously either way. But Meyer, let's get your thoughts on this fight here. Hawks versus Liberty Reapers Orange, man, where they took out that Hornet first.
Oh, what can I say? Snail B and Diamukula, they're representing Canada in style there. Well, through their team Orange, at least, anyway. Yeah, no, like doing work. What did I say? I thought they were gonna win, and they did. They did tight work. So yeah, I mean, like I think time and time again we've seen Snail with the Hornet there just being able to stay on target, and just anybody they see, they lays and they're dead. Like it doesn't matter if it's a mirror match or what. I mean, like it's just good dogfighting all in all. But yeah, it was a quick match. It was a good match altogether. And yeah, I guess I want to just say, like, I wasn't expecting that level. I mean, like, again, I think I said, like, Hosas, it allows you for a lot of granularity. If you have, like, these faster matches, it's much easier for you to, like, maintain that level without getting tired and fatiguing yourself. But we've seen now with Snail B and Avenger 1, just these guys have been so good when it comes to, like, staying on target. I couldn't do it. It's just a different level of dogfighting, at least for me.
I mean, you know, it's you know, we're gonna cover these replays, but it's been a minute since I've hooked up my, you know, my dual sticks, and we're gonna have to do that soon. But when I was flying Arcorp, man, I think I love how easy it was to kind of, you know, the visibility is great. I think the FPS is not that bad in Arcorp. I think it's a very great arena so far. So I really hope the competitors are having fun. But Kronzy, you want to break down, you know, if you want to break down the match a little bit further for me, please go ahead.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was a pretty straightforward fight, right? We saw them go in for a strafing run. Each team essentially targeted the opposite ship, and both went down pretty quickly. I do commend the Saber pilot for running away as fast as they possibly can after the elimination of their Hornet. This right here, this Saber is still being able to get that much damage off with a missing wing and therefore a missing Panther is very impressive. But it also very much goes to show how well the Saber can still perform without a wing. Without a whole wing, it's still semi-decent in atmosphere.
So believe it or not, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but when you take the Saber's wings down, it doesn't, you know, like if you take a Buccaneer's wing down, you're completely screwed in atmosphere. actually the Saber, you can still actually fly it properly when you take that wing down. I've had that happen to me recently, and you were able to control it just fine.
Yeah, you do lose some maneuverability 100%. That definitely happens, but it's not so much that you're out of the game.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, that you're handicapped. Yep.
Yeah, exactly, right? So you lose a little bit of maneuverability, so you're maybe not going to be able to get on target as much. You're obviously got less health, so it's going to not take as long for you to explode at that stage. But it also has an extra layer of the wings on the Saber sort of have two sections. If you lose the outer sections, you lose a very small amount of maneuverability, but you won't lose your weapon. If you lose the inner sections, you'll lose a weapon. So that's what we saw there, but they were still able to output some damage at the end. And that could have been the damage that actually won them the game. So, yeah.
I mean, I thought it was a very good strategy. And Meyer, let me know if it wasn't. But I think, like, I called it out. Going after that Hornet and taking it out first, if you can, on target, even though you lose that Saber and sacrifice yourself, I think it's a very, very good strategy. Because at that point, if your Hornet is still up, versus opponent's team other ship, I think you can do a pretty good job at winning. Because right now the Hornet is just, man, it's tough out there in the atmosphere right now. So it's
the Hornet's a bit of a beast, Crucian. But yeah, as for like how they're handling their the maneuvers and that kind of thing, I do think that going into this now, I need to do more homework, honestly, because going into this, we've gotten from our contestants here, we've asked them, what their favorite styles are, and what's a Cobra turn, what's a Bell tail slide or a high yo-yo. I'm watching these fights and I'm going, is this? No, it can't be. No, this has to be the combat spread. This is, I watching these fights, because they're going so fast, sometimes it's hard for me to pinpoint what's going on. With these mirror matches though, it's a bit better for me because it's just a cleaner fight. You can tell who has the advantage. Yeah, and that time around, Snail. So chat keeps saying Snail B. It's written Snalib. I don't know who's correct here. They're Canadian. I'm gonna go with Snail B. But Snail B's doing work. I like it whenever we watch that from that Hornets perspective.
Hey man, we don't go talk to all competitors and be like, yo, can you tell me how to say your name? I mean, I understand, but maybe when we get to a more in-person, in-person tournament, then we should be able to kind of, hey, how do you want us to say your name? Then that kind of makes sense. But it's just tough sometimes, and a lot of people think it's easy to see the views when production's changing cameras left and right. So, just bear with us because we'll get that information out to you. We got some incredible replays that's kind of, backing up whatever's going on, and we can make sure that we break it down even further for you guys because the replays have been absolutely incredible to see each and every single explosion and see how they're happening once the match is completely over, because sometimes they go a little bit too quick. So, but I believe we got our next matchup here, B Raptors versus Gabi Wabi. So we're going to go over to that right now, Meyer. So thank you so much for your breakdown on the Hawks and Liberty Reapers Orange fight, and we'll be right back with you here soon. So let's head on over to our next matchup, Croncy, which is going to be, again, Gabi Wabis, which is going to be their first time, I believe, fighting today. And it's going to be Sin in a Hornet and G.I. Jew in an arrow. Shouldn't have said that, but hey, it is what it is. It's the person's name. They're from Canada. So, we're going to just go with it. And then B Raptors, we have Atom Bomb 42 as well, and then Swiss Chris. Now, Croncy, from your experience, we saw B Raptors, compete. They beat Cloak and Dagger. I think that second match where Cloak and Dagger had their second teammate was a bit close. Do you think that B Raptors can come out with this victory versus Gabi Wabis today?
It really depends on the skill of Gabi Wabis. We haven't had a chance to watch them yet, so I'm not entirely sure what we're going to see. We do know that Raptors do have a problem with the arrow. They did manage to get that win on Cloak and Dagger, but they had lots of problems trying to verse that arrow. So we'll see what happens here. Once again, we've got Hornet Saber versus Hornet Arrow. It's a matchup we've been seeing a lot today. And in each of those situations, the Arrow has outperformed, but the Hornet and the Saber have pretty much won it. So, yeah, I'm interested to see what this team can do.
Well, right now, unfortunately, we do not have Gabi Wabi's bottom right screen, which is G.I. Jew and the arrows. So we're going to go ahead and move on to continue on with the bracket with this tournament. So, Kranzi, are you ready for the countdown?
I'm very ready. Let's go.
All right, let's get it. All right, Arena A on go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! All right, here we go, Kranzi. We got B-Raptors versus Gobby Wobbies. Once again, I'm going to tell you guys where each pilot is located, okay? We got Adam Bomb 42 top left. Swiss Chris is going to be bottom left in the Saber. And then we got Sin in the Hornet top right. And then G.I. Jew in the bottom right in the Arrow. Unfortunately, we don't have G.I. Jew's view, but we should be able to hopefully see Gobby Wobby's, view. And we can see a little bit of something in his camera view. So, Kranzi, hopefully we can get, this handshake going and get this fight underway.
Yeah, it should be any moment now. They're going to get their targets in. Now, it is going to be very interesting to see what happens in this initial pass-through. As we've seen pretty much every time we've had this matchup so far, the Arrow and the Saber usually have pretty much been eliminated straight off the bat. So I would hazard a guess that they've also been watching the stream. They've been seeing the results come in from the opponents and, change their strategies accordingly. We may see an Alpha Strike type deal on the Hornet rather than the Saber. But we're already in combat right now. I can't quite see what the Saber is targeting there, unfortunately. But we do have a target on the Saber from the Hornet on the top right there.
Yep, I believe this is going to be Team Gobby Wobby is going to be Sin in that target already taken out.
Down goes
the
Saber.
Raptor Saber, and he is, man, see you later, brother. See you later, Swiss Chris. So it's Atom Bomb versus the Arrow, and remember that Arrow maneuverability, they're not going to be able to catch it. So right now, Gobby Wobby's is kind of going to be moving on up there and doing a great job versus B Raptors. And will they be able to finish it off and take that win versus, Atom Bomb's Hornet right now, Kranzi?
I mean, possibly. I mean, look at that Hornet. Shields down, damage hitting pretty easily too. And they're able to keep the shields down. This is going to be over very quickly, it seems, if they're able to sustain this damage. The evasive maneuvers from Raptors leave a little bit left to be desired in this situation. So if they can just stay there, Gooby Woobies should be able to get this one up. And it does look like the Arrow is still alive. And there they go. Game 1 to Gooby Woobies.
Gooby, oh yeah, I keep saying Gobby. my bad. Yeah, Gooby Woobies, man, great job, dude. Once we saw that Saber, let's head back to the desk real quick here. Bring in Meyer in, but once we saw that they took out that Saber very quickly, I don't think you're ever going to be able to even touch that Arrow because it's just going to outmaneuver you. It's just going to outmaneuver Adam, and if you're trying to chase that Hornet, if the Hornet is chasing that Arrow, then you're just gonna get, banged out by that other Hornet, and you're pretty much done. But anyways, Meyer, that was a quick one. What are your thoughts on that one? We saw a little bit something different, the Hornet Arrow versus that Saber Hornet combination.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, Raptors before. They were against, Dawn and their Arrow, so we kind of seen how they played and that kind of thing beforehand. So I think going into this, they fought to get here, they took out Dawn Phantom in their Arrow, and of course a Hater in their Buccaneer, right? They got one clean match off here. But this time around, we saw Sin and G.I. Jew come in through here, and the second they saw them, I think that was it. That was GG. They were able to, and again, I would love to be a fly on the wall to hear the second they called out their target and went for it, because the second that they were they chose, that was it. Before we knew it, Atom Bomb was gone. And it's very interesting to see when you have a mirror match like this, and one guy in one ship is aiming at their mirror, and there is no mirror, there's no reflection, there is no they're not fighting back, and the second a Hornet has the upper hand like that, then I think in most cases you've already won, because your strongest ship now is destroying their strongest ship, and it's just a matter of time after that. And we saw that before, when these guys fought before. But yeah, well done for Gooby Woobies. Did I get it wrong?
Hey, well, No, you're fine. I got it wrong. I kept saying
All right.
Gabi. I don't know. I you know, guys, we've been out here on the desk for a while, but hey, I ain't gonna lie. I'm loving the matches so far. Let's get to our replays and break down the match a little bit further. But man, Croncy, what I love seeing there is that they use the arrow to their advantage, right? They went in, they took out that saber with the arrow. I think the arrow is so nimble, and you know, right there when the arrow takes on that saber, or sorry, both teams take out that saber, that arrow can just outmaneuver that Hornet, and you can't really take it down, because we saw, you know, Cloak and Dagger doing a great job, Dawn Phantom maneuvering really, really well. That took to a long fight. So I think in that situation, I think I would just want to go after the Hornet. But what are your thoughts on kind of changing up the strategy for the next round for that team, Croncy?
Well, first off, look at the pip control from Sin here as they take down that saber. It pretty much took them only 2 to 3 volleys to take down the ship that essentially determined the match. We knew that Raptors had a lot of issues with the arrow, so any amount of kiting was probably going to get them out of position, and we saw Sin exploit that and just unload on that saber. So it was really well performed there. I do think Raptors need to think a little bit more about their evasive maneuvers. It felt like any time that the Gibby Wibbies were able to get themselves in a position where they had, you know, a solid amount of time to unload on them, that was it. They just couldn't get themselves out of the way. So that was interesting. But the arrow, once again, doing more than I thought it would.
Yep, totally agree there. So some updates on our side. Unfortunately, Liberty Reapers Black has moved on to round number 3. Black Fleet 1 is out of the tournament, man. Again, I'm still going to do my due diligence and give a shout out to all the teams that came out today and just did their best and showcase their efforts, because there's a lot of teams out there. I'm pretty sure they're in Twitch chat talking some smack, but guess what? You didn't have the cojones to come to the tournament and showcase your skills. So y'all don't have a right to talk smack. That's all I'm gonna say to you guys. So next time we have the tournament, whether we have Arena Commander in the future, man, come showcase your skills. So I appreciate all the teams that came here and did their best overall. So shout out to all the teams once again. Anyways, so yeah, unfortunately, Ghost Corp is down 1-0 to Infed. I believe that's going to be their next matchup. Dolo Signum is up 1-0 versus Alfilo, and then Pax Mortis is up against Avenger Squadron Hazardous Automata. So any starting with you, Meyer, any surprise that you've seen so far in any of the matches throughout the day?
I mean, I wouldn't say surprises, really. You know, like, I guess, again, because I don't know these teams, but, like, this is our second Fight or Flight. But I am looking at, like, the representation going through, and I'm seeing a lot of Canadian reps. So, like, you know, you Canadians out there must be very proud, is all I'm saying. You know, but, like, it's cool to see, you know, like, again, I've seen a bunch of names being shouted out in chat, you know, like, from, like, the core PvP community. And, you know, definitely, like, we've seen some I guess, expected names kind of rise to the top here. But definitely, I mean, like, looking at it, I think that there was one, like, matchup here that people wanted to see, but it looks like we're still waiting on that, and that was, of course, AVS versus, one second, AVS versus Pax Mortis. Pax currently has one win in round 2. So we're waiting to see exactly how that goes as they push through into round 3 there, Crucian. But so far, it's just been a good day. I'm looking forward to, I believe it's on the 6th when we have the next, our next, I guess, wave of matches. And, you know, like, I'm just looking forward to just better PvP. I mean, we've had great shows, we've had great rounds, but I'm looking forward to being able to cover everything and, you know, like, just be able to be stuck in even more.
Hey, no, that makes total sense, Meyer. Well, Meyer, thank you so much. We have our next matchup coming up, Meyer. We'll get you back here on the desk soon, but let's take it away. We have Liberty Reapers Red versus FFK Team 2. This is going to be round 2, match 7, fight number 2. So with this win right here, Crunchy, Liberty Reapers Red moves on to round number 3, and we're dwindling down to what is going to be round 3 that's going to cement the top 8 moving forward to the finals on September 9. Liberty Reapers Red, all their teams are doing fantastic. They're Liberty Reapers Black already in round 3. So, I mean, really, really cool. Liberty Reapers Yellow is up 1-0. So, Liberty Reapers overall has really come and shown up, Croncy. What are your thoughts on Liberty Reapers on all their teams so far?
Yeah, we've got two really large and well represented orgs here in AVS and Liberty's Reapers.
Is he muted?
Yep. Hello?
Croncy, is he alive?
Hello? Can you not hear me?
I can't hear Croncy in... Yeah, I can't hear Croncy. Croncy! Somebody help Croncy!
Hello? So you guys can't hear me in game? Or anything? Can you hear me?
Let me just refresh real quick. Can I refresh?
Guys, do you hear me?
Can you guys hear me? Should you be able to hear me in this scene?
I can hear you, Maya. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. All right, fantastic. It's Crucian's fault. Yay! Well, anyway, what I was saying while Crucian reconnects, it was your fault. It was fine. I did everything right. I swear. Don't fire me.
Oh, come on, bro. All right. Jeez, man.
So what I was saying was we have two orgs that are very heavily represented today: Liberty's Reapers and AVS, Avenger Squadron, right? To the point where we're bound to see a lot of fights into the top 8 as we approach round 3. I am very impressed by the performance of all the Liberty's Reapers today, and we have 2 of those teams in this bracket that we've been getting to watch, while they have 2 more teams in the other brackets also absolutely destroying. So, yeah, they've been doing a great job today.
Well, we got some more updates here, Croncy. We got Aurora Borealis moving on to 0-ing FFK Team 3, moving on to round 3, so very good job. Again, we have Avenger Squadron, the Detectives, 1-0 versus Blackhawks. AVS, the community members, guys, all right? You know, they're up 1-0 versus Turbo Kappa. And then non-conventional operator pilots are up 1-0 versus Staff of Sharon. So, dude, Croncy, there are some great battles ahead, but let's talk about this real quick. NFED cleaning out both Skunkworks Team 4 and Ghost Corp. NFED moving on to round 3 versus Liberty Reapers Black. I know a lot of people, guys, we can't show all 64 fights. If not, we're going to be here till the crack of dawn. All right, so please excuse us. Now, all the fights for top 8 will be streamed, but we can't stream all 64 fights. If not, we will be here till, you know, we have people we care about. We have a lot of staff. But, yeah, NFED moving on. And then, unfortunately, we see our good friend Herbadiza Alfilo is down 0-2 to Dola Signum. Dola Signum moving on to that round 3. Croncy, we're almost there to see who breaks in the finals. Anybody you're excited for that is already in round 3 that you want him to hit that top 8? Because, I mean, I would love Aurora Borealis to get back into the top 8 once again. I think they're a great team, but they're either going to have to fight Blackhawks or Avenger Squadron, the Detectives. So, but excited to see them back in action. And they're from Australia, Croncy. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of interesting teams as we start to we're starting to see a little bit what our top 16 is going to look like. I'm very interested to see what happens with AVS Hazardous, Automata, and Pax Mortis. Pax Mortis currently 1 game ahead. They're the only ones left in round 2 of Group D. So they're going to be versing Dola Signum for the top 8 win. But right now we're about to get going with our Hornet Saber v Hornet Talon. I'm once again rooting for the Talon to make Maya not think I'm an idiot, and yeah, I guess we'll see what happens.
All right, well, let's get this match on the way. Liberty Reapers Red versus FFK Team 2 is gonna go on the way right now. All right, Arena A on go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! All right, Croncy, Liberty Reapers Red. We have Haiba on the top left in the Saber, and we have Bog Doggle in the Hornet on the bottom left. Then we got FFK Team 2, Golden Onion once again and Fungzi on the bottom right, where you see the top right is going to be the Hornet, and the bottom right is going to be Fungzi in the Talon. So, Kroncy, do you believe in the Talon for this next round coming up? What do you think?
I do believe. I do truly believe. I think I think it has performed better than the Saber has in general, but we also haven't seen it a lot, so it might be skewed. You know what I mean? But I believe. Now remember, guys, Liberty's Reapers Red are up 1 game. If they win this one, they advance to round number 3.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, let's see if we see another swap, a very important swap that we see, Haiba with Liberty Reaper Red and that Saber swap that and just did some damage. I think this is some of the calmest dogfighting I've seen so far with Liberty Reapers Red. So let's see what kind of damage they're going to bring to the floor this time around. Look at that, man. And 55 FPS, not too bad. Not too shabby there, Kroncy.
I'd be happy with 55 FPS, especially during a fight like this.
Hey, man, all I care about is the service performing. I'm happy with that, so I can't complain. So, but yeah, Arcop Arena, man, I think I really liking this arena so far. I think it's a great environment for dogfighting.
Yeah, it's been a good spot to do this, especially because you can see pretty much everything. Also, it looks like, there we go, we have weapons live, and we already have a massive exchange from a couple of our competitors there. Now, remember, some of these camera views may be a little bit desynced, so we'll try to follow along as good as we can, but that Talon getting a lot of shots in with those rhinos.
Yeah, he needs to be able to maneuver out of there, already getting some shots in. But here we have Bogdoggle just locking in, I believe, on the Talon. They're trying to take it down and continue with that strategy again like they did last time. That Talon taking some heavy damage. He needs to get out of the way. We're in atmosphere. We're not in space, so he can maneuver out of the way. But, Kroncy, this is looking a lot better than game number 1.
It is. And also that Saber sustaining quite a lot of damage there as well. It's a bit hard to tell on the Talon's HUD, seeing as it's all red, but I do believe the right wing has gone red on the Saber there. And if they can take that down, once again, doesn't lose a lot of maneuverability, but if you take enough of it down, loses a weapon, that's a pretty big advantage.
I think that FFK teams, I think the Hornet is already down in Sept. That's all they have to do is go after the Talon. So they kind of switch their strategy up, and there we go. Liberty Reapers Red, 2-0. FFK Team 2 moving on to round 3 in the road to CitizenCon in that top 8, baby. But, man, that was a pretty good battle. I'm not sure if you saw that. They took out the Hornet first. We are getting a little bit of desync there, Kroncy, but they took it out way before they even... They're like, well, the Talon's running away. Let's concentrate on the Hornet. Let's switch. Man, the communication between Bogdoggle and Haiba is just so good. To see them switch like that and do those call-outs, I think they're doing a great job at that. But let's get back to the desk and get Meyer's opinion, because man, these guys, I don't know, man. They're just looking so good, so patient. Meyer, give us your thoughts here on Liberty Reapers Red versus FFK Team 2. Because, man, that's just such a good fight overall.
I mean, Liberty's Reapers Red, I mean, like, what can I say? They went in there. They were silent, but they were deadly at the same time. I mean, what can I say? The Hornets died almost instantaneously, I want to say. I didn't even hear it. I didn't even notice it. I thought the entire time they were focusing on the Talon. You know, like Bogdoggle and the Hornet was just like almost no shots missed, no shots wasted. And it was another one of those like situations where, like, you know, one of these the kingpins of the team, the Hornet, like, you know, was able to just laze the other one without necessarily getting any answers back. We didn't necessarily see any countermeasure use being used, at least not in the darkness. I didn't see many pips being dropped there either. But yeah, I think, again, it was just another textbook showcase of just like good team comp, good team communications overall. I mean, like they were a unit. They were basically one ship the entire time, Crucian.
Yeah, they stick very close to each other too. In the beginning, if you notice that, you always see, Haiba right behind his teammate or right next to him at all times. But let's break it down with these replays, Kroncy, because I mean, this was a very interesting fight. And again, I've never seen a team. I've seen a lot of combat, but they're just so calm. They're composed. They're staying, pips on target every single time. They don't shoot. They don't waste a shot here, Kroncy. Like, damn, it's good.
Yeah, exactly. You can't afford to waste a shot when you're going up against such like amazing competitors, right? One thing I want to point out is the elimination of both the Talon and the Hornet actually occurred pretty close to each other. It was probably within about 10 to 15 seconds, meaning they they were on point. We
Yep.
saw a lot of target switching throughout the whole course of these fights, just maintaining their shield loss. Just, it takes a couple of seconds before your shield starts recharging. If you're just constantly switching just to make sure that those shields are staying down, so that when you do have an opportunity to go all out, you're hitting hull, that's obviously gonna win you out in the end. So we saw a lot of that. The Talon, unfortunately, maybe it was a fluke. Maybe the Talon was wrong. I feel bad now.
I felt like I felt like a lot of these teams that they'll end up like panicking, and they see that they're going after the Talon and that's their strategy, and then the Talon's trying to run away or get away as quickly as they can. But again, you're in atmosphere, so you can't do that as quickly as you would in space. But I think that they did a great job again, communicating, switching, and just being on target every single time, man. Like, I mean, I've never seen a pip so accurate in my life with Liberty Reaper's Red. So they move on to round number 3. Man, I love to see it, man. I can't wait for Master Modes, Cronzy and Meyer. I can't really wait, because the dynamic is going to completely change. You're not going to see all this jousting, but even in atmosphere, you're not seeing it much. You're just seeing people come out with heavy fighters. I'm sorry, I'm not going to... Somebody's going to say something. Not saying heavy fighters, but heavy DPS, light to medium fighters, and pretty much is game on at this point. Like, whoever can output the most DPS and be on point is who's going to win these matches, as opposed to, the scrambling of being in space and jousting left and right, and whoever can joust better is going to be the winner, as we saw from last year. But overall, man, these have been some great matches, and I can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. It's pretty exciting. We have some more news moving into, getting some of our winners into round 3. So Liberty's Reapers Yellow, they have defeated Skunkworks Team 1 over on Group C. So when we do get to round 3, we're going to be seeing them versus Electric Blanket. Hopefully,
Yep.
Electric Blanket, the last Australian team, can get in there. I don't think they will. Come on, guys, please.
Wow.
but yeah, we've now got our first round 3 competitor from our group. We get to see Raptors and Gooby again. We get to see Avenger and Ram again, and we get to see Hawks and Liberty's Reapers Orange again.
Well, we'll see how we do. Meyer, we will be back with you once again. Thank you, Meyer, so much. And we're going to be moving on here to Avenger Squadron versus Ram Backstrafe Boys. Let's switch over to that right now. So, Croncy, as we saw from the last match, it was very close. Mr. Schwang, I'm going to call him Mr. Now they're going to say Avenger Squadron Misters. Man, you guys are going to really just troll everything I say from here on out. But I can already tell what chat is saying. Like, man, this guy is just like calling everybody community members Misters. Like, look, man, Schwang went down in that last fight. I would love to see a fight where both teams are up and hopefully take him out. I think that Avenger Squad is going to do a great job to adapt versus Ram in this next matchup, because they know they're going to go hard on probably on Schwang again because of how good he is and just his pip is on target every single time. But what are your thoughts here, Croncy, versus this matchup coming up?
Yeah, look, Avenger 1 can definitely hold his own in this matchup, but Schwang really, I think, is the cherry on top for this team in order to win this fight. It felt very close for the vast majority of the fight last time, and I think we're probably going to see the same thing again. Probably a change up in tactics from last time as well. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. These are some fantastic pilots.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I talked about the King of Meta, the Gladius, earlier on in the stream in the beginning, while we were going through all of the ships. But hey, man, I'm glad to see the Saber get so much attention. I love it. It's either a Hornet Saber or Hornet Arrow, but I don't know, man. I really like the Hornet Arrow combo, because if you are on point with your teammate and you're smart about it, what you end up doing is that arrow can just take down that other Hornet, and that's pretty much game. Once your Hornet is alive, that's all you need to matter. Just maneuver with the arrow. If they chase you, the Hornet is on you from from your team, and they're just smacking you with DPS, and then hopefully you go down at that point. So, I mean, glad to see that the dynamic kind of changed from last year to this year. So, pretty impressed with all the dog fights in today's matches, man. And I'm very excited to see round 3 coming up soon.
Yeah, definitely. I think one thing that's really important to for maybe Avenger Squadron to think about when they're going into this fight, keeping in mind that they definitely know more than I do, is just trying not to let your opponent separate the two of you, because that's really where the arrow has been shining in a lot of these matchups. Is it's just been getting you out of position and convincing you to chase it, essentially, and that it doesn't work out. It just doesn't work out for the other players. So if they can keep a little bit focused, or just find those moments where the arrow itself is maybe a little bit out of position, then they should be able to take it down.
Yo, Krasi, I was gonna say, hey, maybe I'll go to the Avenger Squad, ask him to give me some lessons, Krasi, and you can go to another org, and then we'll just meet up in our own arena in StarCitizen, and we'll stream our own fight, Krasi. I'll take you down, but in a 1v1, same ship.
Dibs on Liberty's Reapers. Dibs on Liberty's
Whoa,
Reapers.
hey! I'm kidding, bro. I'll go train with Avenger Squadron anytime, man. There's some good guys. By the way, we got something very cool coming up with Avenger 1 in the future. So stick around, guys, because there's going to be some awesome dogfighting once 3.20 is out. And we got some very cool stuff planned with Avenger Squadron overall and the rest of the PvP community, because we're going to show some love to a lot of different, things. So anyways, I'm not going to screw it up too much. I'm just excited to see what more we do, because I would like to do some other tournaments. I don't always want to do 2v2. I want to do more 3v3s. I want to do some I want to see some heavy fighters out there too, man. I want to see some some wardens. I want to see some different ships. I want to see some other class of dog fighting that we haven't seen. But I mean, I'm really loving this 2v2 style light fighter, medium fighter type of vibe. So yeah, Kronti.
Yeah, I was talking to Maya before. That's what I really want to see is the heavy fighter v heavy fighter. I think there's a little bit more sort of to the idea of having to have a good pilot plus a good turret gunner that gets very interesting. And it looks like Avenger Squadron and Ram are ready for their second fight.
I thought it was R4M, man. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, let's start the countdown here.
Room for more. Room for more. They're hungry, guys. For more?
All right, Arena A on go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Here we go. As you remember, once again, we're going to see Avenger 1 in the Hornet on that top left, Schwang bottom left with the Saber, and then we're going to get Backstrafe Boys. We're going to say Mobius in the Hornet, and then Sonikau. All right, in the arrow bottom right, Kronsi. I'll let you take it away. They're going to be scanning. First pass here, handshake form at the 890 jump where the action begins.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very interesting one. Once again, Avenger Squadron up a game. Well, up a fight, up a round, however you want to pronounce it. This is their game to win. We currently don't know who of the winner of this will be versing in round 3, but we know that they will be versing either Hawks or Liberty's Orange. So definitely one where even if you win, you're still a little scared afterwards.
Yep. Here we go. They're scanning out right now. Seeing if they can see their team, trying to get those pips or their targets locked in. And here we go. We see some action already. We see the arrow taking already a little bit of damage there, but it seems like that first pass they just went through, and they're going to reposition here to lock in, Kronzi.
Yeah, look, shields went down on it quick, but once again, we saw it get out of dodge pretty quickly. Now, once again, it does seem like they're splitting their forces, but this arrow is taking a walloping from those Triple Panthers and that Revenant, a gun that really I thought was very unimpressive before this tournament began, but it's been doing a lot of work in these initial engagements, trying to get, the arrow a little bit worse off. The Sabers have been getting damaged quite heavily from that. And it looks like that Hornet in the top right for Ram also not looking too good.
Kronsty, I'm not sure if you noticed during this entire fight, but the arrow for Ram is already out for the count, if I'm not mistaken. Are they still in? Because I'm like they're just like flipping there. But yeah, here we go. All we have is pretty much is a Mobius left, and we got Schwang on direct with his pip, not wasting his bullets. But hey, it's repeaters after all. So Mobius, the only person for Ram trying to get that Hornet out. But man, the Saber's just gonna pound him with some damage, Kronsty. And I think right now we're gonna see Avenger 1 move forward to go into round number 3.
Yeah, that is not a healthy Hornet that we're looking at right now, especially as it's getting pelted by this Saber. Looks like they're trying to chase Avenger 1, maybe get a little bit of a collateral kill there, but it's not going to do, I don't think. They've got too much sustained fire on this ship.
Yep, as right now, if you can see there it goes. There goes Avenger Squadron taking that win. We are a little bit delayed there, but Ram Backstrafe boys, unfortunately, are going to be out of the tournament. So there goes Avenger Squadron moving on to round 3. Let's get back to the desk here and get Meyer's thoughts about this matchup, man. I think that this matchup over here, Meyer, was just way more dominant than the last one, where I felt like they, Ram Backstreet Boys had more of a chance, but I don't think this time around, man, they were just way more composed overall. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think that definitely Avenger Squadron kind of had like a tactic going, like they knew what was happening this time around, like even more so than before. It was kind of like watching from here, it was kind of like a cat on mouse, because, like we saw Avenger 1 going straight and like chasing Sonic Cow in the Arrow, and Mobius was chasing Avenger 1 in their Hornet, and they were firing at them, but they weren't able to stop them from taking out the Arrow in time. And then once that happened, they just turned their guns on them, and that was the end of the game. It was very short, but it was just a matter of just outmaneuvering, really. Like, had Mobius been able to like take out Avenger 1's like engines or whatever, like as they were pushing on the Arrow, it would have been a whole different game. But it was just just tight and tidy. It was good to see.
Croncy, I'm gonna let's get to some replays, but I'm gonna say some stuff here. Correct me, because when I see Avenger Squadron play, they're pretty composed, but I just feel like Liberty Reapers Red overall is just like, you can see what their plan is clear as day, and they're just even more composed. But I really hope to see that matchup in the top 8, because right now those are the two teams that are really getting me excited to see go head to head. But I mean, what are your thoughts between like the way that Avenger Squadron is playing compared to Liberty Reapers Red, if you can even compare it at all?
It's a bit hard, right? Both teams have been very clean for the most part. Avenger Squadron in their first game there, it was a little bit sloppy, but they managed to get it. And then in that run just then, absolutely crushed it. There was practically no mistakes to be seen at all. So it's a little bit hard to guess. I will say though that after this round, all three, as far as I can tell, all three of AVS teams have made it into round 3 of their respective groups now. So we are pretty much guaranteed to be looking down the barrel of Liberty's Reapers v Avenger Squadron in not just the top 16, but in the top 8 as well.
I'm gonna
almost, not guaranteed,
jump in here,
but it's very close.
I'm gonna jump in here because Pax Mortis, this is an update here from Arena D, taking out Avenger Squadron Hazardous Automata. Pax Mortis 2-0. Are up and move on to round 3. So one of the Avenger Squadron teams are out. We still have Liberty Reapers black, yellow, red, blue, green, pink. All these guys are still on and up. So we might see that Liberty Reapers, they have 4 of their teams go to that round 3. So we have only 2 of the Avenger Squadron teams get to that round 3, Croncy.
3. So we have Avenger Squadron, AVS the Detectives, and AVS the Community. They've all made it into round 3 at the moment.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, this fight overall, though, again, very, very good shout out to, to Avenger 1 and Schwang. I think they definitely came more composed and really did a great job at just cleaning up the fight overall versus Ram and moving on to the next round. So very, very good dogfighting by Team Avenger 1. And again, I'm going to say this for all the teams that came in and competed, whether you were out in round 1, whether you're out in 1-2, I just want to say thank you again. Like I told you guys during the briefing, thank you for the bottom of my heart for being here. I really appreciate it. You guys showed up and showed out. Whether you're on stream or not, shout outs to all of the teams that are coming and competing. Hopefully at a, I'm not going to say at the highest level because competitive integrity is at the highest level, but for right now, I'm going to call it the highest level that you can compete at. So shout outs to those teams.
Definitely the highest level in the verse right now in the PU. It's so difficult to like put together these things. Again, like obviously it's one thing to like to watch and to see this event and like, you know, how it's going on and that kind of thing. It's another thing to look at that Discord and just see how many people need to come together just to give you this. And you know, like as we go on with this tournament, with this competition, with Atmo, I only hope that we just do better, you know, like again, I guess just to go on top of that, thank you guys in chat, thank you guys watching, thank you guys competing for you know, sticking by, you know, like it's not easy. So thank you.
Yep. Yeah, no, 100% agree. And by the way, you know, like if a lot of people may not understand like what goes on behind the scenes, but hey, if you want to really come in and show some love to the Atmo team and you want to really help out, hey guys, we are open. This is an open community. This is for everybody. This is for all competitors, whether you're racing, whether you're dogfighting, it doesn't matter. Come discord.gg/Atmo Esports. Come be a part of the community, whether you want to be a camera person, whether you want to be an official. We could use, hey, we're a family, man. Nobody behind the scenes is getting paid here. We're all volunteering. We have the passion for the community. So if you have the passion too, and you want to help us out, man, come hang out with us, see how we operate so you can understand what really goes on behind the scenes, because it's not as easy as you think. So once again, shout out to my staff, shout out to all of the crew that are behind the scenes putting this all together. You guys are the heroes of the tournament. So thank you guys all seriously so much. You know, but before our next matchup, guys, let's talk a little bit about, you know, some of our sponsors, because I know Tobii Gaming is celebrating, you know, their 22nd anniversary, and they have a special deal for you. So if you type !Tobii in chat, you guys can check it out. You got 20% off the Tobii eye tracker, which like Meyer said earlier, a lot of the competitors, over 50% of the competitors are using the Tobii eye tracker 5. The second you get that Tobii eye tracker 5 set up, it is absolutely a tool you must use to play StarCitizen. So, you know, get 20% off. Try it out yourself. If you want to get into PvP, use Tobii to take it to the next level. So, but yeah, any thoughts here, man, on the Tobii 22nd anniversary, Meyer or Kranzi?
Well, I mean, like I said, over 50%. I think it's now over 75% of the people who are still playing in rounds 2 and 3 are using one. So,
oh wow,
I think there is either a positive correlation for the actual device, or at least the commitment to get more peripherals and stuff to play the game. But you know, I think I have said enough about Tobii. You know, like, you know, from its eye tracking, the gaze-based tracking is what I use and what you see being used for these events when people use them. It's how you can select a ship without targeting it, so you can make sure that the one that you're looking at is the one you want to target. But yeah, all in all, it's a good thing. And like I use it a lot myself for like I do a lot of StarCitizen RP, and it's just great for like head tracking and all that stuff. You can do like animations that you can't otherwise get to, like rolling and stuff while standing. So yeah, it's just a cool device.
Yep. And any thoughts from your end, Kranzi? I mean,
yeah.
You know, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a great tool, especially for a game like StarCitizen that someone said has something like 500 and something keybinds. Being able to use the Tobii to you know, alleviate some of that is always nice by looking at the things instead of having to press a, you know, random specific button on your 50 billion button keyboard. But then also, as I sort of mentioned, it just sort of levels up your game for racing and dogfighting easily. Being able to have a much better view of your surroundings and where your enemies are is obviously a massive boon to you. So yeah, love it.
And I believe that they're working on getting more features. I'm not sure if they're going to be working on getting to be able to track like mining with your eyes, their laser beam, all that good stuff. But I mean, that stuff will be cool. So I know they have a Discord where you guys can go probably visit. But if you guys want to check out, you know, Tobii Gaming on Twitter, I think, or sorry, X, my bad, Elon Musk, sorry, my guy, my bad. But yeah, they're going to be doing some giveaways for their 22nd anniversary. So make sure you guys check it out. And again, one more time, Tobii in the chat, so you guys can go grab it if you want to. So next thing is going to be our, I got to say one more time, our CitizenCon X Atmo Esports collaboration. Let's put that up on the screen. Guys, we just launched our merch. So, hey, it's the little station that do. So Port Olisar, we're commemorating Port Olisar for being such an iconic station during our time of, you know, 2.6 all the way till, you know, till pretty much now. So, you know, grab some merch, help support Ammo Esports, all this stuff is going to go towards our impact at CitizenCon. The boots, getting the community out, the top 4 teams, putting some stuff for the community out there, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you guys are enjoying the show and want to help support, this is one way that you can do it. So, but yeah, let's get back here to the desk, guys. I believe we have the next matchup is going to be Hawks versus Liberty Reapers Orange up next. Meyer, we'll see you in a minute. And we're going to take on over to get this match underway. So thank you guys all so much, for being with us here today. So, Meyer, we'll see you in a bit. All right, Kroncy, I believe this match is almost ready to go. Give me your thoughts as Liberty Reapers Orange are up 1-0. Who do you think is going to take this next matchup?
So, yeah, Hawks v. LR Orange. Once again, another interesting one. LR Orange managed to pick it up last go. This, I believe, this is our mirror match. This is our Saber Hornet v Saber Hornet. There's not really much to be said in these kind of matchups. It all comes down to skill and tactics. How are you going to play this one today? Are you going to, once again, try to split them up? Are you going to try to alpha strike the Saber, which we've seen a lot today that sort of has been working for a lot of matchups? Things change from round to round. I'm not 100% sure how it's going to go, but LR Orange have been unbelievably performing well today. It is beyond expectations. So my prediction, they probably going to pick this one up and head off to round 3.
All right. Well, I believe we're ready. Once we get to our 4-cam situation, we should get the countdown going. Officials, let me know if the countdown is ready to go so we can get them started. Let's see if we are ready for this arena. Oh, okay. They still need a few. I think they still need a few minutes, but I think Hawks right now, which is Grande 18, is Saber. Unfortunately, we don't have his feed, but hey, we have somebody else's different feed, so we should be all right. So whenever the team is ready, we should be ready to go here and get this match started. So as we said, ladies and gentlemen, Spartan 97 in the Hornet is going to be bottom left once again. And then you have Liberty Reapers Orange, Snailbee instead of Snailebe. Snailbee is going to be on the top right in the Hornet, and then Diamakula in the Saber on the bottom right. Hey man, it says Snailbee in our chat, so
it'll be Snailbee by next year for sure. I do really appreciate in the bottom right there. Diamakula. I do really appreciate the fact that we can see the movement of their sticks and when they're boosting and whatnot. Just provides a little bit of information to us viewers to know, hey, what actually are they doing right now?
Yep. All right. Well, let me take this countdown, Kroncy, and we'll get this match underway. All right, Arena A on go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! All right, ladies and gentlemen, Hawks versus Liberty Reapers Orange is underway. Kroncy, I'll leave it up to you to get it started.
The mirror match begins again. It very likely will not be the last mirror match we see today based on all of our round 3 attendance at the moment. LR Orange up 1 game against Hawks. Interestingly, Hawks actually had a bye on the first round. So they this is technically still their first round that they've been able to participate in today. So it's a bit rough. You've got a lot of competition in the second round. It's going to take a little bit of time before they meet in the center, do their little handshake, and start fighting. But I'm willing to bet we're going to see a Saber, at least one Saber, go down pretty quickly.
I mean, remember last time, even though this was a mirror match, Liberty Reapers Orange did a good job and took down that Hornet quickly as they could, and that kind of got him that win. So let's see if that happens again, if they're going to tidy up that same strategy and see how they're going to be able to move forward here in this matchup, Kroncy. Well, Liberty Reapers Orange, we haven't seen a 1-1 yet, so I would love to see a game 3 and kind of break it down to that last matchup, but I think Liberty Reapers Orange are going to probably stick with the same strategy and kind of move forward from there. So they're trying to find their targets to get that first pass in the way, get that handshake going, and get the action started, Kroncy.
Yeah, the round 2s across the board have all been 2-0s, essentially, so far. And we've only really got 2 left. Very interesting to see if we can get into a game 3, and these are some absolutely fantastic teams to do it. you know, taking a little bit of time for him to get started, but it looks like we're about to see guns live any moment now through this chaff.
All right, here we go. Let's see the lock in. We got some teams locked in. We should be able to engage right now. I know we don't see Hawk's top left screen with Grande 18 is feed right now, but hey, let's see what happens here. You know, and obviously we're gonna get a little bit of a delay here, but I mean, man, these guys are just like looking for each other pretty hardcore right now. But hey, let's get the action started. Here we go.
There we go.
First engagement already. The Hornet is already firing out some damage, and I mean, Liberty Reaper's orange. I think Diamakula already taking some heavy damage ahead of time. Shields are still up though, and
I mean, pretty much what I predicted happened, right? They were going to target the Saber as quickly as they can, get that out of the way, so that you have a little bit of action economy versus the Hornet, and get yourself the win, especially the extra DPS that you get from the Saber. And down goes Hawks. We don't quite have the feed of the other teammate, though. I do believe they're still alive at the moment, but we're in a 2v1 situation already.
Rousey, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Rousey, can you hear me? Oh, sorry,
Yes.
sorry. For some reason, my stuff cut out. All right. I don't know what's going on, man, but wow. They went down fairly quickly there. And wait, is Grande 18? Is he already down as well? Because his feed just came back up.
So we've
that's
got
not his
a
feed,
feed
gotcha.
of a Pisces, which isn't unfortunately, very to my disappointment, was not allowed as a ship for today. But yeah, I think we're just looking for our opponent at this stage, getting back towards the center, seeing what happens. But I mean, that's a huge advantage for LR Orange. Obviously, that Saber is practically untouched, as is the Hornet.
The Hornet. Well, yeah.
I
I
mean,
was trying to talk there, and it just completely cut out there. But man, it's kind of tough to see. Right now, I believe they're looking for the Saber, which is Grande 18. As Spartano already went down, they stuck with the same strategy. Went straight after the Hornet, took it down, man. Very good job there by Liberty Reapers Orange. And I think that's going to put, them, unfortunately, down 2-0 to Liberty Reapers Orange. Moving on versus a squadron in round number 3. So that looks like a GG, man. I was over here like, wait, that's not the right.
I would say it's probably worth just double checking, waiting on a confirmation that we do actually have an elimination on Hawks, as we haven't received that just yet. But I do think that LR Orange will be able to pull this one out. I'm just not. We don't know where this Hornet went, unfortunately.
No, I think it was a Saber, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's the Saber that was supposed to be alive. So, but yeah, the match is over. Let's get back to the desk here with Meyer. But I mean, Liberty Reapers Orange definitely dominant there throughout the first and second fight. To be honest, I'm not going to sit here and kind of sugarcoat that. They went straight after the Hornet, took it down. Very smart move. Once that Hornet is down, to be honest, and you guys can let me know if that's not right. That's game. Once that Hornet goes down, it seems like with during this entire meta fights and atmosphere, that's pretty much game. Because if your other Hornet is alive, I feel at this point that a Hornet can probably 2v1 a Saber and an Arrow easily in these type of situations. But hey, man, don't quote me there. But Meyer, take it away, man. Let's get your thoughts on that.
I mean, it certainly seems that way. I mean, like, I think every single one of these matches so far has played out that way. Where like, if there's a Hornet in the other, if there's a mirroring or a mirage, if there are 2 Hornets, one in either team, and one goes down, it's almost a given. I think almost always, this entire time that we've seen any gameplay today, that the team that takes down that first Hornet wins invariably. And like the community member presently known as Snail B, whatever the name may be, just consistently has shown us exactly how to fly that thing. And I look forward to seeing how it goes. I mean, like, obviously, like with this kind of performance, they're going to be moving on into round 3, and let's see how it goes. So far, Liberty's Reapers have had some significant representation throughout the board here in arenas A, B, C, and D. I'm looking forward to seeing how they do it. Looks like they're going to be going down against Avenger Squadron with Avenger 1 and Schwang very soon.
Well, let's take it to the replays and see the action here. one last time. But Croncy, break down this last matchup one more time, because Liberty Reapers Orange are going up against Avenger Squadron. How do you feel that's going to go?
I mean, we're getting into these round threes that seem like really horrific fights, honestly. The amount of skill that we've already seen today and then pitting them up against each other, it's terrifying. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near it, you know what I mean? So, very rough there. But that fight initially that we had between these two teams, it lasted a little bit longer than I was expecting. A little bit hard to sort of gauge what happened after the Hornet went down, but they managed to pick it up, and it obviously worked out for them. Yeah, that makes very good points there. And Liberty Reapers Red doing a good job, and just seeing these replays right now, how effective they are, man. I love that their strategy is to take out the bigger ship before they take down theirs, but I think they're gonna have to switch up strategies versus Avenger Squadron, because it's not gonna be as easy at what it looks. But I want to let the community know also, Croncy and Meyer, that round 3, whoever wins round 3 moves on to the top 8 into the finals. So if you are watching the bracket right now, hit finals, and you can notice that from there everything gets shuffled. So even if Liberty Reapers Red wins in round 3 and Liberty Reapers Orange say they by some type of really great piloting movement, they do end up beating Avenger Squadron, they actually don't play each other, because from Group A, they get mixed to other groups. So just make sure you guys take a look at the finals bracket, how that looks, and what happens if Liberty Reapers Red wins, and if Avenger Squadron wins. They're actually going to have to fight other teams from the other groups in that top 8. So make sure you guys keep an eye on that. So let's go over to the brackets, because we have some updates for you guys. If we can go to bracket Group C and D right now, we have some updates for you guys. Meyer, break it down a little bit for me, because right now we're seeing that Group 3 for them is already underway, and it seems like Liberty Reapers Black and Fed just literally updated, just won, and they're their first team in the top 8. Meyer, I'll let you take it away from here.
Yeah, as you just said there, in Arena D, we have, again, LR Black are going to be our first contestants coming through on the 6th after a 2-0 against Infed. Looking up, however, in Arena C, though, it looks like we still have some matches to be had here. We got Electric Blanket out here with the Floor Mat and Gimmick here. One of our Australian teams here. They have one game so far against LR Yellow, who are fighting hard to get more Liberty Reapers representation out here for the 6th. We got Shadow Moses and Default as well in Arena C, but they're yet to get their first matches in. But so far, it's looking good. Things are coming to a head now for sure. It's cool to see names that I recognize actually, like up here with Shadow Moses and such. So let's see how it goes, man. We're almost there. Home stretch until our finals on the 6th next month, guys.
Yep. All right. Well, let's take it back to the desk real quick here, because we have our next matchup ready. B-Raptors versus Gobby Wobbies. Meyer, you're going to come on with me for this one, giving Croncy a little bit of a break here, who's been going pretty hard the entire time. So let's go over to our views. And Croncy, rest your voice, man. We'll see you back in a bit. Hey, you got just cut off. He's like, yeah, thank you. All right, here. All right, here, Meyer. So we have our last matchup before we're almost there, man. We're almost towards the end. We have Gooby Woobies versus B-Raptors. I hope, whoever's out there, hopefully happy that I said it right. But, I mean, I'm very excited for this one. We have Adam Bomb 42 versus Swiss Chris. And Swiss Chris versus Gooby Woobies, who's Sin and G.I. Jew. I mean, Meyer, you saw how very well played Gooby Woobies was. Do you think that B-Raptors is going to be able to match up and hopefully tie up this, tie up 1-1 in game number 2?
Well, I mean, Crucian, it's match point now, so the pressure is mounting now for Raptors here with Adam Bomb and Swiss Chris. The only Swiss representatives here in the entirety of Fight or Flight. It'll be sad to see them go regardless. But right now it's Swiss Chocolate versus Maple Syrup. And I can't really call favorites, Crucian. But we saw Sin and G.I. Jew do some serious work in the last match here. We've got a Hornet and Saber versus a Hornet and Arrow. Interestingly enough, I mean, Gooby Wooby's Arrow here, I think, when it comes down to Hornet and Arrow versus anything else, generally speaking, from our our previous games here, I mean, the Arrow team generally is on the back foot, but they've shown us that it works, and I'm sure they'll show us again. Like, when it comes down to it, Crucian, just in terms of patterns, like if you win one match, it looks like invariably you'll win all two. Like that's just how it seems to be going so far in most of our league here.
Yep, totally agree with you. And once again, guys, if you guys want to follow along the brackets, I see some people asking about the bracket. Exclamation mark bracket, please, and then you can follow along. Hello? Oh, I just saw the, sorry, I thought my screen froze, but yes, you guys can follow along with the bracket so far. And again, shout out to Liberty Reapers Black, who is our first team currently right now in the top 8, leading, that's going to move over to the finals on September 2nd. And September 2nd, we're going to have an entirely different show. Some prizes for you guys coming up. So make sure you guys tune in September 2nd, same time, 1900 UTC, for the finals of Fight or Flight to see which top 4 teams is going to make it to the CitizenCon Invitational. So very excited for that. Let's see if we can get a ready for countdown here by the officials, and then we'll get this match on the way, Meyer.
All right. I mean, again, looking forward to it. We're waiting for one more camera correct, and once we get into it, again, Gooby Wooby showed us some good game. So when it comes down to it, I feel like we might just see it yet again. But again, we've seen Raptors play, so I'm sure they've got more tricks up their sleeves.
Yep, all right. Well, I mean, B-Raptors, we're going to talk about this one more time. Top left, you're going to see Adam Bomb in the Hornet, and then Swiss Chris in the Saber on the bottom left. And then we have Gooby Woobies. Top right is going to be Sin in the Hornet. And then I believe we have G.I. Jew in the Arrow, but unfortunately we don't see his current view here. So I think we're not going to be able to get a view from G.I. Jew here, but that's okay. Once we get a countdown timer, we should be able to get this match underway, which is our final match here for Group A, Round 2, Meyer. Unless they obviously tie it up, then we got to go into a match number 3, but it should be all right.
Yeah, anything is possible, but I don't think I've seen a single tiebreaker just yet today. So, actually, no, I've seen one. It looks like in bracket 2, it looks like Staff of Sharon did actually I think they were tied 1 apiece, but I think now they're going through into the finals.
Oh, yeah, I see Staff of Sharon there. As you mentioned, they're in Group B. They are going head-to-head versus Avenger Squadron, the community members, and then Avenger Squadron versus Aurora Borealis in round number 3 in Group B. So, and then we have Shadow Moses, who's up 1-0 versus Las Divinas in Group C, and then Electric Blanket is up 1-0 versus Liberty Reapers Yellow. So again, I think round 2 to 3 is going to be where those high-level tough fights are to get to that top 8. It's all dwindling down right now. So
that's right. I mean, with all tournaments, especially open ones like this, there's a skill funnel, right? Everybody starts off at an even footing. You don't necessarily know who is playing against who, or how these fights are weighted. But once you start getting down towards to brass tacks, once you start going to round 3, we have the cream of the crop rising to that top, and with that, the level of play is just invariably also going to change too.
All right. Well, it seems like we're ready, Meyer. So let's get this countdown underway. I don't think we're going to have Gooby Wooby's bottom right camera, but we're going to go ahead and get this match started. So, Arena A on go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! There we go, Meyer. We're going to have B-Raptors versus Gooby Woobies. Take it away.
All right, so again, as you say, B-Raptors and Gooby Woobies, we got Adam Bomb and Swiss Chris in the Hornet and Saber pairing against Gooby Woobies, Sin, and G.I. Jew coming through now. And again, for those who are just joining us, the way that these fights work, they don't just go straight into combat. They do a hand-shaking maneuver just so that they know that everybody is on comms and everybody is connected. That way, we exclude things like, invisible ships, as well as making sure that there isn't that element of seeking out the player as well. Once that's done, we'll get into it. And yeah, like again, Gooby Woobies just needs this one win in order to move into round 3, which is the final round of tonight. And should they succeed there, they'll be moving into our finals on the 6th of next month.
It's the 2nd of September, Meyer.
The 2nd of next month.
Yes.
The 6th minus 4. Mark your calendars.
All right, quick update here. We had Dolus Signum and Pax Mortis tied up, but let's get right into the match. We see B-Raptors already lighting up that arrow as much as they can. It seems like they're going after the arrow and leaving the Hornet alone right now, Meyer.
That's right. I mean, like, it's a risky play going for the fastest ship, but there you go. With that, it looks like, well, that arrow is taken out. And, holy crap. It looks like actually that was Swiss Chris's saber that was taken out, in fact. We don't have the arrow currently in comms here, but now we're in with Adam Bomb there with the F7C trying to stay on target there, but it's 2v1.
Yeah, right now Adam Bomb
like
going
that.
down. There's goes the explosion, Meyer. But hey, it's very hard because you have that little bit of a delay. But right there, B-Raptors already, that saber went down. Arrow doing a good job of staying out of the way, even though it took a little bit of that damage. But overall, B-Raptors, man, they went out very quick, given that win and that runner-up to Gooby Woobies, who moves on to round number 3, Meyer.
That was a fast match. I wonder what Quincy has to say, man.
Hey, let's take it back to the desk and get his opinion there. But, man, that, like, I understand it's a little bit hard to the delay, but you saw that soft death on that, on that saber, man. That went super quick, and B-Raptors just got shredded to pieces, man. So, but hey, Gooby Woobies is up versus Liberty Reapers Red in this round number 3. But before we jump into those next round 3 matches, Croncy, let's get your thoughts on this last fight here.
Yeah, so pretty much, so what they did is they got their ship out of the fleet manager, which was interesting. It was a choice. It was a smart one. It was a pretty much the exact same thing that happened in game number 1 there, where
same thing.
B-Raptors just don't have a lot of they aren't able to deal with the arrow. The arrow is kiting them too much, and Sin is punishing them for it. So yeah, it was pretty much a back-to-back, a great performance from GI and Sin there. I'm really happy that the arrow is doing well again.
I mean, I totally agree with you there. Sin doing a good job at making sure he gets that damage output out while the arrow's kiting. But is that going to be effective versus Liberty Reapers Red, who's just going straight after the Hornet? If the Hornet doesn't survive and the arrow's kiting, it's not going to have a chance. So they need to figure out. I think this strategy is it's going to be very, very tight to see this next matchup come up. But Meyer, what are your thoughts on that last fight? Because that went super quick, man.
Yeah, I mean, like we called it, right? Gooby Woobies were pretty strong. I mean, like they were strong in the previous match before. Yeah, I think that when it comes down to it, they were just on top of things this time around. And I look forward to seeing how they play against, Liberty Reapers Red coming soon in round number 3, Crucian.
Yeah, we have a quick update for the community out there. For the viewers, we got Electric Blanket who's up 1-0 versus Liberty Reapers Yellow. We got Shadow Moses who's up 1-0 versus Las Divinas. We have Liberty Reapers Black, as we mentioned, doing a great job taking out NFED 2-0. Moving on, and then I was trying to update them during that fight, but then it started. But Dolus Signum and Pax Mortis are 1-1 going into a round number 3. And then a Group D will be solidified. It'll be completed. And we can see who in Group D is going to move on to that top 8. But right now, it seems like a lot of some of these other teams are kind of dropping, right? So we see there's a chance that Liberty Reapers Yellow can be out of the tournament. There's a chance where we only see 1 or 2 of those teams. But, like you mentioned, Croncy, that having all 4 Liberty Reapers may not be, possible, unfortunately, in that top 8. So,
well, I mean, we'll see. It's what, Yellow's down 1, Black's already in, and then we have Red and Orange, both which we will get to see in contention, in contention for top 8. So, at the very least, they've already got 1 team in there, so they've already got fantastic representation. Like I said, it's going to feel like this sort of AVS Liberty's Reapers battle as we approach these top 16s?
Right now, we'll see what happens. I think that it's not going to be as easy as people think. I think Aurora Borealis has a very good chance versus Avenger Squadron. They have been just 2-0ing FFK Team 3. And then you see Staff of Sharon doing a great job. And, I mean, they let, non-conventional operating pilots go up one game, but Staff of Sharon with Xperia and I forgot the teammate's name. Let me go over to the sheet real quick. Triton, thank you very much. Meyer is moving on up versus the community members. So we got some very, very good fights coming up. And I think we're going to take a quick break here, guys, before we move on to our last fights of the day. We're almost done. We've been here for a minute. So, I just want to say once again, thank you not only to the competitors, thank you to the staff, thank you to the security, Walker to Sigma. You guys are beautiful. Thank you guys so much for, being out here with us and helping us out. So shout out to everybody who's made this tournament happen, especially the competitors, the staff, everybody. Thank you all so much. So, guys, we're going to take a quick short break and maybe get some water, rest my voice, or let Meyer rest his voice. Crancy, I hope you guys are enjoying today's show. We'll be right back here shortly.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Daymar Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
Every step you can count on me. Every step you can follow.
Wow! Oh, baby, let's get this race started, guys. Let's go.
Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments, and we work with talented community gamers to supply supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event organizers, and so much more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their veins. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's gonna change the way we play the game.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Your eyes are the gateway to your brain. It's time to start getting serious about protecting them. Reinforcements have arrived. Introducing Gamer Advantage, a gaming wellness company rooted in science. Patented, clinically proven, and trusted by thousands of people. Our glasses are designed to fit comfortably under a headset, look amazing, and offer protection indoors and out. Our lens will help you sleep better, which means feel better and perform better. There's no color distortion, and they are available in prescription. Internal protection starts with eye candy, an eye health, immune boost, and antioxidant formula. Fog Away, the #1 selling anti-fog spray for eyewear. Gamer Advantage. Gaming wellness reimagined.
Head tracking adds so much to immersion in supported first-person games. When you try it, you're going to see why it makes so much sense. It's been created to seamlessly let you look where you want to, and with Tobii Eye Tracker 5, everything just works. Tobii has been the go-to name for head and eye tracking, and over time, their product has evolved. Their newest implementation has the most simplified setup because they did all the work for you. Offering both head and eye tracking, Tobii is able to track precisely through glasses or contacts, and once calibrated, it will never lose its center. The head tracking solution that integrates at the bottom of a flat or curved monitor, look at what you want to target sooner, look at what you want to lock your missile to, look at where you want to bomb, look in the direction that your ship is traveling to get the edge, look around and get the advantage. Just look and let Tobii Eye Tracker 5 do the rest in StarCitizen and a host of other simulation titles. It's so natural that you forget it's there.
Mayday, Mayday, this is Red Wind, FR 9183, requesting immediate support. I'm under fire from an unknown number of hostiles. Sending my location now.
HQ, strike team. Contract assigned.
HQ, strike team, roger. Proceeding to target. Red Wind, Foxtrot, Romeo, 9er183, Walker strike team on site for assistance. HQ, strike team, contract fulfilled, ready for tasking.
We are back here with Fight or Flight, presented by Game Glass, the road to CitizenCon. Again, I got to give a shout out to my two beautiful co-hosts, Meyer and Croncy. Yes, I said beautiful. By the way, Croncy, let's talk a little bit about the Hawaiian vibe versus, a jean jacket vibe going on over there, man. Like, what made you do that, my guy?
Do I not? This is a good look. This is the look of someone who thinks they know things about PvP. That's the strat.
So the strat is to dress the part. Hey, it makes sense. It makes
yeah.
sense, man. It makes sense. He has the what do you call it? The shroud of the shroud of the hornet and the shirt of the saber. Oh man. Anyways, let's get. Hey, by the way, let's talk a little bit about. Hey, we do have some Fight or Flight merch. So if you guys want to again support Ammo Esports, we do have some merch for you guys to take a look at. So look, every year we're gonna release some type of different vibe, and this is the wrong one. Can we get the Fight or Flight stuff up? But yeah, so but hey guys, again, if you guys want to support, we're gonna be at CitizenCon. We're gonna have an arena for you guys to be able to cheer on your favorite content creator or top 4 team member that makes it into the top 4. You can grab some merch, man, right now. So exclamation mark merch, guys, go grab it. And I think we're getting our next matches coming up, Meyer and Croncy. But before we do that, let's talk about the group bracket, because I know we have another team that just made it to the top 8. Let's get the group bracket up for Group C and D, and I'll let you, Meyer, start off with the bracket, because I think we have another top 8 spot locked in.
That's right. I mean, with Arena C, it looks like that's now come to a close there with Electric Blanket, with the Floor Mat and Gimmick. Our Australian representatives here have made their way through to the finals next month, as have Shadow, Moses' Cobra 257, and Comet 15. So yeah, like, congrats to those guys. And it looks like in Arena D, we've got A Plus and New Cabbage, who are with Liberty Reapers Black. They've made their way through with 2 wins, and it looks like Dolus Signum and Pax Mortis are still 1 apiece. They're head-to-head here. They're in their final game now, and it's only a matter of time before we get a winner out of that as well. Wow.
Electric Blanket taking that spot away from Liberty Reapers Yellow. But hey, again, shout out to Liberty Reapers Yellow for coming in and really showing up, man. So really appreciate them for coming to the tournament. Look at that, man. Las Divinas losing 0-2 to Shadow Moses, and then so we're almost there. But let's take it back to the desk, because we have Karansi, we have Avenger Squadron versus Liberty Reapers Orange up next. I want to get your opinion before we head out to that match and to get it started. What are your thoughts here versus Avenger 1, Liberty Reapers Orange? Who's taking it, Karansi?
Oh, what? It's not as simple as that, Christian. It's not just who's going to win. I mean,
elaborate.
Let's look at this, right? So we've got once again we've got Hornet Saber v Hornet Saber again. Avenger Squadron did get to verse this combination. Oh no, so they versed Hornet Arrow previously. So this is the first time that they're into the mirror match for today. They showed that they can deal with an arrow. Can they deal with the mirror? No idea. I have literally no idea how they're going to perform. However, we do know that Liberty Orange, they got to verse the mirror a couple of times, and they won pretty handily. So, I mean, it could go either way. I'm probably saying that Orange a little bit favored, but I don't think we've seen enough of Avenger Squadron today to make a definitive guess.
Before you guys leave without me, like, it's just hot off the presses. It seems like Pax Mortis has gone ahead and taken that final spot in Arena D. So Pax Mortis will be making their way to the finals in the second. So congrats to them, and commiserations to Dolus Signum.
Hey, shout outs to Pax Mortis. Right now, Cero and Shilshia's ruined. I don't know how to say that, but Hornet Talon the entire way. Pax Mortis went up to the top 8. Congratulations to them. We'll see them on the finals. But for right now, it's going to be me and you, Meyer, once again, where we're going to be casting Avenger Squadron versus Liberty Reapers Orange. So let's head that way. And Croncy, we'll see you back in a bit. All right, here we go. I'm gonna start the countdown, Meyer, because these guys are ready to go. And I guess they want to get the action started. So, Arena A, on go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Here we go.
Okay.
Meyer, Avenger Squadron versus Liberty Reapers Orange. You're gonna see Avenger 1 top left, and Schwang on the bottom left again. Is going to have that Saber Hornet combo, and then Liberty Reapers Orange, where you have Snailbee, and Diamacula. I keep getting that messed up, so it's a mirror match. Meyer, so take it away. I'll let you take it first. First bite of this action.
It's a mirror match in the truest form here. We've got Avenger 1 and Schwang with the pilot currently known as Snailbee and Diamacula here as they make their way towards the 8-inch jump for the handshake maneuver before they get into the action here. Both of these teams here have been basically the hard carries. These guys have been the ones that we've just basically seen end matches in seconds, and now they're up against each other. We're gonna have to wait and see, because right now, I mean, like, if it's just head-to-head right now, it's going to be a DPS slap fight, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening right now as the fight starts there. Snellieb is on target here. They're trying to go after Avenger 1's Hornet, and it looks like they're directly on top of them. Avenger 1 is on the Saber, and oh, it looks like he almost blacked out there. Man, it is a pretty intense one. So we got Saber on Saber, we got Hornet on Hornet.
Yeah, right now he was actually taking a lot of damage, Myers, so that's, you know, he just had to make him go away as quickly as possible, dodging that, and Schwang just needs to be careful because they need to kind of regroup here. But you see Liberty Reaper's Orange on that top right, you see Snailby just taking damage, and there goes Schwang down, and Liberty Reaper's Orange is 2-0. I'm sorry, up 2-1 in their ships right now, Meyer.
That's right, bang goes Schwang, and it looks like we're about to lose another Saber, and it's gonna be another 1v1, like a Hornet fight here. Oh man, like it looks like again it's Avenger 1 versus Snail B, fighting his way to become Snail A. Here it is, guys. Wow, that's head to head.
This very, very good matchup so far. Very good job at Liberty Reaper's Orange taking out Schwang out first, but hey, here comes Avenger 1 taking out Damacula, taking him out of the matchup. Now it's a 1v1 Hornet right now. Who's going to take it away? Who's going to go up 1-0 in this round 3, match number 12? This is a top 8 spot on the line for the finals. Meyer, this is going to be very good.
That's right. I mean, just looking at the damage done, it looks like Avenger 1 was just able to take down their shields. They're both shieldless now, strafing around each other as they stare each other down. With this distance, it's basically a knife fight there. It's who's going to get the most DPS out here as they go toe-to-toe. It looks like Snail B almost lost a wing there in that fight here, but it looks like they're not going to try and pull away. They're just going to try and out-DPS each other. Whose phaser banks are going to go charge the fastest at this point here. And there it goes. It looks like we have just gotten Avenger 1 clinching the first round of our third and final meetup between these guys.
Wow, Avenger 1 taking out Snailby, getting that first round or that first fight up versus Liberty Reaper's Orange Band. That was a pretty wild fight. I thought, honestly, let's take it back to the Desto for Croncy, but I thought they had it there, man. I thought they had that matchup when Liberty Reaper's Orange took out Schwang first, but hey, I'm going to say very incredible resilience there by Avenger 1. Adjusting, doing a great job at taking out, you know, Diamacula, taking out that Saber, turning it into a 1v1. And as you saw, Avenger 1 ship only had a little bit of damage on the backside, and he just guns on point, man. So Avenger 1, they're doing a great job at staying alive, going up 1-0 versus Liberty Reaper's Orange. Anyways, thoughts from you, Croncy, on that last fight there from Avenger Squadron?
Yeah, it was fantastic. I'm not exactly sure what's happening to my camera. I keep becoming tiny, man. I don't know what's going on there, but it was a fantastic fight to watch. It's one of the first fights where we saw like a really long and solid 2v2. It took quite a while before we saw the first ship go down, and Avenger 1 was able to utilize on his teammate's death and bring it back, take the other Saber out, and get there in the end. So very good fighting there. It's definitely a show of things to come, but also incredibly close once again. So we may see a game 3 here, but a fantastic fight from Team Avenger for the first round.
Yep. Meyer, any more thoughts from you? I mean, looking at the replay right now, any more thoughts from you how this went? Because I thought that Liberty Reaper's Orange may have had this one, but it seems like, again, Avenger 1 and Schwang just coming out in that with that, you know, fight number 1.
I mean, just great survivability all around. I mean, you just saw there, that was a really good encounter there. Snail B and Diamacula were like so close to each other. It was like watching a staged event right there as they took out Schwang's Saber. But Schwang had done work. They had just emptied their guns and had left the rest for Avenger. But what's interesting is that like Avenger was on the back foot. But hey, I mean, like it was just a good match to see, man. So much happened at once. I wonder if Avenger Squadron are going to be able to make a repeat as they go into that second round, because then now they have match point.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, Meyer. And like I said, right, Avenger Squadron, they have that chip on their shoulder because, you know, we didn't have best of 3 last year. We just had a game 1, and, you know, we've been here since, I believe it was 1 CS 1 Central Time because I'm here in Texas, so we've been here since 1 Central Time. So we've been streaming for 7 hours and 40 minutes almost, or 6 hours and 40 minutes. But yeah, man, we've been here for quite some time, and to see everything unfold, to see all these, all 64 teams go down all the way to 8, man. I'm very excited to see this overall. And I just got to give the, I got to keep giving the staff, security, and everybody behind the scenes their flowers, man. Thank you all so much. But as a little bit of an update here, Aurora Borealis is up. Aurora Borealis versus Avenger Squadron, the Detectives. They're 1-1 right now. So Group B is almost completed, and we should be going up to our next matchup, which is going to be Liberty Reapers Red versus Gooby Woobies coming up soon. So, but outside of this matchup, you guys saw, I for some reason was thinking that Liberty Reapers Orange had that one, but obviously when I saw that that saber go down on Liberty Reapers Orange side, I was like, man, this is going to be whoever, just has that experience. And again, Avenger 1 doing a great job, not grabbing anything against Liberty Reapers Orange, but it's just that I felt like talking to Avenger 1 over the past few weeks, like he wants it so bad and he wants to be up there, and I'm just happy, just happy for a friend, happy for somebody that's really been training and out there and doing a good job. But again, we can't really, I think you can't really let down your guard versus Liberty Reapers, because they're going to come back and they could tie it up 1-1. So, but yeah, Croncy,
I intend to see a tie.
You think so? What do you think, Croncy?
I mean, of the 4 teams that we're going to see for round number 3, these are the teams to tie and bring us to those game 3s, right? They've been every single team here has been performing incredibly well today.
Yep.
I do want to mention once again a quick update. As you know, we've already got 4 of our teams heading into top 8 from our Group C and D. In Group B, Aurora Borealis and AVS the Detectives are at 1-1.
Yep.
We have already a tie somewhere on the board, which is awesome to see when we get to these final rounds, these more competitive rounds. Still nothing yet from AVS the community or staff of Sharon, but I guarantee you that's going to be a fight for the ages as well. So we'll get those updates for you guys as soon as we see them.
Yep, and I'm gonna say, so Group B or Arena B, C, and D, guys, wasn't streamed, because if not, we would literally be here for hours and hours on end. We had to run 4 simultaneous arenas at the same time to get to the top 8. Now, when we get to the finals of September 2nd, if your favorite team did make it to that top 8, we are going to be able to see them on September 2nd for the finals. Every stream will be matched, will be streamed, will be here on screen, so you guys will be able to definitely root for your favorite team. So, but for right now, if you want to keep up with the bracket, !bracket, you guys can keep up with it. It's updated live on stream, but I just love to see the conclusion of Group C and D already underway. So, but we're getting ready here. Liberty Reapers Red and Gooby Woobies is going to be up next. Or I'm not sure if we have views ready, but I'm just excited, guys, because this is like, I'm very excited to see who's going to be the top 8. We're going to do some awesome profiles for the top 8 to make sure we show them some love, because I think, like, out of 64 teams to be in the top 8, I think it's a great honor to be on there, man. These are some of the best teams, and we're seeing that right now, in atmosphere, whether it's Hornet Arrow or Hornet Saber, we're seeing some great action, and I'm just happy to have all the teams here in the competition.
Big agree.
Yeah, not to mention, we get to see a bunch of these competitors at CitizenCon. One of the big reasons we're here for Road to CitizenCon, these guys competing not just for prizes during the finals, but also to play with a couple of content creators and possibly win some more prizes at CitizenCon. So, yeah, big deal.
We got some surprises. Don't worry, bro. We got some surprises. So, we're working on it, but we got some cool stuff that we're gonna show, at CitizenCon. And I'm gonna just say this one thing is that we're going to have some good FPS at CitizenCon. That's all I'm going to say. We're going to have some good FPS. So it's going to be, I think, competing at the highest level you can possibly think of. But, it's going to be fun, too, because we're going to have some great content creators that we already grabbed, and we'll announce that during the finals, which content creators are going to get invited, to CitizenCon. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see, creators compete with some of the best, and see if those teammates, how they're going to act when we split them up, because they're going to be against each other. But I think when they see what we have in store, I don't think, like, I think that these top 4 teams are going to be like, yo, I don't care who my teammate is. I'm trying to win with my content creator. So that's going to be the attitude I know for a fact, but it's going to be a fun time. So, guys, again, I'm going to say this on behalf of the team at Atmo. We would love to see you at CitizenCon. It's not just for, the Atmo team, but for just the vibe, being around the community. Y'all can go and go tackle Croncy when you see him on site. Just take him down. All right. So it's okay, Croncy. You'll be all right. Yeah, go ahead, Meyer. Sorry.
I just want to say that you're talking about like prizes and surprises and stuff. I just want to remind chat that there is a giveaway going right now from our sponsor CLX for their Flight Ready Pack. It's not just, like a spaceship. I mean, you guys have spaceships, right? But it's also the rig and everything else to run it. So check it out. Check out the, what's the code? What's the command? Check out this thing here. It's my stream now. You can now see there we have, you can use that code there. And win yourself a jersey, joysticks, pedals, that Flight Ready desktop that has like that 7600 X3D like a processor
5800 X3D.
Yes. 7800 X3D. It's got numbers in there, I can crunch them. You can play StarCitizen, get in there, do the giveaway.
I love it.
Like I want to see somebody win this.
I ain't gonna lie, I love it because we're so tired and we're all just the energy is high for me still. The energy is high for me, but Myers that PC got numbers, bro. It's gonna run good. It got FPS, man. I love to see it. I know it's Cronzy, what time is it for you over there?
It's almost about midday. We've been hanging out, including all of the pre-show stuff. We've been hanging out since about 2 a.m.
Okay, jeez. I mean, hey, it's all good. By the way, CLX does builds on stream, so they actually build the Fight or Flight PC on stream. It was last Friday, so we had Jake on there doing an interview. I was on there talking a little bit about Atmo Esports and what's coming up in the future, man. But this is all exciting, man. So shout out. By the way, I want to say,
ready.
yes, 100%. But I want to say one thing that I haven't done today, and it's shout out to the community, man. Without you guys, without you folks coming out watching, whether it's dissing us, I don't care what it is, man. You're here. We're having a good time. I love you. It doesn't matter what you're saying, what you're doing. I appreciate you being here with us and watching the fights and having a good time, man. All right. So whether you're out there, whether you're, cracking one open or whether you're watching on a big screen TV with the kids, man, I appreciate you guys so much. This community, I've been around here for a long time, since 2015, and I appreciate every single one of you. And I hope to shake your hand or give you a hug or say something to you at CitizenCon, man. It's going to be a fun time. So, Meyer, what are your plans so far? Let's, while we wait for the competitors to get a little bit ready, CitizenCon, what are your plans outside of just casting and just being there, obviously, during the tournament? What are your plans? And, are you excited to see your community? Is your community, going to be there now that we kind of, announced that you guys are going to be there? Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, aside from casting, I guess on the road to CitizenCon, I'm definitely going to try and engross myself even more with the PvP community. Invites are open. Anybody wants to teach me how to play? Because I've seen some comments in here. I love PvP community so much. We've been doing Atmo for so long, doing racing and stuff. Very different communities, and it's really cool to see the more kind of it's my kind of crowd, even though it's kind of rowdy in there. I love it, but yeah, at CitizenCon,
you saying you like it rowdy there, Meyer? You good?
Love it rowdy, man. You don't know me. This is 3 a.m. Meyer. I can say things, but
okay.
At CitizenCon, aside from casting, just meeting people. I know several people here who are competing to get a ticket, to go to CitizenCon. So what is that quote, from Arena Commander? As a commentator, I have to remain impartial, but at the same time, we've got people of course, the CIG team, which just got eliminated, but of course, staff of Sharon, they're currently doing round 3. Those are a couple of community members in there, so they're doing work, so it's cool to see them representing and stuff, and I'm happy for them. And obviously, just I'm looking forward to it, man. Who knows what's going to happen at CitizenCon, man? I'm just hyped for it.
Yeah. Well, what about you, Croncy? Outside of the tournament, obviously, what are you looking forward to other than meeting your community? What exactly are you looking forward to just experiencing? Because I think it's going to be your first one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I first started playing StarCitizen like a week after the last live CitizenCon. So this will be my first live one for sure. And I've only really met people through the bar citizens, you know what I mean? So it's going to be a very different environment, obviously. But I'm just happy I'm going to get to go on a bit of a holiday for the first time since 2019. That's going to be fun too.
Hey, true, man. True, man. And you know what, man? A lot of people don't know the grind that we be going through, but I'm going to say one thing, and these supporters I'm about to mention are the real MVPs of this entire community, this entire tournament, the entire, staff behind the scenes. I'm going to talk about the wives or the husbands that are out there waiting for their significant other, because we're still having this tournament going. Shout outs to you. I love you. I appreciate you letting your significant other come out and help us make this tournament happen. And one more time, the reason why this tournament happens is because of the passion we have for the community, man. I have so much passion for this community. I really love this community. I don't care what you say, man. It doesn't bother me at all, man. I love you. Okay, you my brother, because guys, this is the best community in gaming. Okay, I played WoW I played World of Warcraft for like 15 years. I'm in other communities. The fighting game community is beautiful, but man, nothing beats the StarCitizen community. And we're gonna show up at CitizenCon. We're gonna have the best time on the planet. And make sure while you're in LA, you get some tacos. Okay, so I think we're. I'm going a little bit ham here because I'm losing my breath. Guys, I'm trying to not go on a break, so we're trying to just kind of feed up the content anyway. We're almost done here. I think security. Do we have some views that we can show so that way we can go over? Again, it's gonna be me and you, Meyer, casting. But if we got some views, let's switch over to that so that way we can have some people look at some stuff.
All right, losing our breath and our minds, it seems, but
know, right?
yeah, we're almost there.
We're
coming to a close now.
And by the way, this entire time I'm casting, I've been standing up, man. I love doing this, man. It's great. It's great, So it's thank you guys again for joining me on the desk, Meyer and Croncy. Dude, it's gonna be a blast being in person. The vibe is gonna be so much higher. It's gonna be great. I'm excited.
And no delay. No delay between our voices.
True. Croncy over here is in Australia.
I know.
This has been a nightmare.
I know, Croncy. Croncy's like,
not
what?
because of the delay. Maya just hates Australia.
With a passion. What is Vegemite?
Dude, hey, I ain't gonna lie. When I went to Melbourne and I did that entire bar citizen, man, I was in. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Australians. Melbourne. Sorry. Well, but it was absolutely incredible. But I think we're gonna take a break here, guys. I'm sorry. I love you. Thank you again for your support. Again, hey. Exclamation mark merch, guys, please. Hey, hit the buy button on that Atmos CitizenCon merch, guys. All right, it's we worked very, very hard on that stuff, man. So we'll be right back here in a few minutes. Peace. I love you.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Damo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
Every step you can count on me, every step you can follow.
Whoa! Oh, baby, look at this race starting, guys!
Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments, and we work with talented community gamers to supply supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event organizers, and so much more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their veins. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's gonna change the way we play the game.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Your eyes are the gateway to your brain. It's time to start getting serious about protecting them. Reinforcements have arrived. Introducing Gamer Advantage, a gaming wellness company rooted in science. Patented, clinically proven, and trusted by thousands of people. Our glasses are designed to fit comfortably under a headset, look amazing, and offer protection indoors and out. Our lens will help you sleep better, which means feel better and perform better. There's no color distortion, and they are available in prescription. Internal protection starts with eye candy, an eye health, immune boost, and antioxidant formula. Fog Away, the #1 selling anti-fog spray for eyewear. Gamer Advantage. Gaming wellness reimagined.
Head tracking adds so much to immersion in supported first-person games. When you try it, you're going to see why it makes so much sense. It's been created to seamlessly let you look where you want to, and with Tobii Eye Tracker 5, everything just works. Tobii has been the go-to name for head and eye tracking, and over time, their product has evolved. Their newest implementation has the most simplified setup because they did all the work for you. Offering both head and eye tracking, Tobii is able to track precisely through glasses or contacts, and once calibrated, it will never lose its center. The head tracking solution that integrates at the bottom of a flat or curved monitor, look at what you want to target sooner, look at what you want to lock your missile to, look at where you want to bomb, look in the direction that your ship is traveling to get the edge, look around and get the advantage. Just look and let Tobii Eye Tracker 5 do the rest in StarCitizen and a host of other simulation titles. It's so natural that you forget it's there.
Mayday, Mayday, this is Red Wind, FR 9183, requesting immediate support. I'm under fire from an unknown number of hostiles. Sending my location now.
HQ, strike team. Contract assigned.
HQ, strike team, roger. Proceeding to target. Red Wind, Foxtrot, Romeo, 9er183, Walker strike team on site for assistance. HQ, Strike Team, contract fulfilled, ready for tasking.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, here with Fight or Flight, presented by Game Glass. The road to CitizenCon is almost, a group stage is almost complete. Before we go to our next match, Meyer, I want to know, out of this entire day, how you're feeling, and then Kronzi, give me your answer right after Meyer. So, Meyer, how you feeling so far, man?
You want to know how I'm feeling?
I mean...
feeling great. Feeling good. Yeah. Feeling great.
Oh,
feeling
I love it. I think Kronzi is over there looking like he's about to, like, bite somebody, man. I mean, Kronzi, you must be hungry right now.
I'm hungry. I'm a 28-year-old with back problems. I'm having a great time.
All right. Well, we have Liberty Reapers Red versus Gooby Woobies coming up next right now, and me and Meyer are going to take it away. Kronzi, we'll be back for you very, very shortly. Oh, man, it's been a great day, man. I always love vibing with you guys. It seems like we don't have Gooby Woobies again, but we're going to make sure we fix that because we need these finals to be, clean. So anyways, we got Snoopy Woobies is going to be Snoopy. I'm over here losing my mind right now, Meyer. But we got Sin on the top right with the Hornet, and then we have G.I. Jew with the Arrow versus Liberty Reapers Red, who's going to have that Saber and Hornet combination with Haiba and Bog Doggy. Haiba on the top left and Bog Doggy on the bottom left. Meyer, are you ready to roll?
I am ready to rumble. Let's go.
All right, let's get it. One more time here with the countdown. All right, Arena A on go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! All right, man.
All right.
Meyer, I was going to say it here, man. Liberty Reapers Red is so composed. This is game number 1. I have a big feeling that Liberty Reapers Red, I'm just going to say, they're probably going to take this one, man. I haven't seen a team as composed in this entire, group stage as much as Liberty Reapers Red, Meyer. What are your thoughts here?
I think that's just basically, from what we've seen with Group Stage and, of course, with Arena A, that's just Liberty Reapers in general. Red, orange, you name it. But, just look at this. Look how tight they're flying here as they maneuver their way towards the handshake. But, yeah, we've got Liberty Reapers Red here with Haiba and Bogdoggle. Haiba in the Saber, Bogdoggle in that Hornet with against Gooby Woobies Sin in a Hornet and G.I. Jew in an Arrow. G.I.'s vision, however, sadly, we cannot see. But regardless, we'll see them in a second as we get into this fight, Crucian.
Yep, let's get it here and see this first engagement. Let's see this first handshake here between both teams. It seems like they're going a little bit slower than normal. Liberty Reapers Red taking a bit of slower engagement. And just like always, remember, I've said this before, Meyer, they're very close to each other every single time, bro. These guys are sticking together. And, usually when they fight, they go after that Hornet and hopefully be able to take that Hornet down because they know they're not going to be able to chase on that Arrow. But if they catch the Arrow, they're going to break it down. So already we see some firepower going out. We see Haiba literally on the Hornet, changing around. He said no. It went by. So let's see what target's going to happen. We see Gooby Woobies on top going after Haiba in that Saber, Meyer.
That's right. We got Sin here in that Hornet, and they're opening fire on Haiba in their Saber there as Haiba is going after the Arrow. Looks like Haiba's now changed target, and they're going to start trading. Sin's shields are down, but so are Haiba's. It's going to be a bit of a slap fight here. Who's going to go down first again? Sin has those ballistics, and they're going to do some damage here. His cockpit is in the red, though. Is in some serious trouble. He needs their teammate to pull them out, but it seems like we're in a series of duels now at this point. But so far, so good. No one's blown up just yet.
Nope, I think they're being very, very careful right now. But, there we go. There goes Liberty Reapers Red, taking out that Hornet and Sin. And Gooby Woobies is going to be up. I'm not sure. I believe the Arrow is still alive, if I'm not mistaken. But, hey, I told you, man, if they went for the Arrow, they kind of gave him some damage. It disengaged. While it disengaged, he switched to the Hornet. Very good communication once again, man. Pips on target all the way in. And Liberty Reapers Red, hopefully, once they take out this Arrow, coming out with that win, Meyer.
That's not all she wrote just yet, though. We're having a bit of a cloak and dagger situation here. However, that Arrow is not looking very good at all. They're missing a wing. They're in the red here, and a couple more shots are also going to take, and there it is. Wait, no. Actually, the Arrow managed to take out Liberty Reaper's Saber. Hyba is out. We have, wait. Did the Arrow win? What's going on? We don't have the Arrow's feed. Did the Arrow win? Hello? Production. Did the Arrow win? The Arrow won?
Let's take it back. Let's take it back to the desk here. Let's get some confirmation. Let's get some confirmations here about who won before we say anything. But that was a good fight overall. But did Gooby Woobies just...
I think they just. Leave it there. They just. Was not expecting that, man.
I've been saying the Arrow can do it as long as you have a pilot with the appropriate skills and the appropriate positioning. You can take it. You can 100% get there.
But
we saw
when did they take out the Hornet in the first place? When did they take out the Hornet?
It must have happened while we were watching the Saber screen. That's the only answer, I guess. We did see a lot of strafing happening between the two pilots. So, we didn't get a full view of the arena when it happened. But we know that the Saber got eliminated by the Arrow. So, I mean...
What a show.
Well, hold on, man. That was... that was some Arrow... I mean, obviously the Arrow versus the Saber, I get that. That's fine. I can understand that actually happening. But, I mean,
it was 2-1 and he somehow came out on top. Sick. I love it.
Gooby Wooby
we've been seeing this.
Sat on that.
We've been seeing this today, right? We've been seeing the Arrow it does have a lot of DPS. If it is able to hit you at the right time, like when your shields are just barely down, it can take you out. And if it's outmaneuvering you, fantastic, right? So it's looking like we're still waiting for confirmation, but like I'm 99% sure that the Arrow did take that one.
Yeah, no, we have sheets, we have confirmation. Yeah, right now the Gooby Woobies are up 1-0 versus Liberty Reapers Red. I'm not saying I'm surprised. I'm just saying that I thought Liberty Reapers, it seemed like they were going after the Arrow, but does it make sense to go after the Arrow across your Meyer? It just, the maneuverability, it's quick, should you chase it? I don't think so. I think they should have probably just gone for this versus the Hornet and took it out and just dealt with the Arrow after. But man, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, man, I'm impressed. That's some good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if the opportunity arises and the Arrow is there, I think go for it because it's the squishier target. But yeah, I mean, we've seen the Arrow get taken out first in previous encounters. But this time around, I mean, hey, I mean, in the PU, just generally speaking, I mean, whenever I see, people out like PvPing, the Arrow is, like a ship many people choose for a reason. It does tight work. It just needs the right person flying it. And this time around, it was G.I. Jew.
Man, that's a tough one. That's a tough man. I mean, hey, I'm gonna give it where credit is due. Gooby Woobies up 1 game, 1 up versus 1-0 versus Liberty Reapers Red. So, but here we go. Our next matchup is up. Meyer, let's take it away with Avenger Squadron versus Liberty Reapers Orange. And Croncy, we'll be back to see that cute face in a second. Oh, okay. Sorry. They're not ready yet. My bad. Hold on. My bad.
You have to see my face a little bit earlier than you'd thought you would.
It's okay. Right. I mean, I love seeing you back here. That was a quick, throw it and come back. You know what I'm saying? But but man, that is pretty wild though. That is pretty wild. But yeah, we have Avenger Squadron versus Liberty Reapers Orange. I think here's my thought here. I think Liberty Reapers Orange is going to do a great job to adjust, and I think it's going to go up 1-1. That's my thought here. And the same thing with Gooby Woobies versus Liberty Reapers Red. I think this is going to be some more of a more definite matchup. And then I think Liberty Reapers Red is going to adjust, come back, and it's going to be 1-1. But a quick update here. We have Aurora Borealis winning 2-1 versus Avenger Squadron, the Detectives. Aurora Borealis back to another top 8. Back-to-back Butterfly top 8s. Welcome back to glory there, Aurora Borealis. And then Avenger Squadron, the community members, are up 1-0 versus Staff of Sharon. So we're almost done with the day, guys. And man, it's been an incredible so far. But I'm actually very happy to see Aurora Borealis, once again, are taking it up. And again, from Australia, Croncy, from your town, baby. How you feeling about that one?
From Australia town.
I'm obviously really happy. You know, in the Australian sort of StarCitizen community, it's often hard to get enough people to want to actually participate in really any event. So I'm just happy in general that there was a couple of teams here from Australia to represent. And
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Croncy. That it was Electric Blanket that's from Australia. Aurora Borealis from the Vatican.
Yeah. Or it's from Vatican City. Yeah.
Vatican, of course.
My bad.
But yeah, very happy that Electric Blanket are going through the top 8. Hopefully they can top 4 and we can see them at CitizenCon. One thing I want to mention is I had a prediction about halfway through the matches where I said, you know, it looks like we're going to see a lot of Avenger Squadron and a lot of Liberty's Reapers. As we've gotten into this third round, that's gotten a lot more shaky. Now, Avenger Squadron are 1-0 at the moment, so they're getting quite close. But AVS, the detectives, they got eliminated in round 3. AVS, the community, they are up 1 game currently, but Liberty's Reapers Yellow also eliminated in round 3. So it's becoming a lot more of a varied top 8 than I had originally expected.
Oh, man. I can't wait. All right, guys. We have Avenger Squadron versus Liberty Reapers Orange ready. Again, we're good this time. Croncy, we'll see you in a bit. Let's switch over to these two incredible teams, and let's see what happens here, Meyer. Will Avenger Squadron take out Liberty Reapers Orange and move on up to the top 8, or will Liberty Reapers Orange adjust their combat strategy and tie it 1-1? So let's get this countdown going. Yep, let's get this countdown going, Meyer, and I'll throw it to you. All right, Arena A, on go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! All right, Meyer, it's on you, baby. Avenger Squadron versus Liberty Reapers Orange.
All right, we'll see if Liberty's Reapers can course correct this time around. We got Snalib in the Hornet, Diamacula in that Saber versus Avenger Squadron's Avenger 1 in the Hornet, and Schwang in the Saber. Canada versus Canada. It's C on C right here. Let's go. Let's have it. They're on their way now to the handshake point by the 890 jump, and then in a moment we'll see if Avenger Squadron is going to clinch this match point, or if we're going to go into our third match after this, guys.
All right, here we go. Let's see what happens here. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we have Avenger 1 top left, and we got Schwang bottom left. Here goes the scans out, Liberty Reapers Orange. You're going to have Snail B and Diamacula. Snail B is going to be on that top right in the Hornet, and then Diamacula and the Saber on the bottom right. Once again, guys, same positioning. That way you know which pilots are which, and let's get into the action here in the first pass here. Once they see that target, here we go. Damage is going in first. We see first Schwang putting out damage on that Saber. Here comes Avenger 1 stalking that Saber right behind it, Meyer. He's trying to get that damage in, but the maneuverability, he's out of the way. Let's see what happens here.
This is a tight knife fight here, and Avenger 1 was making sure that they were not wasting any shots, making sure that they flip around the ship, and then when the time was right, they opened up with the with that Revenant there. But yeah, man, so far so good. Lots of exchange of fire going on. It looks like this time around, well, Avenger Squadron is taking a lot more damage there. If we can check out Liberty Reaper Orange's screen, we can see. Oh, there we go. We've lost Schwang already, I think. There it is.
So both Schwang, I believe, Schwang is down, and I believe Liberty Reapers Orange, we have Diamacula is down as well. This is going to be another one-on-one situation. Can Liberty Reapers match it up 1-1? But let's see what Avenger 1. Will he be able to make that top 8 buyer? Will he be able to get to the finals of Fight or Flight? What's going to happen?
We got Avenger 1. We've got Snail B trying to make their way from Snail Beta to Snail Alpha right here. But it's going to be anyone's game so far. I mean, right here, it looks like... ooh, there we go. With the sound of that explosion, it looks like we have a victor. It's going to be Avenger 1 going through into the finals next month, Crucian. In style,
man, they were super low. Let's take it back to the desk right now, but they were super low right there. Avenger Squadron, man, getting that fight. It seems like they did a great job. Both Sabers were taken out, but Avenger Squadron coming out with that win, going up 2-0, getting into the top 8 there for the Fight or Flight finals presented by Game Glass, man. This is the road to CitizenCon, and this is what it's all about, baby. Croncy, that was an incredible fight. Give us your thoughts on that.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely
Lord.
fantastic. And not only that, we got to see the city claim one of the competitors. The grounds decided to finally get a kill, get a little tally there. One thing to be said about this fight in particular, though, I think, is just how well Avenger One has performed today in his 1v1s. So many of these fights, he's been the only one left and been able to get there in the end. So able to clutch it up again. It did look like our good friend, what are we calling them? Snail Bee. Did go for a bit of a risky play at the end there. The speed that they were approaching Avenger One was risky, and it didn't pay out for them, resulting in that collision. But yeah, absolutely well done to Team Avenger One. Congratulations on your top 8.
Very, very good job by both teams. But again, I want to go ahead and give Liberty Reapers Orange their flowers, man. You guys absolutely came out and really put on a performance, beating Invisibility Check, beating Team Hawks, and you're almost there to round 3, almost to that top 8. So guys, pat yourself on the back, man, because this is some high-level dogfighting and atmosphere here in the ArcCorp Arena. I got to give you props, man. So shout out to Liberty Reapers Orange. That unfortunately they will not be moving on, but did a fantastic job with their combat. Meyer, look at these replays, man. Obviously he crashed into there, but I felt like when I saw on the screen, he already had a lot of damage. Snailbee already had so much damage put onto him. Maybe he just went too fast, couldn't control it. But yeah, like Croncy said, ArcCorp claimed 1 life today.
ArcCorp did indeed claim 1 life. If you're looking at this replay here, you can see that when it comes down to damage, they're pretty much equal up until this exchange here where Avenger One takes down Snailbee's, sorry, I can't keep a straight face anymore, but Snailbee's, there it goes. And as you can see, they had some clearance. There's, I think that maybe perhaps they didn't think that was going to be a kill zone for them right there. But that being said, they took it as low to the ground as possible. And of course, ArcCorp claimed, yet another soul tonight. But I think that was a good fight. All said and done, that was just, everybody did an amazing job there. LRO, Liberty Reapers, Orange, Snaleeb, and Diamacula did really well. I think that it was just good dogfighting. Unforced errors are a thing. And 100%.
Well, we only have 2 matches left until the group stage is finally completed, and we get to sleep in our own beds, hopefully, and we can have our significant others tell us, they can forgive us for being on broadcast for too long. So, but right now we have AVS, the community members versus staff of Sharon, that is still going, and then the last matchup. To be honest, I think Liberty Reapers Red is going to go up 1-1 versus Gooby Woobies. I'm going to be incredibly impressed if Gooby Woobies can really take that top 8 in that top 3 and move on to the top 8. Is going to be a very tight matchup, man. But, you keep saying it, Croncy, that arrow, the way they're using it is very special. So let's see if they're able to take that, that next game and go up 2-0 and knock out the team that some people in conversation were saying we're going to hopefully take the entire tournament, because it's going to be some incredible matches. It's going to be an incredible matchup coming up next between Liberty Reapers Red and Gooby Woobies. But Croncy, we'll start with you, man. What are your thoughts here? You think is going to get tied up? I really want to see a tie-up, to be honest. I wanted to go to game 3, because what a lot of people don't understand is when you're here, when you have casters, when you have things, man, your nerves get the best of you. But I've seen Liberty Reapers Red compose the entire tournament, and I think they're gonna. I think this time around, I think they're gonna bring it. But what are your thoughts, Croncy?
Sorry, the question was we got a classic Crucian rant. The question was essentially, what do I think is going to happen?
Yes, correct. Yes, see.
Fantastic.
Vamos.
All right. So, I would like to see them tie it up just for a little bit of flair. But at the very least, before the end of the day, I want to see the Arrow claim at least one more ship. I want to. It's been performing absolutely fantastic for Gooby. As a quick mention, Staff of Sharon also in the like round 3 finals. They're also running the Hornet Arrow, and they've been performing really well too. So there's something about it. Obviously, a lot of people fell on the Hornet and Saber, but some of these Arrow pilots have really been showing that no, there's other options out there. So let's see a 1-1, but I want to see Gooby win this one.
It's funny. I'm gonna share something a little bit personal with the community. My wife just texted me like, "Hey, are you gonna eat? Because your food is hard as rock." So, guys, if I don't get my to my what do you call it, to my pasta in time, I'm blaming y'all. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm not blaming. but no, man. I'm just, again, guys. I'm glad. Like I said, I'm very passionate about the community. By the way, I want to say something real quick to the Spanish community. I want to say gracias por estar aquí, por tu soporte y los equipos españoles que estaban en el torneo. Gracias por estar aquí. So gracias a todos por ver el stream y estar con nosotros en vivo. So gracias a ustedes, okay? Much love to the Spanish community, man. Gotta show them some love, man, because I did a little interview with Herbadiza. We talked a little bit about my Spanish. It's my second language, so, and I'm trying to learn Japanese. So the more I learn other languages, man, that thing is just gone. But thank you all to the Spanish community as well. Shout out to you guys. But anyways, Myers, same question to you. Any thoughts about what's coming up next with Liberty Reapers Red and Gooby Woobies?
I mean, like, only time will tell, but my money's on Gooby, honestly. I mean, like, they've shown us,
Oh, okay.
I'm being impartial about this, man. I'm being impartial. I mean, we've seen some good dogfighting. Liberty Reapers has done some good work. Already we have Liberty Reapers Black, which have made their way through into the finals now. We only 2 slots now remain, Crucian, for our final 8. We have whoever comes out on top of this with Arena A, and whoever comes out with in between, like a Staff of Sharon and AVS community in Arena B. All that said and done, though, I mean, like, Gooby Woobies has shown some good fights, man. I mean, again, G.I. Jude took down 2 ships with an arrow. So already, I mean, like, they're flexing here. So,
bro.
What?
All I'm gonna say, Gooby Woobies, I'm gonna DQ you if you don't give me some cameras, man. That's what I'm gonna say right now. We need to see them views, man. The views are so important. That's why I can't wait for 3.20, man. To like, we can always use our own guys to observe. The competitors don't have to worry about doing all this connecting. But for right now, this is how we have to do it, man. And I want to say a big shout out to production, to our entire staff, once again, giving everybody their flowers, because you guys are killing it. And we're down to our last 2 matches of the day, possibly last 2 matches of the day. Once again, you know what? I'm gonna give it to both. Crunchy, are you coming back to us or no?
Sure.
That's not my question, Crunchy. Do you want to come back to us?
I'm coming back, Christian. I'm coming back.
All right. Meyer, if you're cool with it, man, we're gonna bring Crunchy back for this last one, and if it goes to a game 3, then Meyer, I'll let you take away that game 3. So, without further ado, me and Crunchy are gonna move on to see this next matchup versus Liberty Reapers Red and Gooby Woobies. Meyer, we'll see you in a little bit.
I'll be in chat.
All right, guys, what are we doing? I haven't done this for like an hour. I'm not exactly sure what goes on here.
Okay, just to give you a heads up, this is Liberty Reapers Red on the left side. Okay, so you're going to have Haiba on the Saber, on top left, and you're going to have Bog Doggy in the Hornet on the bottom left. Okay, you got it, Crunchy? We good?
Got it. Now, what game is this?
This game is called StarCitizen. It is in beta. I'm just kidding. It's an alpha. I'm just joking. Yo, chill community. Somebody's gonna break me. Anyways, let's get this going. I think countdown is ready. Here we go. Crunchy, let me get a second here. All right, Arena 8 on go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go, Crunchy. Liberty Reapers Red versus Gooby Woobies. Will they be able to cement the 2-0 and move on to the top 8 and knock out Liberty Reapers Red? Let's see. Crunchy, take it away.
You got it. Yeah, sorry, you were echoing in my head again. Oh God, what's going on? I've got so many echoes. Okay, we're good. All right, we're back. We're about to watch some PvP. Everyone's excited. All right, this is very possibly for the final position in our top 8, guys, which in 2 weeks' time, we're going to see all of these guys compete in some more matches to see who really is the best of the best in terms of PvP, plus some extra prizes too. Everyone likes some prizes. Now, we've been watching these guys all day long. We've got Hornet and Saber, and of course, Hornet and Arrow. We've been watching this Arrow run circles around some of the competition, which has been really impressive because not many other people have been able to do the same thing. I've said my prediction. I think Gooby are going to do it. I'm hoping for a game 3, but this Arrow, it's almost unbeatable, Christian.
All right, let's see what happens. Let's see if Liberty Reapers Red change up their strategy. Chat, give me some hype in the channel. Who are you going for to win this next round? Well, Gooby Wooby, move on to the top 8. Here comes the scans. I believe they're on target right now. Gooby Wooby straight locking into the Hornet right now, which is Bog Doggy right now. Will they be able to put it out? Liberty Reapers Red need to tighten up a little bit and hopefully be able to take out. Maybe they're on the Hornet right now. Hornet just flew by. I believe Liberty Reapers Red is concentrating on the Arrow. Arrow zooming by. Regroup here by Liberty Reapers Red. Croncy, what are your thoughts so far in this battle?
These Revenants are getting an absolute work through. We are going to see a situation. If these Revenants go out... Oh, down goes someone. I think that was the Arrow. I think the Arrow is gone. I saw an explosion. It looked like an explosion. Possibly. Yeah, it looks like the Arrow is gone, which means we're up to a 2v1 again. And remember, every single time that Gooby has been in this situation, the Arrow has been the one to clutch it in the end. So now we're in a different situation. We're going to see the Saber and the Hornet versus Hornet. This is interesting.
Oh, I believe that he is dead already. So it is going to be Liberty Reapers Red going up 1-1, keeping their tournament life alive here. And going up 1-1 versus Gooby Woobies, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Let's get back to the Desmire because holy mother of loves. Yo, we got a game 3, baby. And we got a game 3 live on stream. This is for the top 8, the tournament life. This is what you've been training for since you were born. Are you the pilot to take it over? Will Liberty Reapers Red move on to knock on death's door on the top 8? Or lose it and fall off? What are we going to see here, Meyer? Tell us about this match.
Well, I mean, this time around, it was a completely different play. I mean, like, the Arrow got focused and it kind of blew up off camera there. And before we knew it, I mean, like, as we were going, did the Arrow blow up? The Hornet was already in a death spiral. Obviously, it seems as if, like, Liberty's Reapers Red, like, just they changed their game plan. And I think it worked out. Now we'll see whether or not if Gooby Woobies are going to be able to, like, change trajectory here and, and have an answer to this. But yeah, so far, I mean, that was a really good fight that you can see here. That's that's the Hornet there. That's the G.I. Jew going up against Hybo over there in the Saber. And man, like, it was just a good fight. It was a good fight. Like, I guess because that one missed angle was like a sleeper fight because, like, we didn't see the Arrow get killed.
No, look how... Dude, sorry. Look how Hyba is so determined. Look at his switching. Look at when he switches, when the Arrow's coming by because they're chasing the Hornet. Dude, that type of discipline as a pilot is insane. That's how they took out that Arrow first. The Arrow's just chasing the Hornet, trying to take him down, and Hyba just put some burn with those repeaters on his backside. And that's how they were able, because to catch the Arrow it's not going to be an easy task here. So, man, Liberty Reapers Red did a great job adjusting and communicating once again. I keep saying this because I see it when I'm casting there. And my lord, Croncy, what are your thoughts on that fight? Because that's what I'm seeing right now. Liberty Reapers Red did a great job to adjust, adapt, and come out with that win.
Yeah, it looks like these replays are giving us a bit of a better perspective here of what we might have missed, which they split their resources appropriately. Essentially, we ended up in a situation where both Hornets were in a bit of a chase, and one was able to never have to move their cursor. Essentially, they were just able to stick onto that target like white on rice. And it obviously went out well for them. We saw both competitors pretty much die on the same at the same spot. So there was nowhere for them to utilize the fact that they had split their resources. They were just too far apart. And now we're at a 1-1, which is absolutely insane. Now, I do want to point out that because it is a 1-1, it's going to take a little bit longer for us to set these guys back up for their next fight, because, you know, we don't have any other fights to show you. And unfortunately, we still don't have any news on AVS, the community versus Staff of Sharon. Hopefully, we'll have something soon. But at the very least, we get one more fantastic stream fight.
That's right.
Well, I mean, dude, great. I'm not gonna lie, man. That was an incredible dogfight. I love seeing these fights where it can go either way. So, you know, shout out to all the teams one more time. I got to give love where it's due. If you're here in this tournament, whether you went 2 or not, 0-2, it doesn't matter. You were here. You competed. I hope that all the competitors have a great time, man. I see it in our Discord where competitors saying, thank you. This is great organization. Like, you know, I really appreciate those words, man, because the team works so hard, man. That determination to make sure that, you know, every single competitor gets, you know, greater organization from Apple Esports really means a lot to us. So thank you so much. But, man, this fight right here between Liberty Reapers Red and Gooby Wooby is absolutely a nail biter. I honestly, like you said, Gooby Woobies was going to take it all, Meyer. I mean, this could go either way next match, man. That's dude. That is like
you can't win them all.
yeah. It's like, honestly, I felt like Liberty Reapers Red was so dominant in that second matchup because of the fact of how, again, Discipline Haiba is switching. Man, like I mean, I'm sorry to praise so much, but the thing is, I see it more with Liberty Reapers Red with any other team to see that determination and discipline of like, let me not shoot now. Let me shoot here. Let me shoot here. Taking those windows, those small windows to take them out is actually super, super well done. So, but yeah, man, we're almost here, guys. Again, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's go to the bracket A and B right now so you guys can see where we're at. And then we'll kind of go over that stuff. But man, dude, that's crazy. As you can see, how the bracket breaks down from round 1 to round 3. And then it's just one more match for both teams and Liberty Reapers Red. Right now, we're waiting for Staff of Sharon and AVS community members. They're already up 1-0, so we're waiting for that matchup to finish. And then that's going to be it. We already locked in our top 8 teams. Now, I want to, you know, anything, Meyer, I'll start with you. Anything you want to say about, you know, these arenas or the group stage so far, now that we're seeing, now that we're down to our last 2 matches until we have a solidified top 8?
I mean, it's been a very good show so far. I mean, we've had, like, you know, your standard, like, we've seen a meta develop, obviously, with, like, the Hornet and anything. Like the Hornet and Arrow, the Hornet and Saber, and it's been pretty interesting to see that develop. Also, you've had some interesting matches there, too, you know, like Cloak and Dagger and Raptors at the beginning, you know, like watching Dawn Kite, those two, and almost, you know, like pull a clutch and then see it be done, you know, the way you'd expect it to be done, you know, like with Gooby Woobies towards here in round 3. But all that said and done, I mean, like, we're almost here, guys. It looks like Aurora Borealis is going to be going through here. Of course, we have Avenger Squadron going through, too. We're waiting on just 2 more teams out of our 8 potential slots here to make their way through, with Staff of Sharon and AVS, the community members, currently head-to-head against each other now for this for the final seat. But yeah, it's been going good. It's been going long, but it's been going good. Like I said before, it's like, you know, it's been like waiting for a ride at Disneyland, you know, like you wait, you queue, and all of a sudden there's action, and the action is worth it. Your team is winning, and then you wait. But there you go. That's the verse for you. Look, as the game develops and evolves, we'll get there. And as I filibustered, it seems like AVS, the community members are going to be securing that 7th slot there. So Staff of Sharon are now out. They've been defeated by AVS, and it looks like now the last slot, the 8th and final slot for our finals on the 2nd of next month, is up for grabs, and that's the last one, and that's Gooby Woobies versus Liberty's Reapers Red.
Well, there we go. Avenger Squadron, the community members taking that spot, and we have only one more match to go. Let's take a look at Arena C and D. And Kroncy, just break it down to us, man. How are you feeling about these top 8 so far, knowing that we have some incredible teams going up? I mean, you have, I think, Avenger Squadron, 2 teams in the finals. Liberty Reapers have Liberty Reapers Black. So if Liberty Reapers Red wins, then they'll have 2 teams in the finals as well. So how are you feeling about this top 8 so far?
Yeah, the two strongest showings in terms of orgs today definitely seem to be Liberty's Reapers and Team Avenger. And at the moment, we have one guaranteed Liberty's Reapers team in. So they're fighting to get their second team in now. Very happy that Pax Mortis managed to get in there. Clearly a fan favorite for a lot of people. They managed to secure that beating Dollar Signum 2-1 earlier on. I mean, the top eight's it's coming together pretty solidly. I think either LR Red or Gibby Wibbies, both of them deserve to be in the top 8. Unfortunately, you can't have 9 people in the top 8. So one of them has to go, and has to go soon.
Yep, I totally agree. So let's see what happens here. We got Electric Blanket again. This is the BSI Eagles team from last year. Shadow Moses in the top 8. Liberty Reapers Black. And by the way, I'm surprised. I was gonna talk a little bit smack about Shadow Moses only having one team, but hey, they made it to the top 8. So I'm not gonna complain here. So very, very good job to Shadow Moses. Getting to that top team. I have some really good people that were in the Toby Gaming Clash from Shadow Moses that are really, really good folks out there. So, not the whole org is corrupted, guys, okay? There's some good people there, but yeah. But Pax Mortis, again, I love how chat was super, happy about Pax Mortis really making it to the top 8. So I know those of you guys that probably wanted to watch them, you guys will see them on the finals, guys, okay? So let's get back to the desk here, and man, it's been a wonderful day, man. I really appreciate it, guys, okay? It's been a beautiful, beautiful day. I hope that, I want the PvP community to understand that we do so much here at Atmo Esports. We have, we have racing, we have league racing, we have the entire demo rally where you guys love to, to mess around with versus security. But hey, man, we are giving you guys so much gameplay throughout all of our events. And I just want to say, shout out to every single one of you guys, man, for coming out and having a good time here. But, we do so much here at Atmo Esports. And again, you guys want to come, show up, hang out with us, man. And I think I saw something about some feedback. Look, we take feedback into consideration. Believe it or not, if we didn't take the feedback from the PvP community, Meyer or Croncy, we wouldn't have done a top 3. We literally left it open for the community to give us feedback, and we listen. We are here for the community. We are the community, guys, all right? Meyer's a community, all right? Even though he be, doing some weird stuff, shebanging in Red Dead Redemption. I'm sorry, bro. By the way, I'm going to say something. If you guys are not in Meyer's stream while he's doing Red Dead Redemption RP, it's fun to watch. I'm telling you right now, man. I think Red Dead Redemption RP is so much better than GTA 5 in my opinion. By far.
Come on, bro. These guys are here for PvP. Let's get out of there, man. They're here for
hey,
PvP,
I just gotta shout you out, man. I just gotta give you some love, man. So make sure you guys check him out, man. Twitch.tv/Meyer. But yeah, Croncy too. Appreciate you, man. Croncy, even though he's been playing Baldur's Gate 3 for the past, week and a half, make sure you guys show him some love because he does.
It's a really good game.
Also born from the StarCitizen. Hey, it's okay, man. It's okay to take a break. You don't always have to stream StarCitizen. So, really respectable content creators here that have been around for quite some time. Well, Croncy a little bit. He just started, a couple weeks ago. I'm just kidding, Croncy. I'm just kidding, man. But yeah, guys, we're almost ready. There's a few minutes left here. But, hey, I'm going to give you the floor to you guys. Croncy, I'll start with you, man. Anything you want to say to the community? I've been talking, stuff all day long. Anything you want to say to the community, man? That that they can connect with you a little bit more or whatever it is,
Yeah, I mean, thank you very much to the entire PvP community for hanging out and also helping really make the event. Essentially, help with all that sort of stuff with the format and the ships and all that. And the competitors for coming out today. As a former competitor, I know that sometimes it's just as hard as some of the guys that work back here. And I can say that now because I work back here. It counts. So I do appreciate all of the competitors spending their time to play some cool, fun, primordial StarCitizen Esports.
All right. Well, I mean, Meyer, what about yourself, man? Give the community some love. How are you feeling right now, man? And what do you want to tell
all right. So, hello, survivors of PvP chat. The ones who have not been banned for all the memes. I've been watching. I've been loving it. You guys are awesome. Just thank you guys for watching and sticking by and seeing this thing through. Looking forward to seeing you guys again. We're not done just yet, although it sounds like I'm saying goodbye. I'm just bad at talking. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys all again on the 2nd, of course, for the finals too. But yeah, thank you for giving us a dose of all your communities here for PvP, because with Atmo, we're all about everything SC has to offer. We've done things like races before, and we kind of started from something that was competitive, but at the same time emergent and new and different. This is PvP. This is the core mechanics of the game put on show where it is right now as it stands for the current patch, and that's kind of where more of the competitive, more of the the sweaty folk are. So thank you, sweaty folk, for for being sweaty. Appreciate you guys. I'm gonna try my damnedest going forwards now to try and to up the sweat, as it were, put on a bin bag as I dogfight and stuff, and you get back into the fray, because it's kind of intoxicating watching people play at the top of their game. And I've been playing SC for a long time, just not competitively, cringe things like role play. So I want to do more PvP. I think that the game is finally in a place where I can do that, and with private lobbies and stuff coming, I feel like it's going to be in a good place for it, for sure. Thank you, Christian, for
I think that's what No, I think no, man. I appreciate you, but hey, man. First of all, RPing cringe, bro. Because guess what? A lot once StarCitizen is ready, we're gonna be RPing the crap out of StarCitizen. Okay, we're gonna do whatever we can. We're gonna make some babies in game. Whatever we do in StarCitizen, we're gonna do something
make some
cool.
babies in game. What? No. What do you think RP is? Come on, bro. Avenger 1 wants to do RP with me. Okay, all right. Don't tell him it's space sex. Otherwise, I know it's late. Okay, it's 4 a.m. now, but come on, bro. Come on, bro.
All right. Well, Meyer, Kronsi, I'm gonna let you guys do the honors and take away the last game of the night. Here with Liberty Reapers Red versus Gooby Woobies, Meyer Kronsi for a final time. Take it away, guys.
Okay, Kronsi, it's time, my friend. Please count down these individuals so we can get going for the 3rd and final match of tonight's round 3, the 8th slot. Let's go, my friend.
The last one into the top 8 comes down to this. An arrow versus a saber. Alrighty, Arena A, for the final time today, the last spot into the top 8. On go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
I like how you put it there. I mean, when it comes down to brass tacks, yes, the Hornets do kind of cancel each other out. It's an arrow versus a saber. We have seen the arrow do some serious damage. I mean, the saber has that damage output, but the arrow can put out damage and also avoid a bit more. It's got that smaller cross-section, but let's go. Let's see how it goes for the 3rd and final time. Both of these guys have 1 point each. The 3rd one, or the 2nd one, I should say, is going to be the one to clinch it for these guys right here. Let's go, Kronsi.
Yeah, not to mention, remember, guys, all of our top 8 competitors you will see in 2 weeks' time for the finals, where they're going to be competing for not only some fantastic top 3 prizes, but the top 4 teams are going to be invited to CitizenCon for us to do our live CitizenCon fighter flight, which is going to be fantastic. I'm very excited to do this, but in a live setting.
That's right, they're gonna get the concierge carpet treatment and get invited all the way to Los Angeles to play and compete for a chance to win those prizes we showed earlier, from trophies to jerseys and all that. It all starts from here on this road to CitizenCon, Kronsi, and it looks like we're just about to start that so-called handshake and get the match started here.
Yeah, exactly. Now, obviously, important to remember, here we go, we're already fighting. Liberty's Reapers were able to figure out what the deal is with the arrow there last time. Will they figure it out now? Hornet, shields down, damage in the front, but that saber is taking an absolute buttload from the competitors.
That's right, that's a shield trade, but there's an arrow behind to kind of to soak up and scoop up what's left behind. They're seeing some chaff now being dropped. They need to drop those pips immediately if they want to stay alive a bit longer here. But there you go, that's our first explosion. That's Spin gone. And that's Sin from Gooby
And-
Woobies, who's been eliminated, and that... Oh.
And the Saber from Liberties also down. I think we are at Arrow v Hornet. We are indeed. We have GI in this Arrow, which we have seen them absolute master throughout the entire course of this tournament. And every single time they've shined, guess what, Maya? It's been Arrow v Hornet 1v1. This is their chance.
And it's Arrow v Hornet yet again. G.I. Joe is on the tail of this Hornet right now. They've taken down the shields. The Hornet's pulling away. It's running from the Arrow. It's not really quite something you tend to see. They have to make sure they don't stay too far away now from that 890 jump. The stage has only got a 30 kilometer diameter. They have to make sure they do not pass it, otherwise they're gonna be they're gonna default the match here. Then they're flying back in towards the Arrow. The Arrow zips past. But now it's just going to be a series of strafes, I think, but it's going to be 1 versus 1 here. We've seen an Arrow versus Hornet before, but not quite like this. Every single pass of this Arrow on Boondoggle's Hornet Wildfire is taking his shields down, and then it's coming back on him again. It's just going to be this. It's going to be attrition. It's going to, it's going to be risky plays by this Arrow all the way here, Croncy, if they want to win.
Yeah, exactly. Not to mention, they are out of Revenant Gatling, which means the Arrow's DPS gets a lot closer to the Hornets. So the damage output from both ships is honestly starting to get quite similar. I believe it actually ends up favoring the Arrow at this stage, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, we've seen this so many times today. Some people have been able to clutch it with the Arrow. Other times, it's just a matter of finding that one time where they make a mistake and just unloading an entire full barrage of your Panthers into them. I don't know. I mean, even watching now, these small little fights that they're having, the Hornet is coming off worse off. Those shields are going down quickly. A fight directly in front of each other. That's not the position you want to be for the Arrow pilot.
So CIG have been trying to get the dogfighting gameplay kind of taken to what they call a knife fight from a joust. But this is more of a slap fight here, as they took their shields down from basically proximity. But it looks like the Arrow still is basically on top. G.I. Joe there is chewed through the aft side of Boondoggle's Hornet there. You can see it's pretty much all in the red here. If things don't change anytime soon, it looks like the Arrow is going to come out on top. But it's close. It's super close. The Arrow's taking some damage here, but it looks like there it is! And with that, my friend, Liberty's Reapers Red takes home the 8th spot for our final on the second.
They lost, Maya.
What?
Liberty's Reapers lost. Gooby Woobies won. They took down with
the Arrow. Back to the studio. My apologies. All right. Woo!
Holy mother of biscuits and gravy. Holy mother of shrimp and gravy. What the? Holy
That was a sick
holy,
match. That was
holy
I think that was
mothers, bro.
I think that was planned. They wanted to entertain chat. 100% planned, guaranteed.
G.I. Joe, the best Arrow in StarCitizen. I'm gonna put it that way, bro. The way he was maneuvering, the Hornet couldn't get a shot off. He just got a few shots off, and then Arrow was just out of the way. Holy, I don't even know what to say, bro.
Let's see it. Let's see it again. I mean, why talk when we can see it?
Bro, what in the world? Chat, if you're not impressed, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I am mind blown of the maneuverability of G.I. Joe and that Arrow. You know what? Change your name to G.I. Arrow. Holy crap, bro. Bro, what in the world was this kind of flying in StarCitizen, my guy? I still don't understand that. People don't understand, we saw the great maneuverability of Cloak and Dagger, but G.I. Joe is at a completely different level on his own. He's on his own planet flying that Arrow on it. Bro, I understand these people train thousands of hours, Meyer and Clancy, but my guy is at a different level in that Arrow, man. Wow. Somebody break this down, because I'm that's insane.
Well, I mean, what it is, you know, like, he clinched it, man. He did. Like, I think it's basically technical. You mentioned before. I mean, like, what? He just wasn't able to be hit. I think that towards the end of that fight, though, he did start taking more risks so he could do more DPS. He found that, like, once the Revenant was gone, they were able to trade a bit more, and he could just do more damage. Once it came down to it, I think it was just a matter of outmaneuvering. And, you know, like, once that DPS of the Hornet's gone, it's kind of like, you know, you wish you were in an Arrow 2 at this point. You know what?
Look, we saw this moment to moment again today. We got to see Hornet versus Arrow in like a bunch of different scenarios, and it definitely leaned in the way of the Hornet the majority of the time. But some of these Arrow pilots clearly know what they're doing and were able to outmaneuver and just outplay these much larger ships. And it definitely made for a very entertaining fight, that's for sure.
You only have so much boost to work with, so like, you know, the Arrow was just able to just use that to their advantage the entire time. You know, like just juke him the entire time.
I mean, you guys saw that, right? Like, he was literally on point, hitting the front of the cockpit of the Hornet the entire time. He wasn't hitting the booty, he wasn't hitting the wings. He was literally front facing that thing and just outmaneuvering the crap out of Bogdoggle and just coming out on top. I mean, I can't say it enough. Team Gooby Woobies, you have earned your spot in the top 8, taking out one of the most anticipated teams to hopefully win the entire tournament. You guys, I'm not going to say there's no Cinderella. No. You guys did it, okay? Now, our top 8 is solidified. I don't think we'll be able to see it on stream, but we will be able to show you guys. We'll announce it tomorrow, but our top 8 is going to be Avenger Squadron versus Liberty Reapers Black, Avenger Squadron, the community members versus Electric Blanket. We have Gooby Woobies versus Pax Mortis. We have Aurora Borealis versus Shadow Moses. So the final 8 is stacked. We're on the road to CitizenCon. All you need to do is get to that top 4, and that entire prize to get to CitizenCon and to the CitizenCon Invitational is literally at grass for all these teams, man. An insane tournament, guys, throughout the entire day. I hope you all in chat enjoyed it, man. But before we go, guys, we have to close it up. We're not going to do any interviews because, guys, we've been streaming for about 8 hours now. Unfortunately, I would love to give the highlight to all the teams that competed, but I still want to say from the bottom of my heart, as I mentioned during our brief, thank you for making this tournament incredible. Whether you went on to, I appreciate you being here. All the other teams out there talking their smack in chat, whatever. Oh, I wish I had this. Look, you guys came and showed out. They didn't. Pat yourself on the back. We'd love to have you, at CitizenCon, whether you come out to say hello, to say thank you for joining the tournament. If not, we'll see you in a tournament in the future. So thank you all so much. From the bottom of my heart, you're deeply appreciated. Meyer, we'll start with you. Any last words before we close this out today?
What can I say that you haven't, other than thank you guys, thank you everybody for participating, thank you chat as well for, again, showing us just a fragment of your power today, you know, like just a fragment of all the different PvP communities from all around, you know, like from everybody, man. Like all the teams that have shown up today, from Shadow Moses to Liberty Reapers to Skunkworks to Goon Squad to just everybody. Thank you. I'll basically have to say all 32 teams' names to be able to cover it. But thank you, everybody. It's been awesome. It's been a ride. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I mean, at the very least, you guys stuck it with us till the very end. We've been here for about 8 hours, and I know I just said, what could I say? And I've gone on a ramble, but it's 4 a.m. and I don't know how to stop. So please, Clancy, take it away.
All right, Clancy.
Look, guys, if there was one lesson to take away from today, it's that CIG need to buff the Reliant Tanner. It's the only lesson we learned. It's the only relevant lesson. It's what we need to learn about for the next fights. It was an absolutely fantastic event. Thank you once again to all the competitors and everyone coming to watch the event. As 320 comes out, these types of events are going to start popping up. So start making some events. Start more. The PvP. I've been away for a long time too. The PvP community absolutely fantastic. And we need more events everywhere so that we can get some awesome formats like this 2v2 that we do for Fighter Flight. So thank you once again, everyone. Myra and Kushin, thank you as well.
Hey,
One
big
last thing,
curveball. We're
Crucian.
batting the Hornet in the finals, okay? We're batting the Hornet in the finals. Y'all screwed. So pick another ship.
No
I'm
Hornet
just
in the
kidding, man.
finals.
Hey,
Mm.
I'm going to say, PvP community, you guys are great. Your toxicity is my fuel. Your crap talk is my sauce, baby. I put it all in a basket, and we take it all the way to the moon because you guys, hey, I love you guys so much, all right? Please be good to each other. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, guys. Go check out Croncy on Twitch. Go check out Myra on Twitch, all right? If you guys want to help out Atmo Esports, hey, discord.gg/Atmo Esports. Come hang out with us, okay? We love the feedback. We love your passion. Just as we're passionate, we want to make sure that this takes off to the moon with the competitive nature that we're bringing to Star Citizen. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it from the bottom of my soul, my heart. Thank you to the community, to Star Citizen. Thank you to CIG. I'll see you guys on the final September 2nd. I love you all. Have a good night. Peace.